In spite of the merits of physicians, soothsayers, and sorcerers, maladies sometimes resisted the best remedies, and the patient would then vow to go on a pilgrimage, ride, walk, or have himself carried there, and pray for his cure. He went to Our Lady of Walsingham, for example, or to St. Thomas of Canterbury, whose medical powers were considered, beyond comparison, the best of all. Optimus Egrorum Medicus Fit Thomas Bonorum was the motto stamped on some of the pewter ampullae with miraculous water in them, which pilgrims brought back as a souvenir from Canterbury. For good people that are sick, Thomas is the best of physicians. And surely praying at his shrine, after an open-air journey on foot or horseback, was a better way of preserving one's health than swallowing the black beetles and fat bats of John of Gaddesden, the court physician. 339. Pilgrimages were incessant. They were made to fulfill a vow as in cases of illness or of great peril, or in expiation of sins. Confessors frequently gave the going on a pilgrimage as penance, and sometimes ordered that the traveler should go barefoot or in his shirt. Commune penance, says Chaucer's parson in his great sermon speaking of atonement which must be public. Commune, because the sin has been public too, is that prests enjoinen men commonly in certain cause, as for to goon, peradventure, naked in pilgrimage or barfot, that is to say, naked in their shirts. In accordance with a vow made during a tempest, Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, later Pope Pius Roman II, walked 10 miles barefoot on the frozen ground, to White Kirk near North Berwick, and had, on his return, to be borne, rather than led by his servants. Another motive for pilgrimages, and more than any other characteristic of the times, was to annoy the king. Thus, in the 14th century, English people flocked to the tomb of the selfish, narrow-minded and vengeful Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, of whom popular prejudice had made a saint. The crowd hastened through a spirit of opposition to Pontefract, where the rebel had been decapitated, by order of his relative, King Edward Roman II, and the pilgrims became every year more numerous, to the great scandal of the sovereign and of the Archbishop of York. A letter of this prelate shows the uselessness of the 340 prohibitions. The idea of a semblance of persecution of believers devised by an archbishop only excited zeal and devotion. Men hoped to please the martyr by allowing themselves to be slightly martyred. Thus, while awaiting a canonization that never came, though insisted upon by the next king, crowds collected near the tomb, so numerous and tumultuous that there happened homicides and mortal wounds. And that greater dangers, yet and doubtless most imminent, are to be feared. All this began the very year after the execution of the saint. The official was enjoined to hinder these meetings by any means, and to disperse them until the Pope should pronounce. But the gatherings continued, and Henry of Lancaster wrote in 1327 to the Archbishop of York asking him to refer the matter to the sovereign pontiff, and bear witness to the fame of the miracles which God works by our very dear Lord and brother. The same year the Commons took the question in hand, and petitioned for the canonization of the same Thomas, which was scarcely parliamentary business. In 1338, a London pepperer had for sale a mazer bowl ornamented with an image of St. Thomas of Lancaster. Humphrey de Bohun, Earl of Hereford and Essex, who died in 1361, bequeathed money for pious men to make a variety of pilgrimages on his behalf, and he specially recommended that a good man and true should be 341, hired and charged to go to Pontefract, and to offer there, at the tomb of Thomas, late Earl of Lancaster, 40s. To make a saint of a rebel was the most energetic means of protesting against the king, and the people would not miss this opportunity under some of their sovereigns. Henry Roman III, in 1266, had been obliged to forbid Simon de Montfort being considered as a saint, although Simon having died under excommunication, as was represented to the king by the bishops and barons, authors of the petitions comprised in the Dictum de Kenilworth, had little chance of ever being canonized. Latin hymns were nevertheless composed in his honor, as for a saint. The rebel was hardly dead than popular feeling, often unfavorable to him during his life, forthwith recognized in him nothing else than the hero who had fought against a tyrant, and, through sympathy for the man or antipathy for the king, assigned therefore to him a place in heaven. The active revolt, rudely interrupted, 342, by punishment, continued thus in the latent state, and every one came to see God himself take the part of the oppressed, and proclaim the injustice of the ruler by working miracles at the tomb of his victim. The sovereign defended himself as he could. He dispersed the rabble and prohibited the miracles. De par le roi, défense et de faire miracle en silu. Read an ironical distich written in France in the Diaker Paris days. Similarly disposed, Edward Roman II, on October 2, 1323, wrote to his faithful John de Stanor and John de Bowser, ordering an inquiry which would be followed by graver measures. He recalled to them that, a little time ago, Henry de Montfort and Henry de Wylington, our enemies and rebels, on the advice of the royal court, were drawn and hanged at Bristol, and it had been decided that their bodies should remain attached to the gibbet, so that others might abstain from similar crimes and misdeeds against us. But on the contrary, the people made relics of these bloody and mutilated remains and surrounded them with respect. Reginald de Montfort, William de Cliffe, William Curtis, and John his brother, and some others, in order to render the king odious to the people, had organized false miracles at the gibbet where the corpses of these rebels were still hanging, which was nothing short of idolatry. Severe measures were required in several places at the same time, while these bodies were venerated at Bristol. A mere image of Thomas of Lancaster, in the Cathedral of London, was attracting pilgrims and working miracles. In this same year, 1323, on June 28th, Edward Roman II is found writing with great irritation to the Bishop of London. It has come to our ears, and it is very displeasing to us, that many among the people of God, confided to your charge, victims of a diabolical trickery, crowd round 343. A panel placed in your church of St. Paul's, where are to be seen statues, sculptures, or images, and among others that of Thomas, late Earl of Lancaster, a rebel, our enemy. Silly visitors, without any authorization from the Roman Church, venerate and worship this image as a holy thing and affirm that it there works miracles. This is a disgrace for the whole Church, a shame for us and for you, a manifest danger for the souls of the aforesaid people, and a dangerous example to others. The bishop knows it, continues the king, and secretly encourages these practices without any other motive than that of profiting by the offerings, thus making shameful gains, by which, adds Edward Roman II, we are deeply afflicted. The usual prohibitions follow. These were occasional pilgrimages. Others were in favor for a much longer time owing to the reputation of the departed for sanctity and not to political motives. For many years crowds came, as we have seen, to visit the tomb of Richard Rolle, the hermit of Hampel. Even in this, fashion ruled. Some relics or tombs of hermits or of saints enjoyed for a period universal favor. Then all of a sudden, through some great miracle, another saint rose to preeminence, and the others, by degrees, sank into obscurity. Convents, which had neither relics nor bodies of illustrious saints to attract pilgrims, nor a marvelous thorn tree like that of Glastonbury, would have sometimes a pious artist to fabricate an image fit to draw visitors. It would be inaugurated with solemnity, work miracles, it was hoped, and enjoy a more or less wide fame. Thomas of Burton, abbot of Moe, near Beverley, relates in the chronicle of his rich monastery, written by himself at the end of the 14th century, one of the most remarkable facts of this kind. Abbot Hugh of Leven, one of his 344 predecessors, had in the first half of the century ordered a new crucifix for the choir of the chapel. And the artist never worked at any fine and important part, except on Fridays, fasting on bread and water. And he had all the time a naked man under his eyes, and he labored to give to his crucifix the beauty of the model. By the means of this crucifix, the Almighty worked open miracles continually. It was then thought that if access to this crucifix were allowed to women, the common devotion would be increased, and great advantages would result from it for our monastery. Upon which the abbot of Cytox, by our request, granted us leave to let men and honest women approach the said crucifix, provided, however, that the women did not enter the cloister, the dormitory, and other parts of the monastery. But profiting by this license, to our misfortune, women began to come in increasing numbers to the said crucifix, while in them devotion is cool, and all they want is to see the church, and they increase our expenses by our having to receive them. This naive complaint is interesting from several points of view. It plainly shows what was done to bring such or such a sanctuary into favor with the pilgrims. In the present case, the effort did not succeed, the prodigies do not seem to have long responded to the expectation. 345, and people came only from curiosity to visit the church and the fine crucifix of the monastery. From the artistic point of view, the fact is still more important, for this is the most ancient example of sculpture from the nude living model to be found in medieval England. And this anonymous sculptor ought to be remembered, which he is not, as one of the precursors of the Renaissance in his country. Another attempt to make a chapel popular had been tried in the parochial church of Fawston, but the Archbishop of York, William Grenefeld, was scandalized, and by a letter full of good sense put an end to the great concourse of simple people who came to visit a certain image of the Holy Virgin recently placed in the church, as if this image had something more divine than any other images of the sort. The fact was, as may be noticed even in our days, that with or without the cooperation of the clergy, some statues had a far better reputation than others. Wonders were expected of them, and they were worshipped accordingly. The same vicissitudes were observable for images as for relics and tombs of saints. This statue had healed sick people without number, and that one was known to have moved, to have made a sign, to have spoken a word. Pictures of miracles worked by statues constantly recur in manuscripts. One, for instance, is to be found in several English books of the 14th century. It shows how a poor painter, being busy coloring and gilding, 346, a statue of the Virgin with a most ugly devil under her feet, the evil one, angry at such an unflattering portrait, came and broke the ladder on which the artist was standing. But as he was falling and about to be killed, the stone Virgin bent towards him, and extending her arm held him safe until help came. Statues did not always act so graciously, but were guided by circumstances, as was seen in the church of St. Paul Extramuros at Rome. A visitor, according to the relation of the learned Thomas Gascoigne, Chancellor of Oxford, had insulted the image of the saint, saying, "Why hast thou got a sword? I mean to have thy sword," and he was trying to take it out of the hands of the statue. But through God's doing, the statue raised its sword on the impious man and clove his head to the chin, and then death followed. This happened at the time when Eugene Roman IV was Pope of Rome, and a witness of the scene reported it to me. This witness was a beadle of the said Pope, called Master Erasmus Fuller, a priest of the Kingdom of Hungary. 2. Apart from pilgrimages, in fashion but for a time, English people usually went to Durham to visit the tomb of the Holy Confessor Cuthbert, and the place where was kept his ever-victorious banner, to the shrine of King Edward the Confessor in Westminster, to St. Albans, St. Edmund's Bury, St. David's, on account of the saints after whom these towns are named, to Chichester, to worship the body of St. Richard the Bishop, to Glastonbury with its holy thorn tree, and its church founded 347 by St. Joseph of Arimathea, to Waltham, where a cross of black marble had been miraculously found in the time of King Nut. Lincoln, York, Peterborough, hails with its holy blood Winchester, for St. Swithin, who, among other merits, had had that of being a bridge builder. Holywell, Beverley with its St. John, and a number of other places, shrines and miraculous and wishing wells had also attractions for the pilgrim, but none could stand comparison with Walsingham and Canterbury. At Walsingham there were a church and a chapel, now destroyed, the latter with a miraculous bejeweled statue of the Virgin, and some of her milk, the chapel being exactly similar, it was said, to the Santa Casa of Loreto, which was a wonder in itself, for the English copy had been built in the 11th century, long before the casa was heard of. Owing to innumerable gifts, the place was resplendent with gold and precious stones. Visiting Cologne and the famous Shrine of the Wise Men of the East, Roger Ascham writes, "The three kings be not so rich, I believe, as was the Lady of Walsingham. People came in crowds, many among the British kings came too. The road leading to Walsingham was called the Palmer's Way, and chapels were built along its line. The town was full of inns, hospitals, and religious buildings, as was usually the case with the more famous of these places. The milk and the image, as most of the pilgrimage statues, were destroyed at the Reformation, some of the wooden ones being burnt like the heretics, or with them at Smithfield, as happened when Friar Forrest died at 348 the stake. The gold and silver ones were turned to more practical uses. I have pulled down, Dr. London, one of the visitors of religious houses, writes to Thomas Cromwell, the image of Our Lady at Caversham, whereunto was great pilgrimage. the image wise platyfished over with silver, and I have put it in a chest fast lacked, locked, and nailed up. And by the next barge that cometh from Reading to London, it shall be brought to your lordeskip. I have also pulled down the place she stowed in with all other ceremonies, as lights, shrouds, croces, crosses, and images of wecks hanging about the chapel, and have defacied the same thoroughly in exchang of any farther resort thither. At Caversham, wise a proper lodginge where the Channon lay, with a fair garden and an orchard meet to be bestowed upon some friend of your lordeskip s in these parties. In especially large numbers people hired horses at Southwark, with relays at Rochester, and set out for St. Thomas of Canterbury. This was the high road to the continent. A regular service of hired horses had been established along it. 12 was paid from Southwark to Rochester, 12 from Rochester to Canterbury, 6 from Canterbury to Dover. The horses were branded in a prominent manner, so that unscrupulous travelers should not be tempted to quit the road and appropriate their steeds. The sanctuary of St. Thomas had indeed a worldwide reputation. We can scarcely realize now the thrill of horror that went throughout Christendom, as far as the Levant, as far as Iceland, when the news came that Archbishop, 349, Thomas Becket, legate of the Pope, former Chancellor of England, had been massacred in his Cathedral of Canterbury by 4 knights of Henry Roman II. On the evening of Tuesday, December 29, 1170, his brain and blood splashing the pavement. Everything combined to increase the enormity of the crime. The holiness of the place, which should have afforded sanctuary even to a murderer, the rank of the victim in the hierarchy of the church, the dying man's brave and pious words, the presence of the cross borne at his side by his assistant, Edward Grimm, himself severely wounded, and above all the fame and character of the prelate, an Archbishop Turpin of real life, who, like the companion of Roland, and while already engaged in holy orders, had proved a plucky military leader, unimpeachable moreover. From the moral point of view, and fearless throughout his life. Like the Archbishop of Reims of the Song of Roland, whose brain had flowed down his face, he had died at the hands of barbarians who had not, however, the excuse of being infidels. Rarely did a single act cause such universal indignation. Public opinion proclaimed Thomas a saint even before the Pope could take action, which he did, however, with a promptitude rare in such cases, canonization being proclaimed in February 1173. The body was scarcely buried in the crypt of the cathedral than pilgrims came to it, their numbers ceaselessly increasing. The life of the Archbishop was the subject of numberless miniatures, 350 sculptures, painted windows. Some of the latter, dating back to the 13th century, still remain at Canterbury, Sens, Chartres, and other places. Matthew Paris wrote and illuminated with his own hand, Walsingham tells us, a biography of the Archbishop. Churches dedicated to him multiplied in England and out of England. On the heights of Fourvières, wrote Dean Stanley, overlooking the city of Lyon, is a chapel dedicated to St. Thomas of Canterbury. 4 years before his death, it is said, he was walking on the terraced bank of the river underneath, and being asked to whom the chapel should be dedicated, he replied, "To the next martyr," on which his companion remarked, "Perhaps then to you." The prophecy was fulfilled. Entirely renovated, and forming now part of the pilgrimage church at Fourvières, such a chapel still exists, still dedicated to St. Thomas. It has been allotted to the Fraternity of Notre Dame de Compassion for their exercises, which consist chiefly in praying for the conversion of England. On the threshold are engraved 4 rhyming Latin lines. Happy the place, happy the church where Thomas's memory survives, happy the land which gave birth to the prelate, happy that which received him, an exile. Churches dedicated to him were especially numerous in Normandy, from which his family came. A chapel at 351, Caen bearing the grim name of St. Thomas el Abbatu, the stricken down. His life was told in verse and prose, in Latin, French, Icelandic, the most noteworthy of those lives being that in French verse by Garnier de Pont Saint Maxence, as remarkable for its literary as for its historical value. The author, a contemporary, having taken as much pains to ascertain the truth as would the most conscientious of the historians of today. He had begun writing 2 years after the event, and had remodeled several times his poem because new documents, of which several are versified into his text, or new facts had come to his knowledge. He established himself at Canterbury, where every man, every stone had been a witness, and he appealed in order to learn the truth to the friends, the servants, the sister of St. Thomas. His work was thereby delayed, but he preferred that. A Canterbury a lie. La vérité I des amis Saint Thomas la vérité qu'ili, et de celles qui l'avient des l'enfant servi, d'oster et de remettre le travail en suffri. Proud of the trouble he had taken, he was proud also of the good French he spoke, far better, of course, than that of ordinary Anglo-Norman writers. My language is good, for I was born in France. He thereupon submits to the custom, not yet quite obsolete, of abusing those who write on the same subject. Don't forget, he says to his readers in the first lines of his poem, that all physicians are not good healers, and it is not all clerks who know how to well sing and well read. Some claim to be the best, and are in reality the worst. He, however, claims to be the best, and though his boast may incline us to be the more critical, yet we must needs grant that it is not groundless, considering his accuracy. 352 The excellence of his French, the lifelike vividness of his scenes and dialogues, the interest of the views and sentiments, at times very liberal, expressed by him. God loves the humble and the poor who live by their work, whose every day is a hard one, and who lead clean lives, God will exalt them. To the mass of pilgrims who from the earliest moment had begun to visit Canterbury, Garnier, standing by the tomb, a number of times read his sermon about St. Thomas the Martyr and his passion, and they heard nothing but truth absolute. Great and small, by land and by sea, from every part of Christendom, men of foreign countries of a variety of languages, says Garnier, flocked henceforth to the place in such numbers, that the road followed by pilgrims from the west of England, or by foreigners from abroad, landing at Southampton, to reach Canterbury by way of Winchester, was and is still called the Pilgrims' Way. Kings and emperors came with the rest. First of all, the cause of the tragedy, Henry Roman II, who, to avoid excommunication after a first penance at Avranches, in the course of which he had promised to go on a pilgrimage, at the Pope's choice, to Rome, Jerusalem, or St. James's, appeared for a severe test at the shrine of his dead enemy on July 12, 1174. Walking the streets barefoot, dressed in haircloth and a woolen shirt, looking a mendiff beggar, having fasted for days on bread and water, the bells in the minster tolling a funeral knell, he kissed the 353 pavement of the cathedral at the place where Thomas had fallen. Led then to the crypt, the proud Plantagenet, the ruler of England and of half of France, conqueror of Ireland, suzerain of Scotland, was flogged on his bare shoulders by the prelates present, beginning with Gilbert Folliot, Bishop of London. XIVth Tint, puing le balai. Thus beaten and punished, he spent the night on the cold pavement, in psalms and orisons, before the tomb, and gave to the sister of the Saint Emile, well worth 10 marks of revenue. Bien vault dismars par la rent quel N.A. Henry's rival and suzerain, the King of France, the former crusader, brave, pious, and inefficient Louis Roman VII, came shortly after. A prodigious and unparalleled event, the first time a king of France had ever set foot on British soil. Feeling that for him death was near, and having had, although 3 times married, only one son, he decided in 1179 to have the young prince crowned at once. But before the ceremony, Philip, aged 14, while boar hunting, lost his way in the forest of Campigny, and, separated from his companions, endured for days such hardships before a charcoal burner found him and led him out of the maze that his life was despaired of. The king, in his anguish, had at night a vision of St. Thomas Becket, whom he had well known, promising life for his son if he himself went to Canterbury as a pilgrim. Louis's advisers recommended not to risk a journey which would place him at the mercy of his enemy, the Plantagenet king. But again, and yet again, St. Thomas appeared at night, now threatening disaster. Louis started then with a brilliant retinue, and no untoward event marred the journey. Henry Roman II, on the contrary, very meek, 354 now when his former chancellor was in question, came to meet the French monarch at Dover. Both went together to Canterbury. Louis remained 2 days in prayer, and offered the monks a gold cup and a magnificent gem shown henceforth to pilgrims as the regale of France. By a special charter he granted them, besides, 100 casks of wine to be taken yearly forever, at vintage time, from his cellars of Poissy-sur-Seine. He returned to find his son on the way to recovery, and, having had him crowned, died within a year. The son, one of whose first acts was to confirm his father's 100 casks charter, was that famous Philip Auguste whose victory at Bouvines, in 1214, settled the fate of France and made it certain that she would be a great nation. It became henceforth a sort of tradition for British kings to make this pilgrimage. Back from Palestine and his Austrian prison, Richard Coeur de Lion went, on his return, to Canterbury out of gratitude for his recovered freedom. When king in his turn, his brother John went too. So did Henry Roman III, Edward I, and nearly all English monarchs. So did the French king, John the Good, when a prisoner in England. So did, in 355 December 1400, Manuel Roman II, Palaeologus, Emperor of Constantinople. So did, in 1416, Emperor Sigismund, grandson of the blind King Jean de Luxembourg, who had been killed at Crécy, himself then the dominant figure in Europe. A quick-witted and, for the time, liberal-minded sovereign who, present one day in the Paris Parliament, when justice was being rendered, and seeing a plebeian about to lose his suit simply because he was a plebeian, rose from his seat, and, to the wonder of the assembly, touching him with his sword, made him a knight. A remarkable man was that Canterbury pilgrim, as a man as well as an emperor. Accompanied by another emperor, Charles V, King Henry Roman VIII came too, but having changed his mind later about a great many matters, he ordered every shrine to be destroyed, showing a special vindictiveness towards all that recalled Thomas Becket. If alive, he thought, the archbishop would have probably been, just as the recently beheaded Moore and Fisher, opposed to the new dogma of the royal supremacy, most probably, indeed. No mercy should therefore be shown to his bones, and to that shrine, where Henry must have seen in former days a silver image of his own father bequeathed to be placed as near the tomb as it could possibly be. The monument was raised with particular care, and the long-venerated bones scattered. Having appointed himself head of the church, Henry considered that he was free to undo what another head of the church, a pope of long ago, had done, and, if it so pleased him, to uncanonize a saint. While therefore allowing many other British saints to remain on the calendar, he issued in 1539 certain injunctions, in which, after having informed his 356 priests that if they continued to marry he would send them to jail, he reviewed the life of Becket, showed to his own satisfaction that he was no saint, but rather a rebel and a traitor to his prince, that he gave opprobrious names to the gentlemen, which then counseled him to leave his stewbornness. That a scuffle ensued with these gentlemen, and so, in the throng Becket was slain. The king, therefore, commands English people to cease calling the most famous of all the saints they had a saint, and that his images and pictures, through the whole realm, be plucked down, to the intent his grace's loving subjects shall be no longer blindly led and abused to commit idolatry. If they persist, they will go to jail, at his grace's pleasure. In the same way had they been recommended shortly before not to call this one, or that one, of their loving sovereign's daughters legitimate, so long as he himself chose to call them bastards. There was a gradation in the penalties, and in the case of the daughters it was death. Equally inimical dispositions were shown during the next reign by Archbishop Cranmer towards his predecessor, and one of the articles of his visitation to be had within the Diocese of Canterbury had for its object to ascertain whether they have put out of their church books this word Papa and the name and service of Thomas Becket. Times had changed, but when that April, with his shower's swoot, had long before, in the year 1388, caused spring flowers, 357, to bloom, matters were different, and, as all know who can read English, from every skyre's end of England to Canterbury they wend, the holy blissful martyr for to seek, that hem hath holpen wan that they were seek. 3. In those holy journeys, as in Chaucer's book, all ranks of society were mingled together. The majority of these pilgrims were sincere and in good faith. They had made a vow and came to fulfill it. With such dispositions, the knight who found a pilgrim like himself upon the road would not be inclined to keep haughtily aloof. Besides, if the distances were great between class and class at this period, familiarity was still greater. The distance has indeed diminished at the present day, and familiarity also, as though in compensation. The noble felt himself sufficiently raised above the common people not to be afraid of using a kind of jovial intimacy with them on occasion. At the present time, when superiority of rank is of less importance, Many are more attentive and take care not to overstep a limit which is not now so patent as before. Arrived at the end of the journey, all prayed with fervor in the humblest posture. The soul was filled with religious emotion when from the end of the majestic alley formed by the great pillars of the church, through the colored twilight of the nave, the heart divined, rather than the eye saw, the mysterious object of veneration for which such a distance had been traversed at the cost of such fatigue. Though the practical man galloping up to bargain with the saint for the favor of God, though the emissary sent to make offering in the name of his master might keep a dry and clear eye, tears, 358, coursed down the cheeks of the poor and simple in heart. He tasted fully of the pious emotion he had come to seek, the peace of heaven descended into his bosom, and he went away consoled. Such was the happy lot of humble, devout souls. Pilgrims, however, were undoubtedly a very mixed race. No reader of Chaucer needs to be reminded that the talk on the way was not limited to edifying subjects, and that pilgrims themselves, even allowing the greater number to have been sincere, were not all of them vessels of election. Some went like gypsies to a fair and tried to gather money by begging. Some went for the pleasures of the journey and the merriments of the road. So that reformers and satirists, paying more attention to the abuse than to the less visible good that came along with it, began to raise a cry which grew louder and louder until, at the time of the Reformation, it was something like a storm. Whom did Langland see on Palmer's Way near Walsingham? Those same false hermits we have already met by the highroads, and at the corner of bridges, and in what objectionable company. Eremites on an hep with hoaked staves went into Walsingham and Hewer, there wenches after. Gret Lobies and Lunge that loth were to swank, clothed hem in copies to be no fro other, and made hemself eremites Hewer eyes to have. Wycliffe denounced pilgrimages most persistently, so much so that, when later some of his followers had to renounce their heresies, belief in the usefulness and sanctity of pilgrimages was one of the articles they had to subscribe. Thus, in his vow of abjuration, the Lollard William Dinett of Nottingham, on December 1, 1395, swears in these words: "Fro this day forthward I shall worship images, with praying and offering unto Hem, in the 359 worship of the saints that they be made after, and also I shall nevermore despise pilgrimage." But other Lollards refused to recant. Questioned by Archbishop Arundel, the irreconcilable enemy of his sect, William Thorpe confesses in 1407 having preached against that passion, to seek and visit the bones or images of this saint and of that, so uncontrollable that, oft-times divers men and women of these runners thus madly hither and thither into pilgrimage, borrow hereto other men's goods, yea, and sometimes they steal men's goods hereto, and they pay them never again. For divers men and women, those journeys being chiefly pleasure trips, nothing, Thorpe continues, is forgotten that may make them more pleasurable. And finding out one pilgrimage, they will ordain beforehand to have with them both men and women that can well sing wanton songs, and some other pilgrims will have with them bagpipes. So that every town they come through, what with the noise of their singing, and with the sound of their piping, and with the jangling of their Canterbury bells, and with the barking out of dogs after them, they make more noise than if the king came there away, with all his clarions and many other minstrels. Chaucer's pilgrims had not, perhaps, quite so magnificent a record, and when they crossed Dartford or Rochester, did not outnoise the king himself. They had, in any case, no women singers, but their miller was provided with a sonorous bagpipe. A bagpipe well cowed he blow and sown, and therewithal he brought us out of town. Their monk's bridle was heard jingling, as loud as 360 doth the chapel bell. They talked boisterously, wrangled, and made merry. For truly, comfortny mirth is noon to ride by the way down as a stoon. And dogs, of course, did not remain down for them any more than for the king. One more objection of Thorpe's to those journeys was that, if these men and women be a month out in their pilgrimage, many of them shall be, a half-year after, great janglers, tale-tellers, and liars. Chaucer's pilgrims were certainly, in their way, and no one nowadays objects, great tale-tellers. Archbishop Arundel, who seems at times to be the one interrogated, but we must not forget that we have only Thorpe's version, unrevised by the other party, makes a more picturesque than telling answer. Lewd Luzel, thou seest not far enough in this matter, for thou considerest not the great travail of pilgrims. I say to thee that it is right well done, that pilgrims have with them both singers and also pipers. That when one of them that goeth barefoot striketh his toe upon a stone, and hurteth him sore and maketh him to bleed, it is well done that he or his fellow begin then a song, or else take out of his bosom a bagpipe to drive away with such mirth the hurt of his fellow. Lay writers of a reforming mind objected to pilgrimages, not so much on account of the worship of images, but because they thought these travels an encouragement to laziness and idle living. We know the opinion of Langland. The same views are expressed by an author of a quite different turn of mind, the one who wrote the Roman de Renart, and who has a special chapter to inform us of the pilgrimage of Reynard and how he went to Rome. Reynard cannot but consider that he has greatly, 361, and many a time sinned, and feeling some anxiety about his misdeeds, goes to a hermit and confesses himself. Such are the faults he has to declare that the holy man does not dare absolve him, but advises him to go to Rome and ask the absolution of the Pope. Reynard accordingly takes his scrip and burden and begins to move on and takes his way. He looks quite like a pilgrim. His scrip fits his neck beautifully. But traveling alone is not pleasant. He meets Balin the sheep and persuades him to come with him, and a little farther Bernard the archpriest, a donkey, who was eating thistles in a ditch. He also secures this new companion. As night is coming, the three, finding themselves near the house of Primaut the wolf, enter without ceremony and make themselves at home, while the owner of the place is away. They find there salted meat, cheese, and eggs, and good ale. Balin drinks so much that he loses his head, and then begins to sing, and the archpriest to organ bray, and Master Reynard sings in falsetto. But their merriment is soon at an end. The alarm has been given. Usingren, Hersint, and a number of other wolves, relations, friends, compeers of Primaut, who all of them owe grudges to Reynard, come round and besiege the pilgrims. They escape with great difficulty. Ill-pleased with these grievous adventures, they agree not to go to Rome at all, and Reynard, to whom, rather against likelihood, the author here lends his own thoughts, winds up the enterprise with a speech. "My lords," says he, "by my head, this wandering is loathsome and tiring. There is in the world many a good man that has never been to Rome, such an one has come back from the 7 saints who is worse than he ever was. I mean to take my way home, and I shall live by my labor and seek honest earnings. I shall be charitable to poor people." Then they cried, "Be it so, 362 be it so," and they betook themselves homewards, converts to better lives for a time. The same mode of reasoning was used later on, at the time of the Renaissance, by no less a man than Erasmus, who has described in his most satirical vein the vanities of pilgrims and pilgrimages. He supposes a meeting of 2 friends, Menedemus and Augigius, the latter just back from Compostela, and, what is more interesting for us, from Walsingham, the most holy name in all England. The town is almost sustained by the resort of pilgrims. The faithful believer Augigius goes on describing the wonders of the place, the gold and silver and precious stones offered to the miraculous statue of Our Lady, the marvels worked at the holy wells, the miracle of the knight towards whom the portal of the church stretched out, the beautiful relics, and especially the crystal phial containing the Virgin's milk. When ye sexton saw us, he did run to the altar, and put upon him his surplice and his stole about his neck, knelled down religiously and worshipped it, and Stretforth did offer the milk to us to kiss. The same ceremony with surplice and kneeling, though it has disappeared at Walsingham with the phial itself, may still be seen elsewhere any day, in Milan, for example, at the tomb of San Carlo Borromeo. Augigius and his friends make their offerings, not without remarking that some unscrupulous visitors, by a clever trick, pick money out of the plate instead of leaving in it any of their own. A trick which, as we have seen, was used by Panurge on a certain day when he was somewhat escorné et taciturn for lack of pence. Erasmus ends his dialogue in the same strain as the author of Reynard, 363. "I have enough to do," says skeptical Menedemus, "with my stadions of Rome." Augigius, "Of Rome that did never see Rome." Menedemus, "I will tell you, thus I go my stadions at home, I go into the parlour, and I see unto the chaste livenge of my doubters. Agin from thence I go into my shope, I behold what my servants, both men and women, be doinge. From thence into the kitchen, lock and jabot if there need any of my counsel. From thence hither and thither, observinge how my children be occupied, what my wife doth, bange careful that every thinge be in order. These be stadions of Rome." Augigius, but these thinges St. James wold dow for yow. Menedemus, that I should see unto these thinges holy scripture commandeth, that I should commit the charge to saints I did read it never commanded. Thus far Menedemus, whose task in life seems to have consisted in seeing to it that others fulfilled theirs. The friend of Erasmus, Sir Thomas More, took the opposite view, and wrote a dialogue in defense of images, relics, and pilgrimages, but in vain. The time of the Reformation had come, doubt was becoming general, and from peasant to baron all the people assimilated arguments like those of Latimer. What think ye of these images that are had more than their fellows in reputation? That are gone unto with such labour and wearings of the body, frequented 364 with such our cost, sought out and visited with such confidence. What say ye by these images that are so famous, so noble, so noted, baying of them so many and so divers in England? Do you think that this preferring of picture to picture, image to image, is the right use, and not rather the abuse of images? These times were yet to be. In the Middle Ages, pilgrims came to offer their prayers, and also money, each one according to his means. When the king, in his perpetual goings and comings, turned aside to visit a revered shrine, he usually gave 7 shillings, as shown by the ordinances of Edward Roman II for his household. Before going away, the pilgrims, who had admired, besides the shrine and its jewels, the stained glass of the church, the monumental curiosities of the place, and sometimes its fortifications, bought, just as now, medals or signs as remembrances of their journey. The author of the supplement to the Canterbury Tales, at the beginning of the 15th century, shows the pilgrims purchasing in the town various sorts of signes or broches, so 365, that people who saw them might know where they had been. Then, as manner and custom is, signs there they bought, F4 men of conter shoulden know whom they had ought. They were of lead or pewter, and perforated to be more easily sewn on the breast or cap, like those sold at the present day at St. Anne d'Auray in Brittany, but larger. At Canterbury they represented St. Thomas, or were in the shape of an ampulla or tiny flask, containing water from the miraculous well. At St. James's they represented shells, at Amiens the head of St. John the Baptist. Ex signum facii bidi Johannes Baptiste. At Rome the Holy Sudery, called the Vernicle, at Rocamatter the Holy Virgin. The right of selling these signs was a source of profit, and it sometimes belonged exclusively to a convent or to a private family. At Rocamatter this, 366, right had been conceded in return, it seems, for military services, to the de Vallon family, lords of Thegra. They and the Bishop of Toul appointed a deputy to superintend the sale, and the product was divided by halves between them and the bishop. Such were the benefits derived from these sales that clandestine manufactories of pewter metals were established by the inhabitants, who sold numbers of them, to the great detriment of the authorized shop and in defiance of ever-recurring prohibitions. Once, however, in 1425, free sale was allowed to all the people of the place. The country had been reduced to such poverty that the bishop renounced his privilege for 2 years, out of charity, and for the benefit of his flock. Pilgrims, when going home, were careful to wear prominently sewn on their garments these testimonials of their holy travels. In the above-quoted dialogue of Erasmus, the skeptical Menedemus wonders at the appearance of his friend. I pray you, what array is this that you be in? Methink that you be clothed with cockle shells, and be laden on every side with brooches of lead and tin. And you be prettily garnished with wreaths of straw, and your arm is full of snakes' eggs, thus uncivilly designating the beads of his chaplet. The French King Louis I, of grim memory, was never without some such pewter medals and brooches, and wore them on his hat. And truly, writes his contemporary, Claude de Seyssel, his devotion seemed more superstitious than religious. For to whatever image or church of God and the saints or of Our Lady that he heard the people were devoted, or where miracles were worked, he went there to make offerings, or sent a man there expressly. He had, besides, his hat quite full of images, mostly of lead or pewter, which he kissed on all occasions when any good or bad news arrived, or that his fancy prompted him. Casting himself upon his knees, so 367, suddenly at times, in whatever place he might be, that he seemed more like one wounded in his understanding than a rational man. Professional pilgrims outshone in this respect all the others. For beside the occasional pilgrim who came to make an offering to such or such a shrine in accomplishment of a vow, and afterwards returned to take up again the course of his ordinary life, there was the pilgrim by calling or by penance, for such a lifelong penance was sometimes inflicted, whose whole existence was spent traveling from one sanctuary to another, always on the road and always begging. With the professional pardoner, the professional palmer, back from many countries, adorned with many tokens, the witness of many wonders, the hero of many adventures was the most curious type of the religious wayfaring race, with hardly any equivalent in our days. Like the pardoner and the friar, the palmer could not but have a great experience of men and things. He had seen much, and he invented more. He too had to edify the multitude to whom he held out his hand for alms, and the fine stories, in which he rarely missed giving himself a part to play, were his livelihood. Failing this, his daily bread failed too. By dint of repeating his tales, he came to almost believing them, then quite, and his voice henceforth took that accent of certitude which alone begets conviction in audiences. Besides, he came from so far that he might indeed have seen marvels. Around us, of course, life flows on without prodigies, almost without events in its flat monotony. But it is common knowledge that in distant parts things are quite different. And the best proof is that none of those who have undertaken the journey comes back disappointed, quite the contrary. The 368 pleasure of believing them is moreover innocent enough. Why should we deprive ourselves of an enjoyment exhilarating for the mind and good for the soul? Clever people, poets, men of the world deprived themselves of this pleasure and made up for the loss by laughing at pilgrims and storytelling travelers. So did Chaucer, as we have already seen, who held up to ridicule in his house of fame shipmen and pilgrims with their bags brimful of lies. To the same effect, but in graver mood, Langland wrote in his Visions. Pilgrimis and palmers plitten hem to jediers, to such Saint Iame and Sainties of Rome, wenten forth in hure there, way with many unwise tales, and haven leave to lie al hure lifetime. The crowd felt otherwise, they listened, laughed perhaps sometimes, but more often recollected themselves and remained attentive. The pilgrim was so interesting. He was a play in himself, a living story. He had on his feet the dust of Rome and of Jerusalem, and brought news of the worshippers of Mahomet. He was a picture too, with his bag hung at his side, not for lies, but for provisions, and his staff, at the top of which was a knob, and sometimes a piece of metal with an appropriate motto like the device on a bronze ring found at Hitchin, a cross with these words: Hic in tut dirigat iter. May this safely guide thee on thy way. The staff had at the other end an iron point, like an alpenstock of the 369, present day, as may be seen in numerous drawings in medieval manuscripts. Illustration 63, an English pilgrim. From the Miss 17 see Roman 38. The whole race of wanderers was, however, as we know, looked at askance by the king's officers. These goings and comings disquieted the sheriff. We have already met laborers who, weary of their lord, left him under pretext of distant pilgrimages, and laid down without scruple the pilgrim's staff at the door of a new master who would pay them better. False pilgrims were not less numerous than false pardoners and false hermits. They were condemned to repose, under pain of imprisonment, by the same statutes as the beggars and wandering workmen. Henceforward, orders Richard Roman II in 1388, they too must have permits with a special seal affixed by certain worthy men. Those without a permit should be forthwith arrested, unless infirm and incapable of work, for their good faith is then evident. And it is not for the love of vagabondage that they painfully go and visit optimum egrorum medicum, St. Thomas. Even greater severity was shown when it was a matter of 370, crossing the sea, would-be pilgrims must be furnished with regular passports, and the law applied to all manner of people, as well clerks as other, under pain of confiscation of all their goods. The exceptions made by the king show, besides, that it is wanderers of doubtful status and motives whom he has in view, for there are dispensations for the lords and other great persons of the realm, for the true and notable merchants, and lastly, for the king's soldiers. This passport or license, this special leave of the king, could only be available at certain ports, namely London, Sandwich, Dover, Southampton, Plymouth, Dartmouth, Bristol, Yarmouth, Boston, Kingston upon Hull, Newcastle upon Tyne, and the ports of the coast facing Ireland. Heavy penalties were laid on all port wardens, inspectors, ship captains, etc., who were neglectful or so bold as to show favor to roamers. In the year 1389, the king restrained pilgrims from embarking anywhere else than at Dover or Plymouth. To put to sea elsewhere, and a special license from the king himself, was necessary. A number of such licenses, as will be seen further, are still in existence. 4. But the attraction of distant pilgrimages was great, especially the three without equal. Rome, Jerusalem, and St. James's of Galicia, held so sacred that, while most 371 of the vows taken by the benefactors of the Great Bridge at Avignon could be remitted on account of their gifts to this useful structure, exception was made if the question was of a pilgrimage to be performed to one of those three places. With or without letters, men crossed the Channel, for which they paid 6d, or if they had a horse, 2 shillings. They arrived at Calais, stopping there some time in a maisondia, or hospital, which had been built and endowed by pious souls with revenues for the sustenance of the pilgrims and other poor folks repairing to the said town to rest and refresh them. Setting out again, they went to Boulogne to pray to a miraculous Virgin, whose hand still exists enclosed in a reliquary. The statue itself was thrown into a well by the Protestants in 1567, replaced on the altar in 1630, pulled down again at the Revolution and burnt, but one of the faithful saved the hand, which the Church of Notre Dame preserves to this day. Chaucer's travelled gossip, the wife of Bath, had among other pilgrimages, made this one to Boulogne. People also went to Amiens to venerate the head, or rather one of the heads of Saint John the Baptist. Great was their wonder when, 372, continuing their journey, they fell in with another at Constantinople. Perhaps, let us hope, they were content with remarking as Mandeville does, which is the true one? I wot near, but God knoweth, but in what wise than men worshipen it, the blessed Saint John hold him apaid. Then also people went to the shrine of the Three Kings at Cologne, to Paris where innumerable relics were kept, to Chartres, where, besides a famous statue of the Virgin, was shown the tunic she wore on the day of the Annunciation, preserved in the cathedral since 861, to Vézelay, Tours, Le Pai, and to many other places in France, among which the celebrated and to the present day most frequented church of Our Lady of Rocamadour in Guyenne. The fame of this pilgrimage among Englishmen is attested by Langland, when he advises people belonging to the religious orders to cease pilgrimage making, and rather practice virtue at home. Right so, if thou be religious, ren thou never further to Rome ni to Rocamadour. Illustration 64. Fortified entrance to the sanctuaries of Rocamadour, restored. It was a shrine of great renown. Roland, according to a legend, went there before starting for the ill-fated expedition in which he met his death, and a large piece of rusted iron is still shown in the old church as part of the famous Durandal. Henry Roman II of England came there, too, as a pilgrim, as did many other illustrious travelers, Simon de Montfort among them. The place was fortified. It had a part to play in the 100 Years' War, 375, and Froissart has told us how Sir Robert Carroll and Sir John Chandos took Guaches, Rocamadour, and Diewers other towns, the which were newly turned French. Then there were Spanish pilgrimages, and especially the world-famous one at Compostela, where English travelers went in large numbers, most of them direct by sea, though some preferred the lengthy, picturesque land road, dotted with famous shrines good for the soul, and where all sorts of adventures might be expected. Licenses authorizing the owners and the captain of such or such a ship to carry to St. James's a fixed number of pilgrims fill pages in Reimers, Fodera. They were granted pursuant to the before-mentioned statute of Richard Roman II, and are all drawn after one or two models, the text in Latin, with the name of the ship in French, like the one here translated, of the year 1394. The king to all and each of his admirals, etc., greeting. Know you that we have given license to Odo Chambernoun, William Gilbert, and Richard Gilbert, to receive and embark in the harbour of Dartmouth 100 pilgrims in a certain ship belonging to the same Odo, William, and Richard, called La Charité de Painton, of which Peter Cock is captain, and to take them to St. James's, there to fulfil their vows, and from thence to bring them back to England, freely and without hindrance, notwithstanding any ordinances to the contrary. 376. A few provisos are added, the keeping of which the pilgrims should swear to before leaving England. They must upon their oath bind themselves to do nothing contrary to the obedience and fealty they owe the king. They must not take out of the realm gold or silver in money or bullion beyond what is necessary to their journey, and they must not, it is sometimes added, reveal the secrets of the kingdom. During the following century, these licenses became innumerable, or maybe they have been preserved in larger numbers. They show that, in fact, fleets loaded with English pilgrims plied towards St. James's. We find that Le Peter de Dartmouth is allowed to carry 60 pilgrims, La Marie de Southampton, 100, La Sainte Marie de Blackney, 60, La Garland de Croixmare, 60, La Trinité de Wells, 40, La Thomas de Saltesh, 60, and so on. Numbers usually vary from 30 to 100. Illustration 65. Traveling by sea in the 14th century. From the Mizharl, 1319. 378. It must not be thought that these ships, carrying as much as 100 passengers besides their crew on this rather long journey, were great, well-appointed vessels. They very much resembled the pilgrim ships of the present day, which carry every year to Jeddah on the Red Sea crowds of Arabs on their way to Mecca. The travelers were huddled together in most uncomfortable fashion and had ample opportunities to do penance and offer their sufferings to the saint. This is no surmise, for one of those English pilgrims duly allowed to go to Galicia, provided they did not reveal the secrets of the realm, has rhymed an account of his experiences, so we know what they were. Do not think of laughing, says he, when you go by sea to St. James, there is seasickness. The sailors push you about under pretext that you hinder the working of the ship. The smell is not pleasant. 379. Men may leave a leg gamies that sailin to St. James's. F4 many a man hit gramies vexes when they begin to sail. F4 when they have take the sea, at Sandwich or at Winchelsea, at Bristow, or where that hit be, Thayer hurts Begin to fail. The mocking remarks of the seamen are painful to bear, says the captain. Some are like to cowg and groan, or hit be full midnight. And then turning to his men. Hail the bowline, now veer the sheet, cook make redai enun our meat, our pilgrims have no lust to eat, I pray God yev hem rest. Go to the helm, what how, no near steward fellow, a pot of bara. Ye shall have, sir, with good cheer anon alev the best. Sick pilgrims could not eat and were jeered at, they found the time long. Some, with a book on their knees, tried to read, but then they felt as if their head would burst. Some laid Thayer bookies on Thayer knee, and rad so long they mit nat see. Allas, mine heed wol cleave on 3. When at their worst, comes a facetious sailor to bawl out in their ears, cheer up, in a moment we shall be in a storm. 380. Then cometh un and saith, Be merry, ye shall have a storm or a purry. A squall, thys mean while the pilgrims lie and have Thayer bowlies, basins, fast thame by, and cry after hot malvoisie. In short, they were very unhappy, and as the narrator said at first, little inclined to games and laughter. Votive offerings plentifully adorned venerated sanctuaries. If, by striking a wax statuette while making appropriate incantations, an enemy might do you great harm, on the other hand, by placing your image in the chapel of a saint, great favors might be gained for you, especially in cases of sickness. Thus were to be seen prisoners, irons, warriors' swords, cripples' crutches, jewels and precious stones, sculpted or painted images representing devotees or actual miracles performed for them, tablets and offerings of all sorts. At Rocamatter, tresses of women's hair were shown as a threat as well as an admonition. They were, relates the Knight of La Tour Landry, those of ladies and gentle women that had be washed in wine, and in other things for to make the hair of color otherwise than God made. 383 it, the which ladies and gentle women that ought owned, the tresses were commenged the durward on pilgrimage, but they may never have power to come within the church door unto the time that they had cut of the tresses of her hair, which, says he, were still there in his day. Illustration 66. The southern entrance to St. James of Compostela, 12th century. Another story to the same effect is told by Michlot, who reports how a very fair lady who had led an ill life lost her sight as a punishment through the will of heaven. She went on a pilgrimage to Rocamatter, prayed to the Virgin and was healed, but could not, however, enter the sanctuaries. She then confessed on the spot to a priest, who, looking at her fair face, said, Dear friend, I well know that with these fair tresses of your hair you have done great hurt to those to whom you have shown them. I decide that they must be cut off in honor of God and of Our Lady. This was done. The tresses were cut, and the priest had them carried inside the church on a pole, on which were placed the tresses of women who would be saved. Then the lady was able to enter the church, and she praised the Virgin. But as she was going away, she could not help thinking of her fair hair that she had left, and she exclaimed, Holy Mary, my heart is sorrowful for my hair that I leave you, and I cannot well make up my mind to it. She had scarcely spoken when the tresses were at once restored to her, as fair as they were before. But the blindness came back too, and blind she remained forever, which is a good example. Un bel exemplar. For ladies that seek false pleasures in their fine waists and faces. Indulgences were an immense attraction. They had 384 been freely granted on a large scale to every important shrine, and popular imagination still further magnified them. The pilgrim from Rome, back in his village, exaggerated as willingly their amount as that of the marvels which he had seen, or thought he had seen. One such pilgrim, an Englishman of the 14th century, dazzled by his recollections, has rhymed his impressions of a journey taken by him to Italy. As a poet he does not rank high, but he does not pretend to, and his only aim is to supply precise figures and definite information. His strong, narrow devotion allowed him to pay attention to nothing except thousands of bodies of martyrs that he never tires of enumerating. By thousands also are reckoned the years of indulgence which he flashes in the eyes of his stay-at-home countrymen. Gif men wust knew, Gret and Smale, the pardon that is at Gret Rome, they wold tellen in Hior Dome in their opinion. Hit were no neo to moan in Christiante to pass into the Holy Land over the sea to Jerusalem, ni to Catarine. His readers will have first a brief and simplified history of Rome. It is a city to which came long ago the Duchess of Troy with her two sons, Romulus and Romulan, who afterwards founded the town. The Duchess thus seems to have chosen to settle in a city which did not yet exist, but Rome is a land of wonders. It was pagan, until Peter and Paul, and then the very facts inject their eloquence into our travelers' lines. Hit had I bought with gold ni silver, ni with no good, bought with Hior flesh and with Hior blowed. The enumeration of the churches thereupon begins, and for each of them are invariably told the amount of 385 indulgences attached to it and of relics kept there. The benefits are proportioned to the merits. Thus when a man sees the vernicle, that is, the holy suitory which received the image of the Savior, he gets 3,000 years of pardon if he dwells in Rome, 9,000 if he comes from a neighboring country. And thou that passest over the sea, 12,000 years granted to the. When you enter SDS, Vitus and Modestus, the third of your sins are remitted, then you descend into the catacombs. But thou most take candle lit, else thou gost murk dark as knit, for under the earth most thou wend, thou may't not see by fore ni by hind, for thither fled many men for dread of death to Savin hem, and suffered pains hard and sore, in having to dwell for evermore. The bodies of martyrs are countless, 4,000 of them at St. Prudence, 1,300 at St. Prased, 7,000 ad SDS. Vitus and Modestus. From time to time, a famous name brings up an historic glimpse, such as the account of the foundation of Rome or an abridged life of Constantine, at first a pagan and a leper. In Mahon was XIVth, 386. But according to our author's information, he was converted and cured by Pope Sylvester. The Church of St. Mary, the Round, formerly bore another name. Agrippa dud hit make for Sybil and Neptune's sake, he gaff hit name Pantheon. He placed there a magnificent golden idol sitting, of a peculiar form. Hit looked forth as a cat, he called it Neptune. This idol had a cap or cover of brass which was one day blown off by the wind and carried to the church of St. Peter. Then Pope Boniface asked the Emperor Julian to give him the Pantheon, to which that prince consented. And one year, on November 1st, the hatless cat having been removed, the sovereign pontiff consecrated the building and baptized it St. Mary the Round. As for relics, there are few objects mentioned in Holy Writ which have not been recovered and may not be venerated at Rome. The table of the Last Supper is there, as well as Aaron's rod, fragments of the multiplied loaves and fishes, hay from the stall at Bethlehem, a swaddling cloth of the infant Jesus, and several other things, some of which are strange enough. Part of these relics are still in the same churches. For instance, at Santa Maria Maggiore, Saint Marie the Mayor, the portrait 387 of the Virgin painted by Saint Luke. This is not, however, according to our pilgrim, a picture really made by Saint Luke. He was going to do it and had prepared his colors when he suddenly found the portrait before him, finished by the hands of angels. Saint Luke, while he lived in Lond, wold have painted hit with his hand, and han he had ordained so elect colors that shulde thereto, he fond an image al apert. Non such there was midalert, mad with angel hund, and not with his as men in Rome witnesseth this. More complete and conscientious in his descriptions, an educated Englishman of the following century, a voracious reader and active writer of books. No other than the chronicler and theologian, John Capgrave, prior of King's Lynn, having gone to Rome on a pilgrimage about the year 1450, composed on his return, a solace of pilgrims, wanting to imitate, he said, Pythagoras, Plato, Saint Jerome, Marco Polo, and him whom he considered as his compatriot, the then unmasked Manville, who, all of them having travelled, wrote of their journeys. 388. Also there was a man of Venice which they called Marcus Paulus. He laboured all the Soudings land and described unto us the nature of the country, the conditions of the men, and the stately array of the great Cain, Con, household. Eke John Mondeville Nith of England, after his labour, made a book full salacious on to his Nasiown. After all these gret crieris of many wonderful thingies, I will follow with a small piping of such strange sights, as I have seen, and swech strange thingies as I have heard. This justice must be rendered him that, while his book is full of strange thingies, he never adds any of his own invention. When he says, this I have seen, it can, if not afterwards destroyed, still be seen today. When he copies an inscription, his copy, as can be easily verified, is accurate. But fond of books, he believed in them, who ever failed to believe in what he loved. The Mirabilia Rami are the guide of this guidebook maker, so that to the enumeration of the holy places with their relics and indulgences, and his description of the ancient, now vanished, Church of St. Peter and all the famous sanctuaries of the Papal City, he adds the wonders of fabulous Rome, with the temple on Capitol Hill, and in it, a marvelous craft, that of every region of the world stood an image made all of tree, and in his hand a lytle bell. As often as any of these regions was in purpose to rebel a Jane the gret majest of Rome, anon this image that was assigned to that region shulde nil his bell. This device, so celebrated in the Middle Ages, was due to that great enchanter, Virgil, the magic of whose lines had been appreciated for different motives in Roman days. 389. The attractions of Rome were, for the pilgrim, without peer in Italy, but other cities could almost rival it. Venice especially was full of wonders, and was admired and visited accordingly. Witness, for example, the traveling notes of a troop of French pilgrims in the year 1395. In this most excellent, noble, great, and fine town, all seated in the sea, may be seen, they aver, the arm of our Lord St. George, the burdened staff of St. Nicholas, one of the water pots of Cana, one ear of St. Paul, some of the roasted flesh of St. Lawrence turned to powder, 3 of the stones thrown at St. Stephen, the body of St. Mark, which is a very fine and noble thing. There is, besides, in the Masonry of Venice, one of the molar teeth of a giant that was called Goliath, which giant David killed, and know you that this tooth is more than half a foot long and weighs 12 pounds. Thus did returning travelers relate their recollections, to the delighted wonderment of their countrymen. The wish to set out in their turn was awakened in them, and those who remained in their village associated themselves to the pious journey by their prayers and some small gift of money. All along his road, the pilgrim found similar dispositions. To receive and help him was to share in his merits, and thus it was that people in the humblest ranks, assisted from place to place, could accomplish distant pilgrimages. The rules of several guilds provided for the case of a member setting out to fulfill a vow. In order to participate in his good work, all the brethren and sisterin accompanied him out of the town, and on bidding him farewell offered him their gift. 390. They watched their friend go off with his deliberate step, beginning a journey across many countries, to last many months, sometimes several years. They returned to the town, and the elders, who knew the world, no doubt told what strange things their friend was like to see in those distant lands, and what subjects for edification he would meet with on his way. The Guild of the Resurrection at Lincoln, founded in 1374, had among its rules: if any brother or sister wishes to make pilgrimage to Rome, St. James of Galicia, or the Holy Land, he shall forewarn the guild. And all the brethren and sisterin shall go with him to the city gate, and each shall give him a halfpenny at least. The same rule was observed by the Fullers, Guild of Lincoln, founded in 1297. The pilgrim going to Rome was accompanied as far as Queen's Cross, outside the town, if he left on a Sunday or a feast day. And if he could let them know of his return, and it were not a working day, all went to meet him at the same place and accompanied him to the monastery. The tailors of the same city also gave a halfpenny to him among them who was going to Rome or St. James, and a penny to him who went to the Holy Land. The ordinances of the Guild of the Virgin, founded at Hull in 1357, had: if any brother or sister of the guild wishes, at any time, to make a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, then, in order that all the guild may share in his pilgrimage, he shall be fully released from his yearly payment until his return. Some guilds kept open house for pilgrims, always with the same object of having a part thereby in the merits of the traveler. Thus the Guild Merchant of Coventry, founded in 1340, maintained a common lodging house of 13 beds, to receive poor travelers who crossed the country going on pilgrimage or from any other pious motive. This hostelry was managed by a governor, aided by a woman who washed the feet of the 391 guests and took care of them. The annual expenditure on this foundation was £10 sterling. When one of the king's servants had a pilgrimage to make, the prince, in consideration of his motive, willingly authorized him to depart, and even helped him with money. Edward Roman III gave to William Clerk, one of his messengers, £1 6 and 8 to help him in his expenses during the pilgrimage undertaken by him to Jerusalem and Mount Sinai. If the man were of great importance, and especially if he intended to fight the unbelievers, public prayers were offered for his journey, his triumphal fighting, and his safe return, as was done when Henry of Lancaster, cousin to Edward Roman III, went to the parts beyond sea with certain great and noble men of this realm to attack the enemies of the cross, in this case, the pagans of Prussia. The prayers were prescribed for Sundays and fete days, when there would be the greatest multitude of people in the churches. All this in spite of the 14th century's not being, as we have seen, an age of deep and true devotion. The popes lived at Avignon, their prestige was declining, particularly in England. Even bishops showed at times scant respect for the Roman court. Nowhere can be found, not even in Wycliffe, more daring accusations and more scandalous anecdotes concerning the pope than in the chronicle written by Thomas of Burton, abbot of Meaux, near Beverley. He even speaks with a tinge of irony of indulgences. As a special favor to the faithful who died during a pilgrimage to Rome, Clement Roman VI ordered the angels of paradise, writes the abbot, to lead their souls straight to the gates of heaven without 392 making them pass through purgatory. The same pope granted what the pilgrim of the Stations seems to have ignored, that those who looked upon the holy suitary should return to the state they were in before baptism. Lastly, he confirmed all the indulgences granted by 200 sovereign pontiffs his predecessors, which are innumerable. Clement was, indeed, the 200th. At the period when monastic chroniclers did not scruple to record anecdotes on the Roman court like those in Thomas of Burton's, general devotion was not merely lessened, it was disorganized, unbalanced. The chroniclers show, indeed, that excesses of impiety coexisted with excesses of fervor. The false pardoner, retailer of the merits of the saints, fell in upon the highway with the bleeding flagellant. The papacy might show commendable good sense by its condemnations of both. Its decrees did not suffice to restore the equilibrium of 393 men's minds, and the bounds of reason were continually being passed. In ardent piety, as in impious revolt, men went to the verge of madness. The account of the repulsive sacrileges committed in York Cathedral by the partisans of the Bishop of Durham seems unbelievable, yet the facts cannot be doubted, being reported by the Archbishop himself. Faith weakened or went astray, men became at once skeptical and intolerant. It was not in them the modern, serenely cold and imperturbable skepticism, but a violent movement of the entire being, impelled to burn what it adores. The man acts by fits. He doubts his doubt, his burst of laughter dazes him. He has had his revel and his orgy, and when the white light of morning comes, he will be the prey of despair, shed tears, be racked with anguish, proclaim his conversion, and vow maybe to go on a pilgrimage. Walsingham sees one of the causes of the peasants' revolt in the incredulity of the barons. Some among them believe, it is said, that there is no God. They deny the sacrament of the altar and resurrection after death, and consider that as is the end of the beast of burden, so is the end of man himself. Such incredulity did not exclude superstitious practices. To go straight forward was the privilege of the happy few. The many, instead of opening the gates of heaven with their own hands, imagined they could have it done by that of others. They had paradise gained for them by the neighboring monastery, as they had their 394 lands tilled for them by their tenants. Eternal welfare had become a matter of commerce, and could be bought with the letters of fraternity of the mendicant friars and the lying indulgences of false partners. Men lived at their ease, and when the sad hour came, made pious donations in their wills, as if they could, according to the strong words of the French historian, Claude de Seyssel, corrupt and win over by gifts God and the saints, whom we ought to appease by good works and by penitence for our sins. Very instructive reading is that of the last wills and testaments of the rich lords of the 14th century. Pages are filled with devotional bequests. Gifts are left to shrines, convents, chapels, and hermits. Testators who had abstained from going in their lifetime made pilgrimages by proxy after their death, paying the proxy. The same Humphrey Bohun who sent a good man and true to the tomb of Thomas of Lancaster also ordered that after his demise a priest should be sent to Jerusalem, chiefly, said he, for my lady mother, and for my lord father, and for ourselves, with the obligation to say masses at all the chapels which he might meet on his way. Elizabeth de Bourgh, Lady Clare, ordered by her will that 5 men-at-arms should fight in her name in case there should be a commune voyage, otherwise a crusade, within 7 years following her death. They would receive 100 marks each, and the merit of their fights would accrue to their employer, and not to themselves, their own recompense being of this world, and consisting in the 100 marks. 395. 5. Most difficult and holiest of all, the pilgrimage to Jerusalem remained, in spite of so many indulgences attached by the popes to the churches in Rome, the one without peer, as well as it was the oldest established. It dated back, indeed, from at least the days of Constantine. Settled in Palestine during the 4th century, St. Jerome writes to Paulinus, "From all the world people are flocking here. The whole of mankind fills the city." This is confirmed by his friend the enthusiastic Paula, in whose veins flowed the ardent blood of the Scipios and the Gracchi, and who, trying to persuade her beloved Marcella, a rich and pious Roman matron, to join them there, tells her that all the greatest and best, those from Gaul, those from Britain, divisis ab orb nostro Britannis. For she, too, knows those classics whom Jerome constantly quotes. Without speaking of the Persians, the Armenians, and all the East, are to be met in the Holy Land. A variety of languages, but one only religion. There are so many places of prayer that one cannot visit them all in one day. And such places, what sentences, what words would be appropriate to tell you of the cave of our Savior, and of that stable where, as a babe, he cried, a spot to be honored rather by silence than by inadequate words. Where are the vast porticos, the gilt canopies? In this poor earthly place the Maker of heaven was born. Here he was wrapped in swaddling clothes, here seen by the shepherds, here revealed by a star, here adored by the Magi. Come, oh come, will not the moment arrive when a breathless traveler shall announce to us that our Marcella has reached Palestine? Will not the day come when we can visit together the Saviour's grotto? 396, weep at his tomb, kiss the wood of the cross, and be raised in our minds with the rising Lord on the Mount of Olives. But even then, thoughtful, level-headed Saint Jerome feared that enthusiasm might be carried too far, and everyday duties neglected for the excitement of the Palestine journey. It was, of course, in itself a pious and laudable thing, if one could properly do so, to come and venerate the places where the feet of our Lord had stood, and the almost recent traces left of his nativity and his passion. But this should not be considered a Christian's chief duty. Do not think that something is lacking in your faith because you have not seen Jerusalem. I do not consider myself any better because I live here. To lead a good life is the chief thing. What is praiseworthy is not to have been at Jerusalem, but to have lived righteously there. The places where the cross was and the resurrection occurred benefit those who bear their cross and who, with Christ, rise again every day. The Palace of Heaven is just as accessible from Britain as from Jerusalem. To thousands who have never seen the holy city, the gate of paradise is wide open. A grand thing it is to be a Christian, not to seem one. The movement, however, once started never stopped. On the contrary, it gathered strength. Hospices for pilgrims going to Jerusalem dotted the roads leading to their usual places of embarkation, chiefly Marseille and Venice, several being built at the principal crossings of the Alps, the Great and the Little Saint Bernard, the Saint Gothard, Mount Cenis, etc. A confrérie des pèlerins, 397, de la Terre Sainte, had been founded in Paris for them by Louis, 1st Duke of Bourbon, who, greatly interested like his grandfather Saint Louis, in the freeing of the Holy Sepulchre, and bearing for a time the empty title of King of Thessalonica, had been chosen as leader of one of those numerous crusades that never took place. During a period of 200 years, pilgrimages to Jerusalem had indeed, for their object a conquest, and not simply an inspection of the holy places. All nations had taken part, from the first of those prodigious attempts, the Crusades in 1096 to the last one in 1270, in which St. Louis died before the walls of Tunis, while his companion, young Edward of England, loth to give up, had sworn not to go home without having struck a blow at the Saracens in Holy Land, and returned as King Edward I, wounded, but having occupied Acre and kept his word. The crusade, after those great expeditions, 8 in number, continued to be talked about as much as ever. Mere talk, it is true in most cases. In the midst of their wars, the kings of France and of England berated each other for being the only hindrance to the departure of the Christians, for neither would go, leaving his rival behind, free to act in his absence. Philip Roman VI of Valois and Edward Roman III both protest that, but for the other, they would go and fight the Saracen. It is the fault of the English, writes Philip, that the holy journey beyond sea has been hindered. It is the doing of the king of 398, France, solemnly proclaims Edward Roman III to the world, which has turned him from the Sancto Passaggio Transmarino. The utmost that was usually attempted now consisted in small ineffectual expeditions, so ill-conceived at times as to cause the wonderment and even the merriment of the infidel, such as the Franco-Anglo-Genoese crusade of 1390, with Louis, 3rd Duke of Bourbon, as commander-in-chief, and which, on the recommendation of the Genoese, who suffered more than any from the inroads of the Barbaresques, went to lay siege, of all places, to the city of Mahdia, the Aufreich of Froissart, on the east coast of Tunisia. The French were apparently the most numerous, but, says Froissart, also the Duke of Lancaster had a bastard son called Henry of Lancaster. He had devotion to go in the same voyage, and he provided him of good knights and squires of England that accompanied him in that voyage. The Comte de Foix had also, ready at hand, a bastard son of his own, whom he sent with a large retinue. The English prince was not, however, the future Henry Roman IV, who was no bastard, but his half-brother, John Beaufort, who being an adulterine son well answered to the description. Henry had intended to go, hence Froissart's mistake, but he went instead to fight the pagans in Prussia and Lithuania, and being fond of pilgrimages and shrines, performed, as a pilgrim, the journeys to Rome and Jerusalem, before he assumed the crown and had, in spite of his religious dispositions, his cousin Richard assassinated. 399. The start from Genoa for the new Tunisian expedition was splendid to see, so the starts usually were. Great pleasure it was, says Froissart, to behold their departage and to see their standards, gettorns, banners, and pennons, wavenge in the wind, shinage against the sun, and to hear the trumpets and clarions soning in the air with other minstrelsy, so that the whole sea rang with the music. The Saracens were dumbfounded at this visit. What had they done, and what could be the object? That the Genoese had grudges against them was natural enough, but what ailed the others? Ready for the stoutest defense of their walled Mahdia, they were, however, curious to ascertain the reason, and they sent one of their number, who spoke Italian, to explain how we have in Nothing trespassed them. Of a troth, afore this time, there hath been war between us and the Genevois, but that does not concern Christians from far countries. The Genoese are our neighbors, they take of us and we of them. We have been ancient enemies and shall be, except when truce is between us. But why are the others interfering? The leaders of the army agreed that a reply should be sent. They held council, 12 of them, in the Duke of Bourbon's tent, and gave an answer to the effect that the reason why they made this war was because the Son of God, called Jesu Christ, by their line and generation, was put to death and crucified, and also because the Saracens did not believe in baptism, nor in the Virgin Mary, mother to Jesu Christ. At this answer the Saracens did nothing but laugh and said how that answer was nothing, 400 reasonable, for it was the Jews that put Christ to death and not they. Thus the siege still endured. The usual ally of the infidel did not fail him. Sickness, fevers, and epidemics worked havoc among the besiegers, who had, of all months, selected July for their attempt. They tried to storm the city, but were repulsed with great loss, and after some 8 weeks of fruitless labor, brilliant combats, and many deaths, accepted a patched-up treaty granting the Genoese some slight advantage, raised the siege, and returned home, with probably less trumpets and clarions sounding in the air than when they had started. The acceptance of a discussion with the infidel during this abortive crusade was characteristic of the time. More prone than before to examine inherited beliefs, a good many men were found in the 14th century to question the very principle of the crusade. We crush the infidel, why not convert him? Is it not wiser, more reasonable, and even more conformable to the religion of Christ? Were the apostles whom he sent to us Gentiles covered with armor and provided with swords? Reflections like these occur in the works, not only of reforming minds like Wycliffe or Langland, but of pious, well-meaning conservative thinkers like Gower, who says in his Confessio Amantes, "To sleen and fight they us bid hem whom they schuld, as the book saith, 401, convertin unto Christ's faith. But hereof have I great mervil how they wall bid me travel, a Saracen if I slee shall, I slee the soul forthwithal, and that was never Christ's lore." Failing crusades then, just as before those great military undertakings had begun, small troops of pilgrims, privately formed, started on the road to Jerusalem, still in their eyes, in spite of all St. Jerome might have said, the best road to heaven. They were, however, many of them inspired by mixed motives, for this was also the road to adventure. And there, again, were very apparent the chivalric and restless instincts of the period. A good number of such caravans came from England. The English were already, and had been even before, and continue to this day, great travelers. They were to be met everywhere, and their knowledge of French stood them in good stead in most of the countries they went through. This was, as Mandeville states, the common language of the upper classes everywhere. It was also that spoken in the East by the European, the Frank. Trevisa, finding that the English were forgetting that language, deplores it. How will they do if they go abroad? That is harm for hem, and they shall pass the sea and travail in strange lands and in many other places. They tried to acquire notions of it before setting out on their travels, and employed competent persons to compose manuals of conversation for them to learn, in the words, 402 of the author of one such work, an Englishman of the 14th century, how to speak and pronounce well, and to write correctly sweet French, which is the finest and most graceful language, the noblest to speak of any in the world after Latin of the schools, and is better prized and loved than any other by all men. For God made it so sweet and lovable chiefly to his own praise and honor, and therefore it may well compare with the language of the angels in heaven on account of its great sweetness and beauty. So spoke this teacher of what he had to teach. The English went much abroad. Every author who draws their portrait lays stress on their taste for moving about and their love of distant travel. The moon is considered, in consequence, as their planet. According to Gower, the moon's influence is the cause why they visit so many far-off countries. But what man under his power is bore, he shall his place change, and such man I land strange. And as of this condition the mone's disposition upon the land of Alemany is set, and eke upon Bretagne, which new is cleaped Engeland, for they travail in every land. Wycliffe places them under the patronage of the same planet, but draws different conclusions therefrom. 403, Ralph Higden the chronicler expresses himself in these terms, most of which seem prophetic, they have proved so exact. That people are curious enough that they may know and tell the wonders that they have seen, they cultivate other regions, and succeed still better in distant countries than in their own. Wherefore it is that they are spread so wide through the earth, considering every other land that they inhabit as their own country. They are a race able for every industry. a number of those adventure seekers were established in Italy, where they had become condottieri, and went fighting up and down the peninsula according to the will of whomsoever paid them. Such were John Hawkwood, whose tomb still adorns the cathedral at Florence, William Gold, and several others. Fierce folk they were, with ardent passions, ready sometimes, as in Homeric days, to do and sacrifice as much to recover a fugitive girl as to take a town. One letter of William Gold may give an idea of the temper of these bellicose wanderers. On August 9, 1378, he wrote to Louis Gonzaga, Lord of Mantua, concerning the girl Jeanette of France. "Let her be detained at my suit, for if you should have 1,000 golden florins spent for her, I will pay them without delay. For if I should have to follow her to Avignon, I will obtain this woman. Now, my lord, should I be asking a trifle contrary to law, yet ought you not to cross me in this, for some day I shall do more for you than 1,000 united French women could effect. 404, and if there be need of me in a matter of greater import, you shall have for the asking 1,000 spears at my back. Therefore, in conclusion, again and again, I entreat that this Janet may be put in a safe place unknown to anybody, and there kept until I send some servant of mine for her with a letter from myself, for I would do more for you in greater matters. And I pray you, thwart me not about putting her in a safe place, for you alone, and no one else are lord in Mantua." The camp under Verona, August 9, 1378. P.S. I beseech by all means that said Janet may not quit Mantua, but be in safe custody, and so you will have obliged me forever. No less determined as a warrior than as a lover, and accustomed, as it seems, in both cases, to put people to flight, William Gold was made a citizen of Venice in recognition of his services on April 27, 1380, and in July of the same year received from the Doge Andrea Contarini a pension of 500 gold ducats for life. Thinking less of the Jeanettes to be met on the way, troops of pilgrims sailed from England, beginning their long journey towards the Holy Land, usually provided with letters from their sovereign, to serve both as passports and as recommendations in case of need. The tenor of these documents, written in French or in Latin, was usually similar to that of the following letter granted by Edward Roman III in 1354 to one who, it is true, was more of a fighter than a pilgrim. "Know all men that the noble Jean Le Manger, knight, otherwise Busigand, our prisoner, is about to set forth, duly licensed by us, with 12 knights to St. James, and thence to march against the enemies of Christ in the Holy Land. And that we have taken him and his 12 companions, 405, their servants, horses, and harnesses under our protection and safe conduct. Such travelers were well received by the French king of Cyprus, of the famous Lusignan family. They brought him news of the outer world. With them came variety and hope. They also were sometimes able to actually assist him in his difficulties, which were ceaseless, and the king showed his pleasure in his letters. Thus James I of Lusignan, king of Jerusalem and Cyprus, writes from Nicosia, in 1393, to Richard Roman II, that a knight has no need of a personal recommendation to be welcome in the island. His subjects always are. It was for him an honor and delight to be visited by your noble relative the Lord Henry Percy. In the same manner the troop of French pilgrims, to which belonged the Lord of Angler, was welcomed in Cyprus, by the same king, in 1396. They reached the island on their way home, after a fearful storm in which they nearly lost their lives. As soon as James heard of their having landed, he sent to them 406 provisions in plenty, 100 chickens, 20 sheep, 2 oxen, much good red wine and good white bread. Then he asked them to his court, where they were delightfully entertained by him, by the queen and their 4 sons and 5 daughters. Being himself a great huntsman, James asked them to go hunting with him, a pleasant offer after so many trials, and one not to be refused. Combats, hunts, storms, encounters of all sorts, in a word adventure, were thus associated with the idea of the voyage, the holiness of which sometimes disappeared in the midst of so many profane incidents. Well may one wonder whether St. James was the real attraction, for a de Wertchen, seneschal de Hainaut, who, about to start on a pilgrimage to the shrine of the saint, in 1402, would make it publicly known that, in the name of God, of our Lord St. George, and of his own lady, He would accept during his whole journey the friendly combat of arms with any knight for whom he should not have to turn from his road more than 20 leagues. He announced his itinerary beforehand, so that anyone might make ready. The strange man, Jean de Bourgogne by name, who chose to sign his book of travels, Jean de Mandeville, 407, gives somewhat similar reasons to explain why he undertook his journey to the east in 1322 through perilous seas and countries, or rather, according to modern discoveries, through the books of his library. He started, or, anyhow, he studied and wrote, partly, says he, to sanctify himself, partly to know the world and its wonders, and to be able to speak of them. For many persons, he observes, are much pleased with hearing the marvels of distant regions described. The reason he publishes his impressions is, first, because numbers of people like stories of the Holy Land and find great consolation and comfort in them. And secondly, to make a guide, in order that small companies or caravans, like that of Boucicaut and others, may profit by his knowledge. His ideas as to the road to be followed are not unreasonable. Thus, to go the direct way from England to Palestine, he advises the following itinerary: France, Burgundy, Lombardy, Venice, Famagusta in Cyprus, Jaffa, Jerusalem. Very often people went to Jerusalem by way of Egypt. It was a tradition of long standing that the greater part of the difficulties concerning the Holy Land had their root in Egypt. Many tombs of saints also attracted the pilgrims there, so that crusaders or mere pilgrims often took that road to Jerusalem. Mandeville, says he himself, followed this itinerary. In 1422, Gilbert de Launay wrote, at the behest of King Henry of England, heir and regent of France, that is, Henry V., a description in French of the places through which a crusade might be led against the infidels, for this prince, like his predecessors, continued dreaming of a crusade. Launay, a practical soldier and diplomat, who speaks only of what he has seen, gives a detailed account of all towns, stating which are protected by walls, 408 towers and ditches. He notices the Venetians' warehouses for cotton at Acre, and the presence at Beirut of a great number of Christian merchants, Venetians, Genoese, Greeks, and others. He carefully mentions what sorts of provisions in wood, water, etc., may be found in each part of the country, in what plains an army can be easily arrayed, in what ports a fleet shall be safe. He pays the greatest attention to Egypt and describes its several cities. Item: there is Cairo, the chief town of Egypt on the river Nile which comes from Paradise. But the crusade, in anticipation of which he wrote, never took place, and the next military expedition to reach Syria through Egypt was destined to be a French one, headed by that extraordinary pilgrim, Bonaparte. Besides his account of a journey to Egypt, Palestine, Syria, Central Asia, and China, Mandeville gives a description of a number of countries peopled by imaginary monsters. This fantastic part of his work, where he anticipated no less famous a traveler than Gulliver himself, did not diminish its success, quite the contrary. It was translated into several languages, and above 300 MSS of it now remain. But we, less confiding than our fathers, are loth to accept the excuse he gives as a guarantee of, at least, his good faith. Things that are long passed away from sight fall into oblivion, and the memory of man cannot all retain and comprehend. Many books, beginning with that of Launay, came after his, more practical, less fantastic, and of course less famous. While the renewal of the Crusades became 409 less and less probable, the number of individual pilgrimages was on the increase. The word of the priest, which could no longer uproot and set on the move entire nations, still detached here, and their little groups of pious men or adventure seekers, who went to visit the holy places under favor of the Saracens' tolerant and practical spirit. For the mass of them no longer set out to fight the infidel, but to ask his permission to see Jerusalem, which was the more readily granted that it had to be paid for. From the 14th century onwards, a regular service of transports existed at Venice for the use of pilgrims. It is the rule, says a traveler of the 14th century, that the Venetians send every year 5 galleys to the Holy Land. They all reach Beirut, which is the port for Damascus in Syria. Thence 2 of them bring the pilgrims to Jaffa, which is the port for Jerusalem. Many particulars about this service of transports, the purchases to make before starting, and the provisions to take, are found in a book written in the following century by William Way, Fellow of Eton College, an experienced pilgrim with a passion for such journeys. He recommended that the price of the passage be carefully settled before starting, and that a bed with its pillows, sheets, etc., be procured. This was bought at Venice, near St. Mark, and cost 3 ducats. After the journey, the whole could be sold back to the vendor for a ducat, 410.5. Also, when ye come to Venice, ye shall buy a bed by St. Mark's church. Ye shall have a fetter bed, a matters, 2 pilwees, 2 pair shetties, and a quilt, and ye shall pay each docties. And when ye come iron, bring the same bed to the man that ye boat hit of, and ye shall have a docket and half iron, thou hit be broke and worn. Such settled customs and fixed prices show better than anything else the frequency of the intercourse. William Way is as obliging for his traveler as are modern guidebook makers. He devises mnemonics of names to remember, a vocabulary of the Greek words most important to know, and ready-made questions which our manuals still repeat in more correct language. Good morrow, Calamere, welcome, Calozertes, tell me the way. Dixiximo strata, gif me that. Dois me tut woman ha ye goid wine, genica esse calicras how moche, passo. He does not omit a sentence which must have been, and still is, of especially frequent use. I understand the not, a papon kistes. Way also gives a table of the rate of exchange for monies from England to Venice, Crete, Rhodes, Cyprus, and Syria, and a program for the employment of time, as now very parsimoniously distributed. He only allows 13 or 14 days to see 411 everything and start back again, specifying what should be seen each day. Lastly, he gives a complete list of the towns to be traversed, with the distance from one to the other, a map of the Holy Land with all the remarkable places duly inscribed thereon, a considerable catalogue of the indulgences to be gained, and full details as to what is sacred or curious in Palestine, or on the way thither, not forgetting the dogs at Rhodes, who keep watch at night outside the castle, know perfectly how to distinguish a Turk from a Christian, and who, if one of their number sleeps instead of taking his watch at night outside the castle, kill him themselves. So great is their detestation of a slacker. Way foresaw all the disagreeables to which the boorishness of the captain of the galley might subject you. He recommends engaging a berth in the highest part of the boat, for in the loist under hit is writ smouldering hote and steinkenge. You must not pay more than 40 ducats from Venice to Jaffa, food included, and should stipulate that the captain stop at certain ports to take in fresh provisions. He is bound to give you hot meat at dinner and supper, good wine, pure water, and biscuit, but it is well besides to take provisions for private use, for even at the captain's table there is great risk of having bad bread and wine. For thou ye shall 412 be at the table with your patron notwithstanding, ye shall oft time have need to your vitalies, bread, cheese, eggies, fruit, and bacon, wine, and other, to make your collation. For some time ye shall have feeble bread, wine, and stinking water. Many times ye shall be full fain to eat of your own. It would even be prudent to take some poultry. Also buy yow a cage for 6 of hennies or chicken to have with yow in the galley. 1/2 bushel of seed to feed them must not be forgotten, nor what you will want to fry your own bacon and drink your wine. Also take with you a light cauldron and frying pan, dishes, platteries, sauseries of tree wood, cuppes of glass, a grater for breed and such necessaries. You must also have remedies, confortatives, laxatives, restoratives, saffron, pepper, spices. On arrival at a port, it is well to leap ashore one of the first, in order to get served before others, and not to have the leavings. This counsel of practical selfishness often recurs. On land heed must be taken as to the fruits. Beware of divers fruities, for they be not according to your complexion, and they gender a bloaty flux, dysentery. And if an Englishman have that psychene's hit, why's a marvel and scape hit, but he die thereof. Once in Palestine, one must be careful about robbers. Beware of Saracens coming to talk familiarly with you. Also take good heed of yower knives and other small thinges that ye burr upon yow, for the Saracens will go talking with yow and make good cheer, but they will steal fro yow that ye have and they may. At Jaffa you must bestir yourself and be quick, in order to have the best donkey. Also when ye shall take yower assa at Port Jaff, be not to lunge band yower fellowies, for an ye come by time ye may cheese the bestem mule other assa, for ye shall pay no more for the best than for the worst, and ye must yev ure a sman courtesy, 413 a grot. This last recommendation shows the high antiquity of pourboires, one of the best preserved of medieval traditions. At last, the caravan leaves the seaside and proceeds towards the holy city. And then, it is prudent not to straggle too far from your companions for fear of evildoers. Worthy of notice is the fact that these visits to the Holy Land were in great part performed on donkeys. Knights themselves did not disdain mounting these modest animals. At this said inn did we dismount from our asses, says the narrator of the travels of the Lord of Angler, who, as we have seen, visited Jerusalem at the end of the 14th century, which tends to show that if there was, as there still is, some danger of attacks by robbers, it was not very serious. If there had been any chance of real fight, knights would hardly have ventured getting into it on donkey-back. In fact, many of those reports of travels in the Holy Land give the impression of mere tourists, excursions, and what comes out most clearly from them is the before-mentioned spirit of tolerance, coupled with the spirit of profit, displayed by the Saracen. He did not forbid the entry into Palestine of all these pilgrims, who often came as spies and enemies, and he let their troops do very much as they liked, provided they did not forget to pay. The companions of the Lord, 414 of Angler, and half a century later of William Way, go where they will, returning when it is convenient, and making plans of excursions beforehand as they would do at present. They admire the beauty of the muskahs or mosques, the quaint appearance of the vaulted streets with light coming from apertures at the top of the vault, and with shops for Saracen merchants on both sides, in other words, the bazaar. They are led by and receive explanations from their drugimens. At certain places they meet officers entrusted with the permit of the Soudan, as to all affairs concerning foreigners. These officers are called consuls. They find European merchants established and doing much trade in the ports of the infidel. They have, in fact, nothing to fear seriously but local wars, about which they were pretty sure to get timely information, or possibly calamitous encounters at sea. William Way and his companions learn with much uneasiness on their return that a Turkish fleet with dubious purpose is ready to quit Constantinople, but happily they do not meet it. A comparison between the experiences of both troops of pilgrims, the French and the English, is instructive precisely because they are, in so many cases, similar. The Lord of Angler had no trouble in reaching Jerusalem, being provided with the proper authorization. Shortly after, we started thence on foot, and with the license of the lieutenant of the Sultan, we entered the holy city of 415, Jerusalem at the hour of vespers, and were all received and lodged in the hospital where it is customary now for pilgrims to stay. Having bought tents, they travel by land without difficulty from Palestine to Egypt, crossing the desert, noticing the places where Moses performed his miracles, visiting Cairo, which deeply impresses them by its beauty, its greatness, its gardens and monuments, and the immense number of Saracens living there. They go partly by water, partly on camels, observing on their way 2 great black-feathered ostriches trotting along, to the places where St. Anthony had lived with his porcelet, and where churches and abbeys prosper under the rule of the unmeddling Saracen. They navigate the Nile, a large river which comes from paradise, and where live several serpents called cicatrices, otherwise crocodiles, of which they see one, very great and hideous, that dived into the water when they came near. There only they have a rather narrow escape, being attacked in their boat by Arab robbers, and some of their troop are wounded with arrows, but none is killed. Needless to say that, if Rome was full of relics, there was no want of them in Jerusalem. All the places named in the Gospel, and some others had been identified with precision. Item, continuing to go up towards this mountain on the right-hand side, there is a house where the sweet Virgin Mary learnt at school. Near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is a large square with 2 big stones on the one of which our Lord used to sit when he preached to his disciples, and Our Lady sat opposite on the other. The place is shown where St. John the Evangelist sang Mass every day in the presence of Our Lady after the Ascension of our Lord. You may see, too, the spot where was roasted the Paschal lamb. Even here was warmed the water with which our Lord washed the feet of his apostles. There is also a cave or well where King Herod had the innocents, 416, thrown out of spite. At Bethlehem is a church of St. Nicholas, in which place the sweet Virgin Mary hid herself to draw her milk from her worthy breasts when she would fly to Egypt. In this same church is a marble column against which she leaned when she drew her worthy milk, and this pillar continues moist since the time she leaned against it, and when it is wiped, at once it sweats again. And in all places where her worthy milk fell, the earth is still soft and white and has the appearance of curded milk, and whoever likes takes of it, out of devotion. Hence the milk at Walsingham. In Egypt, too, the wonders are numerous, but many are of a different order. Besides the churches and hermitages, there are the granaries of Pharaoh, namely the pyramids, which seemed to the Lord of Anglor and his companions the most marvelous thing they had yet seen in all their travels. They are cut in the shape of a fine diamond, but inside they are full of animals who stink horribly. Mandeville, who had seen them some years before, gives them the same origin and utterly discards the belief that they might have been tombs of high personages. He mentions the hieroglyphics, about the only thing in all his book that he does not try to explain. He also has a word for the grim inhabitants of the pyramids, Thay ben Aleph full of serpents, and above in the journeyers without 10 ben many scriptures of diverse languages. And some men saying that they ben sepulchres of gret lords that were in sometime, but that is not true, for all the Common Rhymer and Spech is of a le the people there, both far and near, that they ben the garners of Joseph. And so finden they in here scriptures and in here chronicles. On that other party, yif they were in sepulchres, they scolden not ben void within knee. For ye may well know that tombs and sepulchres ne ben not made of such gretness ne of such highness. Wherefore it is not to believe that they, 417, ben tombs or sepulchres. This powerful mode of reasoning did not, however, convince such skeptics as Mariette and Maspero. Besides the pyramids, the companions of the Lord of Anglor notice and greatly praise the houses with their terraces, the mosques and their fine lamps. These same ornamented glass lamps which, after having been admired by our pilgrims in 1395 when they were fresh and new, can be seen now without going so far in the Victoria and Albert Museum. The Egyptian animals, too, are noted by our travelers as being very striking. Besides the crocodiles, there are the long-necked giraffes, so tall that they could well take their provender on the highest lances that it is the custom now to use, and then the elephants. A very strange beast, an elephant. It could never bend to the ground to get its food on account of its great height, but it has in its snout something like a bowel put at the further end of its snout, and this bowel hangs down almost to the ground, and with it the beast takes its food and carries it to its mouth. He uses it also to drink, and when he blows air through it the noise is greater than that of any buchana, and the sound is terrible to those unaccustomed. At last the time came when our pilgrims had seen everything, and they had to wend their way homewards. Twice did William Way undertake the great journey, happy to have seen, fain to see again. When he came back to England for the last time he bequeathed to a chapel, built on the model of the Holy Sepulchre, the souvenirs which he had brought back, that is to say, a stone from Calvary, another from the sepulchre itself, one from Mount Tabor, one from the place where the cross stood, and other relics. As for the French troop of pilgrims who had left Angler-sur-Aube on July 16, 418, 1395, they came back in the following year, complete in their numbers but for Simon de Sarrebruck, who had died of fever in Cyprus during the journey home, and lies interred in a church there. And on Thursday, the 22nd day of June, and the day before the eve of the feast of St. John the Baptist, in the year of grace of our Lord, 1396, we found ourselves again dining in Anglor. Illustration 67, a pilgrim's sign, Our Lady of Walsingham. Original in the British Museum. 419. Illustration 68, a blind beggar cheated of his drink by his boy. From Ms. 10e Roman 4. Conclusion. We have followed the race of roamers in many places. On the road, at the hostelry, in woods, in taverns, in churches. We have seen them exercising a host of different trades, a motley crew, minstrels, buffoons, quacks, messengers, pedlars, pilgrims, wandering preachers, beggars, friars, vagabonds of all sorts, laborers broken loose from the soil, pardoners, knights in search of adventure. We have accompanied them here and there over the high roads of England, and followed them to Rome itself and the Holy Land. There we shall leave them. To the wandering class also belong the representatives of many other professions, such as scribes, tinkers, cobblers, masons, showers of animals or bearwards, like those whom Villard de Honnecourt visited one day in order to draw XIVth, a lion. But the more important members are those above described. The current of life represented by the multiplicity of these wayfarers is powerful. Notice has been taken of the great though not very apparent part they played in the state. The laborer breaks the bonds which for centuries have attached him to the manor, and henceforward means 420, to be the master of his own person and of his service, to hire himself by the day if he chooses, and for a salary corresponding to the rise in prices and to the demand there may be for his work. The reform is an inevitable one, which will be realized by degrees, in spite of the laws and of the will of the authorities. There is none more important, and its how and wherefore are to be studied not only in the castle, but on the road and byways, in the brushwood, where armed bands meet together during church service, and on those unfrequented paths where the false pilgrim throws down his staff to take up his tools and look for work out of the reach of his hereditary master. These people promote by their example and success the emancipation which the wandering preachers justify in their discourses, showing it to be not simply desirable, but rightful. The great questions of the age, social and religious, move towards their solution, partly on the road, through the influence of the wanderers, a direct influence from the sincere ones, indirect from the others. Begging friars go from door to door, pardoners grow rich, pilgrims live by alms and by the recital of their adventures, always on the way, always at work. What is this work? By constantly addressing the crowd, they in the end make themselves known for what they are, and cause their listeners to pass sentence upon them. By disabusing them, they render reform inevitable. Thereby, too, will the rust and superstition of the Middle Ages drop away, and another step be made towards modern civilization. Each of these strange types has, moreover, the advantage of showing, very apparent in his own person, some characteristic side of the tastes, the beliefs, and the aspirations of his time. Each of those groups corresponds to a need, an eccentricity, a vice, or a merit of the nation. Through them we may examine, as it were, and reconstitute piecemeal the souls of the men of long ago, and have those 421 men stand before us, mind and body, complete, just as the nature of the soil may be guessed from the flora of a country. The general impression is that the English people then underwent one of those profound transformations which present themselves to the historian's view like the turning of a highway. Coming out from gorges and mountains, the road suddenly leads to an opening, and the rich, sunny, fertile plain is perceived in the distance. It has not yet been reached, many hardships are still to be endured. It will disappear again from sight at intervals, but the traveler has seen it, and knows at least in what direction to tread in order to attain it. During the age which was then beginning, the emancipated peasant was to enrich himself in spite of fierce wars especially deadly for the nobility, and the commons were to be possessed of an instrument of control over the royal power, which would be used, according to the period, more or less well, but which is the best one invented up to our day. The Parliament sitting at Westminster now is in its essential elements identical with the one that, under the Plantagenets, drew up the statutes of the kingdom. In the 14th century, despite ultra-severe judgments from some thinkers of fame, an age, says Stubbs, of heartless selfishness and moral degradation, mankind did not recede. Witness the host of truly modern ideas which gained a hold on the mass of the people, among the upper classes under the influence of higher education and wider intercourse with foreign countries, which weakened the notion of the immutability of custom. Among the lower classes through the effects of abuses long experienced by men who, though patient, were no weaklings. Ideas made popular and rendered practical by the wayfarers, illiterate workmen, single-hearted preachers. All those mad freaks, all the extravagance of the religious spirit, those incessant revolts and follies which have been noticed, were sure to cause a reaction, and a longing for something nearer that 422 reign of reason which mankind, though less remote from the goal, still continues to look for in the far distance. On a number of questions, whether as the promoter or the object of reform, as working man or as pardoner, whether an unconscious instrument or not, wanderers will always have much to teach whoever will question them. For good or evil, it may be said that they acted in medieval history as microbes, a numerous, scarcely visible, but powerful host. They will perhaps reveal the secret of almost incomprehensible transformations, which might have seemed to necessitate a total overturn, like the one that took place in France at the end of the 18th century, a new or rather, a first contrat social. England, for many reasons, has not required this. One among those reasons is the action of the roamers which, exerting itself on a population temperamentally steadier than many others, more persistently resolute, and less constantly troubled by wars on its territory, united the people, and, thanks to that union which made it strong, allowed it to snatch in time the necessary concessions. And as, however, the calmest changes cannot take place without some disturbance, as also among the English there have been, in the course of centuries, more than one bloody fray, the nomad may perhaps end by answering his interrogator in the words of a common proverb of certain, yet unhackneyed wisdom, which should prevent pessimism and lack of hope. Le bois tordu fate le few droit, crooked log maketh straight fire. 425. Appendix 1. p. 44. Patent of King John entrusting a Frenchman with the completion of London Bridge, 1201. Literary patents, et cetera d'edification et sustentation pontis londinensis. Patent Roll 30 Iohannes, M2, No. 9. Iohannes de Gratia Rex, et cetera dialctes et fidelibus sues majori, et civibus londinensibus salutum. Attendance qualiter circa pontum zanctonensum, et pontum de rupella, Deus amodico tempor sit operatus per solicitudinem fidelis clarici nostri Eisenberti, magistri scholarum zanctonensium, viri utique literati, et honesty ipsum de concilio venerabilis patris, in Christo H. Cantuariensis archiepiscopi, et alirum. Rogavimus et monuimus et etiam coegimus, ut pro vestra et multorum utilitate. Depont vestro faciendo curam habet diligentem. Confidimus enim in domino, quod idem pons tam necessarius vobis et omnibus transuntibus, ut situs per adjus industrium, facient domino, potrit in proximo consumeri. Et ideo volumus et concedimus quod salvo jur nostro et conservata indemnitate civitatis londinensis. Census edificiarum qui super pontum predictum, idem magister, scholarum faciet feri sint in perpetuum, adjundum pontum reficiendum, et operiendum et sustentandum. Quia igitur idem pons, tam necessarius sine vestro, et alirum auxilio perfici non potrit, mendamus vobis, exhortantes quatinus memoratum Eisenbertum, et suus, pro vestra utilitate peritor, et honor sicut. 426. Decurit benign recipiatis et honoretis in his qui dicta, sunt concilium et auxilium vestrum idem unanimiter impendens. Quicquid enim boni et honoris idem Eisenberto fesseritis, nobis factum reputare debetis. Si quis viro idem Eisenberto vel sues in aliquo foris fesserit, quod non credimus, vos illud aestum faciatis, quam sitius ad vos pertinet emendari. Test mapso, apud malinalum Roman 18. Die Aprilis. Sub idem forma scribiter omnibus fidelibus, per regnum Anglii constitutis. Hearn at the end of Liber Niger Scacarae, London, 1771, volume I p. 470 *, Thomas Duffus Hardy, Rochley Literarum Patentium Inturi Londinensi Servati, London, 1835, Fall, p. 9. 2. p. 53. Petition concerning an old bridge, whose arches were too low and too narrow to permit boats to pass. Unto the writ-wise and discreet commands of this present Parliament, beseecheth meekly the commands off the counties of York, Lincoln, Nottingham, and Derby. That whereas there is, and of lunge time hath been, an usual and a commune passage fro divers and many parties of the said counties unto the sites of York, Hull, Hedon, Holderns, Beverley, Barton, and Grimesby, and so forth by the high sea by the costs, unto London and Ells, where with all manner of ships charged with wool, lead, stone, timber, victual, fuel, and many other merchandises, by a stream called the Dyke in the Count of York, that daily ebbeth and floweth. Over which stream wise made a brig of timber called Turnbrig, in the parish of Snaith in the same count, so low, so near the stream, so narrow and so straight in the arches, that there is, and of long time hath been a right perilous passage, and oft times perishing of divers ships. And at every time of cretin and abundance of water, there may no ships pass under the said brig, by the space of half a year or more, and also a great party of the counties to the said river adjoining, is yearly by the space of Roman 20 miles and more surrounded, by cause of the lowens and straitens of the said brig, to the great hurt and damage as well to the king and his customs. 427. And subsidies, that should grow to him of the Sade merchandises. Chargeable with such diverse, as to the Sade shires, cunters, sites and burgs, and the inhabitants of Thyme. Please hit unto your right wise discretions, considering the premises, to pray and beseech the King our sovereign Lord to grant. That hit shall be full to whatsoever person or persons of the Sade shires, that will atteth their own costages take away the Sade brig, and therewith and profits thereof, and in Othier wise, new edify and build a Anathier brig there. Lenger in length by the quantite of yards called the Kinge's standard, and in heat a yard and a half by the same yard higher than the Sade brig that stands there now, a swell for passage of all manner ships coming thereto. And voidance of water under the Sade brig, as for passage of man, best and carriage over the Sade new brig so to be made, with a draught left containing the space of each fate called Paul's fate in breed, for the voidying thorug of the masts of the ship's passage under the Sade new brig, and that every shipman that will pass under the Sade brig with their ships may lawfully lift up and close the Sade left at their pleasure, and that the master of every ship paya for every lifting of the Sade left 1d. To the Lord of the soil for the time being, for the loaf of God and in way of charite. Responsio. Leroy de eladvis et ascent de les seigneurs spirituels et temporaux et les communes estints encest present parlement, ad grante tout le contenu en isle petition en touts points. Rolls of Parliament, Volume VP 43, 20 Henry Roman 6, AD 1442. 3. P 62. London Bridge and its maintenance. At the end of his edition of the Liber Niger Scaccarae, London, 1771, volume IPP. 470*478*, herein printed a series of curious letters patent relating to London Bridge. That of John, commending Icembert to the city, is given above Appendix I. There follow, an order of John applying the tax paid by foreign merchants established in London to the support of the bridge close roll, 15 John, M3. A patent of Henry Roman III addressed to the brothers and chaplains of the Chapel of St. Thomas on London Bridge, and to the other 428 persons living on the same bridge, to inform them that the convent of St. Catherine's Hospital, near the Tower, would receive the revenues and would take charge of the repairs of the bridge for 5 years, patent 50 hen. Roman 3 M 43, number 129. Grant of the same revenues and charge to the Queen for 6 years, 54 hen. Roman 3 M 4, number 11. Patent of Edward I, January, 1281, ordering a general collection throughout the kingdom to ward off the danger resulting from the bad condition of the edifice, 9 ed. IM 27. Patent of the same king ordering the levy of an extraordinary tax on account of the catastrophe which after all had happened. Rex Majori Su London Salutum. Propter subitam ruinam pontis London. Vobis mendamus quad associatis vobis duobis vel tribus de discretiribus et legaliribus civibus civitatis predicti. Capiatis usc ad parlamentum nostrum post pasch prox futur, in subsidium reparationis pontis predicti, consududinum subscriptam, videlicet de qualibet homine transunt, aquam themissii ex transverse, ex utrac part pontis London de London. Usc Southwark et de Southwark usc London. Occasion defectus reparationis pontis predicti, unum quadrantum, de qualibet equo sic transunt ibidum unum denarium, et de qualibet samagio sic ibidum transunt unum obolum. Set volumus quad aliquid ibidum hac occasion interim capiator nisi in subsidium reparationis pontis superdicti. Incugis, et cetera test regea pud sirencester, IIIJO die Februarige, 10 EIM 18. The same year, on 6 July, the king prolonged the term during which this exceptional tax should be levied to 3 years, p. 476. He also, understanding that it would hurt neither himself nor the city, granted to the mayor and commonalty of London 3 empty spaces, one near the wall of the churchyard de Walchurch, the 2 others near the wall of St. Paul's churchyard, for them to build thereon and let the buildings for the benefit of the bridge, 10 ed. IM 11. Then, in the 34th year of his reign, Edward I established a detailed tariff of the tolls which all merchandise passing under or over the bridge should pay during the next 3 years, 34 ed. IM 25. Even this was not enough, as we find Edward Roman II asking all the archbishops, bishops, rectors, and other ecclesiastical authorities of the kingdom to well receive the wardens of London Bridge or their delegates, and allow them to piously persuade the people to make offerings for the repair of the bridge. Ius populum ibidem pes suasionibus excitere et suarum eleemosinarum subsidia ad reparationem pontis, predicti caritative invocare permitatis. 14 ed. Roman 2 pt. IM 19 p 477 asterisk 429. 4. p 65. Inquests relating to the maintenance of bridges. A great many examples of these inquests may be found in the collection published by the Record Commission, Placitorum in Domo Capitulari Westministeriensi Asservatorum Abbreviatio, London, 1811 Fall. Here are references to some of the more interesting ones. Case where an abbot is explicitly obliged, as one of the conditions of his tenure, to repair a bridge, p. 205, 11 and 12 ed. I. Agreement between the abbot of Croyland and the prior of Spalding for the construction of several bridges, p. 205, 12 ed. I. Discussion as to the building of a bridge at Chester, p. 209, 13 ed. 1. Refusal by the abbot of Coggeshall to repair a bridge. Perjurators, abbas de Coggeshall non teneter, reparer pontum de Stratford inter brancheter et Coggeshall. Eo quod de tempor memory non fuit ibidem alias pons, quam quedam plantia de board super, quam omnes transiunts, salvo et secure transir poderant. p. 303, 1 ed. 2. Measures taken to constrain the inhabitants of two towns to repair the bridges of a highway in their neighborhood. Distringentur villate de Swardaby et Screddington, ad reparandum pontis in publica strata inter Lafford et ecclesiam de sto juxta inquisitionem inde captam annuel vi. Henricii age. Coram Gilberto de Preston et socii suis in comitatu Lincolniensi itinerantibus, per breve adjustum regis, p. 305, 2 ed. Roman 2. Finding out of the person who is to repair Chesford Bridge, p. 314, 6 ed. Roman 2. Refusal of the abbot of Fountains to repair Braidley Bridge, p. 318, 7 ed. Roman 2. Homo de Morstan's case, p. 328, 11 ed. Roman 2, referred to above, p. 64. Repair of the bridges of Exorn, Hedicrone, and Heckenby in the county of Kent, p. 339, 15 ed. Roman 2. Inquest as to Claypole Bridge. It is found that the inhabitants of Claypole are bound to repair it. Ideo preceptum est vice comedi Lincolniensi quad distringat homines predict vil de Claypole ad reparandum et sustentandum pontum predictum in forma predicta, p. 350, 18 ed. Roman 2, etc. 430. 5. p. 92. The King's Journeys Petitions and Statutes concerning the royal purveyors. Nullus viscums vel bellavus noster vel aliquis alias capiat equos vel certas alicugus procariago faciendo, nisi redet liberationem antiquitas statutam, silicet procerta ad duos equos decem denarios per diem, et procerta ad tres equos quatuordecim denarios per diem. Magna Charta, First Confirmation by Henry Roman III Art, 23 A.D. 1216. Statutes of the Realm, 1810, Volume IP 15. This article is found in successive confirmations of the Great Charter. The germ of it was contained in John's original text of 1215, Art. 30. Item per CEO qui la popul adeste molt greve de CEO qui les bleds, fanes, bestale, et otter manner de videls et biens des gens de mesmi la popul, anteste pris, eint ces hours, don't null payment adeste fate, etc. Preamble to the Statute 4 ed. Roman 3 ch. Roman 3. Statutes of the Realm, AD 1330. See also Statute 36 ed. Roman 3 ch. Roman 2. Petition of the Commons, 25 ed. Roman 3, 1351-52, Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 2. p. 242. Item pri la commune qui lau avant cs hures, les baudelers noster, seigneur Leroy Etler, deputas solient prender molt plus divins, a elopes Leroy qui mestier ni fust. Discu ils metent les plus febles a elopes Leroy, et les meliors a leurs sellers demesnes a vender, et le remenant relessant a eu discu ils les pristerant. Per grants fins a eu faire per chescun tonal, a grant damage at impoverishment des marchants. The inhabitants of the counties of Dorset and Somerset complain in the same way that the sheriff of these counties had taken of them. cinq cents quarters de ferment et trois cents bacons. À Elopes le Roi, comme il dist, et il n'y voilest per sa grand maestri et seigneurie, allower per 20 quarters fers qui per 16 quarters. Et se a saver bussel de dit bli fers que dis deniers. La ou il vendist apres per Roman 15 deniers. Par quae vos liges gents sont grantment and damage et vous, cheer seigneur, en est servi des blaze et des bacons aventits. For ed. Roman 3, 1331, Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 2. p. 40. Petition of the Commons to the Good Parliament of 1376. 431. Item pri la commune qui cum le roi de temps passé et ses progenitors, nobles princes, solient avoir leur carriage, se a saver chivalques, chariots et charrettes per servir leur hostile. Et or les perviers de el hostel noster, dit seigneur le roi per defaut de sa propre carriage, et de bonne governance prenant chivalques, chariots et charrettes des pauvres communes, la environ par ex lux ou le roi tint son hostel, si bien des gens de logni pays par exia lux olx passants par la chimane cum des gens de merants en mesmi le pays, en grand arrarissement et pauverisement des dits communes. Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 2. p. 351. Complaint of the clergy at being subjected to the exactions of the purveyors, 1376. Item provisors et ministry regis pro provisionibus regias faciendis fidem et loca ecclesiastica, invitus virus ecclesiasticis su earum custodibus non intrent, nec animalia aliac, reset bona into offerent, prout fesserent et faciant nunc indies, contra ecclesiasticam libertatem et constitutions, sanctorum patrum et statuta regni edita in hac part. Nec in via extra fida, et loca predicta predictorum verorum cariagem carictus capiant, vela restant. Resp. Le Roi le Vote. Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 2, p. 358. 6. p. 112. The recurrence of lete days and visits of justices. The Commons petition as follows the Good Parliament of 1376. Item u de ancient temps, adeste custum qui les presenters, decent presenter les articles du lete, et de vue de franc, plague tan solement, du foits par an. Les bailiffs avant dits fount les pauvres gents, et les husbands de pies. Q decent travailer en leur labors et husbandries et per la commune profit. Venir de toi semaines en toi leur wapen taches et hundredes. Par color de presentment of war, et retent leur labors et leur husbanderias auter. Sinoun quils leur violent donor tiles, ransons et fins quils, ni perant susner ni endurer. Resp. Il y ad estatut sufficament. Rolls of Parliament, 50 ed. Roman 3, Volume Roman 2, p. 357. Again, the Commons having pointed out that the visits of the 432 justices in eyre are a very great cause of trouble and expense to the people in time of war. The king suppresses the visits of those magistrates while the war lasts, except when any horrible case may occur. Item priant les communes au roi leur seigneur quil, ni grant en null party de royaume, era ni trailbesten durante la guerra. Par q les communes perant ester troubles ni impovers, fors qui en horrible cas. Resp. Le Roi le Vote. Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 2, p. 305, 45 ed. Roman 3, 1371. 7. p. 115. The dress of the worldly monk. According to the Council of London, 1342. Militari podius quam clericali habitu in duty superiori, silicet brevi su stricto, notabiliter tamen et excessive latis, vel longis manicis, cubitos non tegentibus sed pendulis, crinibus cum 2 words not in lab, furora vel sandalo revolutis, et at vulgariter dissiter, reversatis, et caputiis cum type dis muri longitudinis, barbisque prolixis in sedir, et sues digitis annulos indifferenter porter publis. Ac zonis stapatis prediosis muri magnitudinis supersingi, et bursis cum imaginibus variis sculptis, emilatis et doratis, ad ipsis patenter cum cultellis, ad modum gladiarum pendentibus, caligas etiam rubes, scacatis et viridibus, socelaribus rostratis et incissis multimode, ac cropiris ad cellas, et cornibus ad calla pendentibus epitogiis aut clausus ferratis, iudi patenter ad orem, contra sanctions canonicas temur non verenter. Adio quad a lacis vix aut nulla petet distinctio clericorum. Wilkins, Concilia Magni Britanniae, London, 1737, volume Roman II, p. 703, also in Lab, Sacrosancta Concilia, year 1342, volume Roman 25. Call 1170. According to the Council of York, 1367, non nulli, vests publis defera presumpserunt deformiter decurtatas, medium tiberum suorum, su genua nullateness attingens, ad jactentium et suorum corporum ostentationem. Lab, Ibid. Volume Roman 26. Call 467-8, 433. 8. p. 120. Exactions of certain noblemen when traveling. Petitions of the Commons, Rolls of Parliament, Volume IP 290, 8 ed. Roman 2, AD 1314. Item par la uisquins grants seigneurs de la terre passent parmi les pays, ils in Trenton mainers et luz de Saint Église et des Otters, et pernant sans conge les seigneurs et les bailiffs gardens de maisme les leus, et in contre leur volonté, CEO quil voilant sans rien per contre la ley et les ordonnances. Non pas once regard à l'escamenge, excommunication, denying contre tuts tells. Et si ham les davy rien, debrissant les use par force, et pernant et important CEO qui biel leur est, et batant les ministers et destrunt les biens, plus qui il ni covendrate, et otters grevouses de pis ultrages fount. Item il prenant, charrettes et chivox de faire leur carriages à leur volontés, sans rien per, et des cunita foits James en est fate restaurants a suciles deviant. Ni il innocent souilleur ni plainder per le power de dis sainer car essil le facent ils, sant hanis, o en cor o en chatu. Par qualadite communute pri qui remedi soit fate en tels ultrages. 9. p. 130. Passage of the Humber in a ferry. Ad petitionem hominum de estriting petank, remedium super nimia solution, exacta ad passagem de Humber, ultra solitum modum. The king directs the opening of an inquest, with power to the commissioners to re-establish things in their pristine condition. Rolls of Parliament, IP 202, 35 ed. I 1306. Another petition under Edward Roman II. A noster seigneur letison conseil si plaint la communauté de sater qui parleu ham solit passer humber intra hesselet barton, ham a chival pour denner, ham a pay per une mail, qui or sunt ill, par extortion miss a double, et de CEO priunt remedi per dia. The king, in reply, orders that the masters of the ferry shall not take more than formerly. Vel quod significant causum quer id face renollerant. Ibid. p. 291, 8 ed. Roman 2, 1314 5, 434. 10. pp. 165 and 171. The right of sanctuary. Examples of entries in the Durham Sanctuary Register. Memorandum quod vj dimensis octobris, a odi mcccc lxx, viio Williamus Rome, et Williamus Nicholson Paraki de Forsate, convolarunt ad ecclesiam cath. Sancti Cuthberti Dunelm. Ubi inter cetera pro felonia per eostum commissa et publis confessata. In, de, et pro oxygen Williami aliand, per eostum antia oxysi, pessurant a venerabilibus et religiosis viris dominis toma hotin sacrista ipsius ecclesiae, et Williamo Cuthbert magistro Galilei ibidum. Fratribus et commonaces adjustum ecclesiae, immunitatem ecclesiae, juxta libertates et privilegia gloriosissimo confessori sancto Cuthberto antiquitas concessa. Favorabiliter eis concedi, et per pulsationem unius campani, ut est moris favorabiliter obtinerunt. Ibidum presentibus, videntibus et audientibus discretis viris Williamo Heghington, Toma Hudson, Johann Wrangham, et Toma Stringer testibus ad permissa vocatis specialiter et requisitis. Sanctuarium Dunelments, ed. J. Rain, Surtees Society, London, 1827 no. v. On the question of sanctuaries the councils are explicit. Firmiter prohibimus ni quis fugens ad ecclesiam, quos ecclesia debit turi, inde violenter abstrahat, aut ipsos circa ecclesiam obsidet, vel aestum substrahat victualia. Concilium Provincial Scoticanum, AD 1225 in Wilkins, Concilia Magni Britanniae, London, 1737, volume IP. 616. As shown by the reports of cases in the yearbooks, good care was to be taken by the refugee to flee to a church duly dedicated by a bishop. Here is a case of the time of Edward I. quidem captus fuit pro latricinio, et ductus coram justitiariis et inculpatus, dixit, Domine, ego fui in ecclesia de n et de hinc Roman 6 abstractus, unde imprimis pedo juris beneficium quod mitter retro unde ibi fui Roman 6 abstractus, justitiarius, nos dissimus quod ecclesia illa nunquam fuit dedicata per episcopum. Priso. Sic Domine, justitiarius. Inquiritor per duutzum, qui dixerunt quod illa ecclesia nunquam fuit dedicata per episcopum, justitiarius, modo oportet te respondir. Priso. Sum bonus et fidelis, ideo de bono et malopono, etc. Formula of submission to the decision of a jury, patria. Duutzum nominati exiverent ad deliberandos, 435, sic. Yearbooks, edited by A. Horwood, 1863, volume IP 541, Rolls series. The final result is not given. The yearbooks not infrequently give accounts of cases where the right of sanctuary is invoked by mere thieves, as ready as any to avail themselves of the privilege. The abuses resulting from the right of sanctuary, especially with reference to St. Martin's le Grand in London, are described as follows in one of the Commons' petitions. Item print les communes, comment diverses persons des diverses estates, et oxy apprentices et servants des plusers gens, si bien demurrants en la cité de Lounders et en les suburbs d'Isle, cum otters gens du royaume al dite cité reparents, escuns en absence de leurs meesters, de jour en otter es enfiant ov les biens et chadolks de leurs dits, mesters à la college de Saint Martin le Grand en Lounders. A l'intent de et sur mesmes les biens et chat uilioques vivre leur volonté, sans duresse au exécution du lait temporel sur uilioques ent ester fate. Et lassant ils reçus et herbergis, et mesmes les biens et chat par les ministers du dit college al foit saces, et pris cum forfaits à la dit college. Et oxy diverses deders as plusers marchants, si bien du dite cité, cum daughters valents du royaume, es enfiant de jour en otter al dit college ovleur, avoir a y demeurer à l'intent avant dit. Et in sement plusers persons au dit college fais et la demeurance, per leur faux lucre, forgent, fount et escrivant obligations, indentures, acquittances, et otters muniments faux, et ilioques les insealant is nouns, si bien de plusers marchants et gens, en la dite cité demurrants. Cum daughters du dit royaume à leur disheritzen et final destruction. Et en quel college de temps en temps sont receps murders, traitors, cum tonsers du monoi del cogni leroy, larens, robbers et otters diverses felons malfacers et distaurbers de la pays noster saner leroy, parjure tapissants et denote essence per faire leurs murders, tressins, larcines, robberies et felonies, et apretias murders, tressins, etc. fates al dit college reparent. Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 3. p. 503, AD 1402. 11. p. 211. A monopoly of minstrelsy for the kings, Edward Roman 4, own minstrels. Pro fraternitate ministralorum regis, Reimer, Fodera, 24, 1469. Rex, etc. Sietes quod ex querulosa insinuation, 436, Delctorum nobis Walteri Halliday, Mareskelly, Johannes Cliff, and 6 others, ministralorum nostrorum excepimus qualiter non nulli. Rudes agricoli et artifices diversarum mysterum rigni nostri Anglii. Finxerent C4 ministralos, quorum aliqui liberetum nostrum is minim datum porterent, sapsos etiam fingens es ministralos nostros proprias. Hugis quidem liberati ac dicti artis, sive occupationis ministralorum color, in diversis partibus rigni nostri predicti. Grans pecuniarum exactions de liges nostris, deceptive collegunt et recipiunt. Et licit ipsi in art vel sive occupation, illa minim intelligence sive experti existent. Et in diversis artibus et operationibus debus ferialibus, sive profestis utunter, et victum suum inda sufficienter percipient, de loco tamen ad locum. In debus festivalibus, discurrunt, et proficua ilia totaliter percipiant, e quibus ministrali nostri predicti, et ceteri ministrali nostri pro tempore existence, in art sive occupation predicta sufficienter eruditi et instructi, nullisque aliis laboribus, occupationibus sive mysteris utens, viver deberent. For which cause, permission has been granted. Ministralis nostris quod ipsi, ad laudem et honorum, deet et specialius exorer teninter pro salubri statu nostro, et precarissimi consortes nostri, Elizabethi Regini Angliae, dum agimus in humanis et pro animabis nostris, cum ob hac lus migraverimus, nec non pro anima carissimi domini et patris nostri. Tam in capella Beati Mariae Virginis infra ecclesiam cathedralum sancti Pauli Londoniae, quam in libera capella nostra regia sancti Anthony, in idem civitate nostra Londoniae, quandam fraternitatem sive gildum, quam ut accepimus fraters, et sorors fraternitatis ministralorum regni nostri predicti, retroactis temporibus inerunt. Stabilier, continuer et augmenter ac quascum personas, tam homines quam mulieres eis grado animo adherents, in fraters et sorors fraternitatis sive gildi predicti reciper, passant et valent. And for the good of the reconstituted guild, volumus, quad nullis ministralis regni nostri predicti, quamvis in hugis modi art sive occupation sufficienter eruditus existat, idem art, dicitero, nisi de fraternitate sive gilda predicta sit, et ad indem admissus furit et, cum ceteris confratribus adjustum contribuent aliquo modo iudator. The beneficiaries of his monopoly will have a right to inquire throughout the realm, de omnibus et singulis hugis modi personas fingentibus c4 ministralos, and to impose fines to be used, pro continua et perpetua sustentation, surdarum candelarum cerarum vulganter nuncupatarum tapers, in the before-mentioned chapels. 437. 12. p. 213. Popular English Songs of the Middle Ages. The following collections may be consulted. Ancient Songs and Ballads from the Reign of Henry Roman II to the Revolution, collected by John Ritson, revised edition by W.C. Hazlitt, London, 1877. Political Songs of England from the Reign of John to that of Edward Roman II, edited by Thomas Wright, Camden Society, London, 1839. Specimens of Lyric Poetry composed in England in the Reign of Edward I, ed. Th. Wright, Percy Society, 1842. Reliquiae Antiqui, Scraps from Ancient MSS, illustrating chiefly early English literature, ed. Th. Wright and J. O. Halliwell, 2 vols. Songs and Carols now first printed from a Ms. of the XIVth Century, edited by Thomas Wright, Percy Society, London, 1847. Political Poems and Songs from Edward Roman III to Richard Roman III, edited by Thomas Wright, Rolls Series, London, 1859, 1861. Political, Religious, and Love Poems, edited by F. J. Furnival, Early English Text Society, London, 1866. Catalogue of Ms. Romances in the British Museum, by Henry L. D. Ward, Volume I, London, 1887. See as to Robin Hood Ballads, pp. 500-1623. Bishop Percy's Folio MS. Ballads and Romances, edited by J. W. Hales and F. J. Furnival, Ballad Society, London, 1867. The English and Scottish Popular Ballads, edited by Prof. F. J. Child, Boston, USA, 1882, ff. Many satirical songs are to be found in those collections on the vices of the times, the exaggerations of fashion, the ill government of the king, the Lollards, the friars, the women, with some songs in a higher key urging the king to defend the national honor and to make war. See, for example, Dr. Furnival's collection. P4 in this work is printed the song referred to in our text on the death of the Duke of Suffolk, pp. 611, 438. Here followeth a diage made by the commands of Kent in the time of the Ricinge, when Jake Cade was Thayer Capitaine. Who shall execute ye fest of solemn night, bishoppies and lords, as Gret Resin is, monks, chanons, and presties, with all ye clergy, prayeth for him that he may come to Blies. And that never such anathar come after this his intersectures, blessed mo they be, and grant them to regni with Angeles, for Jake Napie's soul, placebo, and dirige. Placebo begeneth the Bishop of Hereford, Dalksy, quad ye Bishop of Chester. 13. p. 314. Indulgences and the Theory of the Treasury, according to Pope Clement Roman VI. Quantum ergo exind ut nec supervacua, inanes aut superfluitanti effusionis miseratio reder, thesaurem militanti ecclesiae acquisivit, volens sues thesaurare filiis pius pater, ut sixit infinitus thesaurus hominibus, quo qui usi sunt, de amicitiae participes sunt effecti. Quem quidem thesaurem non in erario reposatum, non in agro absconditum, sed per beatum petrum celi clavigerum, ejusque successors, suus in terris vicarios commissit fidelibus salubriter dispensandum, et propriis et rationabilibus causes, nunc pro totali, nunc pro partiali remission poni temporalis pro peccatis debiti tam generaliter quam specialiter. Prout cum Dio expedere cognoscerent. Vir ponitentibus et confessis misericorditor applicandum. Ad cujus quidem thesauri cumulum, bidi de genitricis omnium electorum a primo justo usque ad ultimum merita adminiculum priester nascunter. De cujus consumption, su minutiae non est aliquatenus formidandum, tam propter infinita Christi, ut predictum est, merita, quam pro eo quod quanto plurs ex ejus application trahunter ad justitiam, tanto magis accrescit ipsorum cumulus meritorum. Dictionnaire dogmatique, historique, esthétique et pratique des indulgences, by Abbé P. Jouhenode, Paris, 1852, pp. 123-4 being volume Roman 27, of means Nouvelle Encyclopédie Théologique, 439. 14. p. 321. Sermon accompanying the display of a papal bull, on the occasion of the coming of Henry of Lancaster. Mis bons gens, entendes tous ici. Vous savez bien comment le roi bannier, a grant tort, vostre seigneur Henry, et sans racin, et pour je fate impetration au Saint-Pierre, qui est nostre patron, que trestus sulx orant remission de leurs paces de quoy onx ils furent intachis, depuis elior aquils furent baptices, qui leur aderant tous certains en suis sel journée, et vessensi la bolsile, que le pape de Rome la loe emma envoie, et pour vous tous dîner mes bons amis. Violis lui donc adier says anemis et conquera, et vous en serez mis avec su cuissant en paradis après la mort. Lors vasis June ville, faible, et fort murmur faire, et par commune court, sans regarder ni la droit ni la tort yulx émouvoir, cudent quasition leur fist a savoir fust verite, tous le current devoir car descends en ant gers ni de savoir, de tels ya. L'archevêque si conseil si trouva. French metrical history of the deposition of King Richard Roman II, by Creighton, edited and translated into English by Reverend J. Webb. Archaeologia, T. Roman 20, p. 310. This speech is attributed by the chronicler to Thomas Arundel, 440 Archbishop of Canterbury, and is supposed to have been delivered at the time of the landing of Henry of Lancaster in 1399, Henry Roman 4. 15. pp. 324, 327, 337. Ecclesiastical documents concerning chiefly English pardoners. Richard de Barry on the pardoners, A.D. 1340. Cum sit statutum in canon ni qui elimisinarum quaestors, ad predicandum aut indulgentias, claro et populo insinuandum, sine literis diocesanis, aut apostolicis admittanter. Literique apostolici quaestoribus hugis modi concessi, ante admissionem aerum per diocesanos examinari debint diligenter. Ex gravitamen multorum querella ad nostrum pervenit auditum, quod non nulli ex hugis modi quaestoribus, non sine multa temeritatis audacia, modus seu propria, in animarum subditorum nostrorum periculum et jurisdictionis nostri illusionum manifestum. Indulgentias populo concedent, super votis dispensant, et perjuries, homicidiis, usuris et peccatis aliis, sibi confitants absolvent, et malablata, data sibi aliqua pecunii quantitate. Remittunt, ac alias abisians quamplerimas faciunt et exponent, vobis in virtute obedientiae, firmiter in habemus et per vos omnibus rectoribus, vicaris et capillariis periculibus, vestri archidiaconatus, in hybri volumus et mendamus, ni aliqui quaestors hugis modi, cujus cumque extiterent conditionis. Ad predicandum aut indulgentias aliquas insinuandum claro et populo in ecclesiais periculibus, ac locis aliis vestri archidiaconatus memorati, obscliteris nostris et licentias specially dicitero admittanter. Pecuniam etiam et res quascumque, per hugis modi quaestors, aut ad aerum instantium collectas. In dilate faciatis sequestrari. Datum in Manierio nostro de la Welihall, octavo dimensis Decembris. A odi mocccio xlo, et consecrationis nostri, Roman 7 mo. Registrum Palatinum Dunelments, edited by T. D. Hardy, Volume Roman 3, p. 325. Provincial Synod of Dublin, 1348. Cap. Roman 22. De Quaestoribus. Item, quia elimisinarum quaestors non nullas abisians in sues predicationibus proponent, ut discipient simplices tantum, et non nulla alia bona subtili vel fallaci, 441, podius ingenio extorquint, non nulla etiam mala in deceptionem animarum multiplicem perpetrantur, statuimus et ordinamus, quod nullus a modo quaestor sine literis archiepiscopi vel dioc. Admittiter quavis modo. Sacerdotes viro qui alio modo quam superdicto, quaestors ad predicandum voluntari et scienter admittant, per annum a celebration divinorum ipso facto sint suspensi. Et ipsi quaestors, si contra permissa aliquid atteneverint, ipso facto sint excommunicati. Et si per quadragenta dies perseververint, ad significationem episcoporum capienter et incarcerenter, quausque de talibus aliud furit per loci diocesanum dispositum. Quascunc literas, hugis modi quaestoribus hactenus concessus revocamus, primusarum sententiarum relaxation, sine absolution loci diocesani reservata. Et capellani pecuniam, e occasion, receptem ecclesiae cathedralibus restituent triplicatum. Wilkins, Concilia, 1737, Volume Roman 2, p. 750. Bull of Pope Urban v. Contra Quaestors Hospitalis Jerusalem in Anglia, 1369. Urbanus, Archiepiscopo Cant, ejusque suffraganes salutum, nuper dauctis filiais Johann Sancti Dunstani West, Ricardo B., Marii Walnoth rectoribus et Filippo de Bronton ac Wilhelmo de Aya, perpetuis vicaries periculibus ecclesiarum London. Exon, et Norwayson. Dioc, ac non nullis aliis rectoribus. Nobis referentibus percepimus, quod quaestors priorum, preceptorum et confratrum demorum hospitalis s Johannes Jerusalmitani in Anglia, de voluntate, conniventia, ratihabition, su mandato dictorum priorum, in pluribus contra juris et rationis metas impudentur excedunt. Non nulli tamen quaestors priorum et confratrum predictorum, gratia quaestus hugis modi. Ad rectorum et vicarium hugis modi ecclesias excedens, et si ad predicandum su exponendum populo hugis modi negotia quaestuaria offerens. Licet congru et legitime requisiti, literis sedis apostolici, vel diocesani loci aestum rectoribus su vicarias sic requirentibus, ostendir su exhiber penitus non curarent nec current. Quin virius de voluntate, conniventia su mandato de quibus predicitor, denegarant express contra constitutions canonicas. Pretendens ipsos priors et fraters, pro si et aerum quaestoribus, in e part 4 notari privilegiados. Licet hoc nec notorium furit nec verum. Et ut quadam astutia colorata ipsos rectors, et vicarios exhibitionum literarum, hugis modi sic petens. Acrius fatigant laboribus et expensis. Ipsos eo quad exhibitionum literarum, hugis modi sic 442, depossibant et deposcunt. Tanquam injuriators contra aerum privilegia manifestos, et quaestuum suorum impeditors proclamarant et proclamant. Ipsasque e occasion, coram aerum conservatoribus su subconservatoribus ad loca diversa, et quandoque valda remota fecerunt et faciant ad judicium evocari. Et per conservators sive subconservators hugis modi contra, eostum processus in debitos feri, eosque non nunquam excommunicari, aggravari et denunciari licet de facto. Ac alia eis gravamina quamplura, inferi procurarent et procurant. In ipsorum rectorum, et vicarium grave prejudicium, et scandalum plurimorum. Et in super quaestors predicti frequenter et podicime, quando satigant aliqui rectori su vicario nocer, ad ipsius rectoris su vicare ecclesiam in aliquo defesto, precipu quando populus solidus est offera, excedunt, et ibidem quaestuer, su nomina fratri su fraternitatis sui leger incipiunt, et continuant usque ad taelum Elias die festi horum, quamissa ibidem pro allo die convenienter non potus celebrari. Sic rectors et vicarios hugis modi sues faciant oblationibus, qui eis in missus hugis modi obveniant, nequitur defraudari. In super in ecclesiae et locis, ad ius su dictum hospital nullatenus pertinentibus. Licet publis interdictis su pollutis divina faciant etiam publis celebrari, et in eis pro aerum libido, per se et alios sepuliunt corpora definctorum. Officium quoque su negodium quistuandi personas simplicibus, et quaes illiteratis committunt, qui simplices aliis simplicibus erroneum prestantes jucatum, generaliter, ut de spiritualibus tasemus, in populo diffundunt errors. Wilkins, Concilia, London, 1737, volume Roman 3, p. 83. Letter of Simon Sudbury, Archbishop of Canterbury, A.D. 1378. Simon, etc., Ducto filio commissario nostro cantuar. Generali, salutum, etc. ad nostrum audientiam est per laudum, quod licet elimisinorum quaestors, nicae apostolicas vel diocesani episcopi litteras exhiburent, admitti non debint, vel permitti indulgentias sibi concesses insinuere, et populo predicare, non nulli tamen quaestors, qui non sign multa temeritatis audacia, et deception multiplici animarum, ac illusion populi Christiani, indulgentias remissionesque falsas et frivolas, et alia erronea. Predicant abusive, tam per vos, quam per official. Archidiaconi nostri cantuar. De debis in dies indifferenter illicite admittanter, nos, abusus hugismodi omnimodo aboler volens, vobis, in haebmus et per vos dicto officially ac omnibus aliis nobis subditus. In hybri volumus et mandamus ni quaestors, hugismodi obsc nostris litteris. 443, sufficientibus in hac part, ac vobis et ipsis liquor possit litteras apostolicas, quaestorum, hugismodi si quas habent, per nos examinatas primitus extitus, admittatis ibidem dicitero vel admittent. Wilkins, Concilia, volume Roman 3, p. 131. Bull of Pope Boniface Roman 9, A.D. 1390. Ad audientiam nostrum, non sine magna mentis displicentia, fi dignorum quamplarimum relatio, perjuxit quod quidem religiosi diversorum, etiam mendicantium ordinum, et non nulli clerici seculares etiam indignitatis constituti. Assurant sia nobis auta diversis, legatis sununtiis sedis apostolici missos. Et ad plura per agenda negotia diversas, facultates haber per parts. In quibus eis pro nobis, et ecclesia Romana the serarius deputatus. Discurrent, et viras vel pretenses, quas si haber dicunt, facultates fideli et simplici populo nunciant et irreverenter veris hugismodi facultatibus abutens, suas fimbrias, ut vel sic turpum et infamum quaestum faciant, impudenter dilatant, et non viras et pretenses facultates hugismodi mendiciter simulant, cum etiam pro qualibit parva pecuniarum sumula, non ponitens, sed mala conscientia sadagents iniquitati sui. Quadam mentiti absolutionis velamen pretendir, ab atrocibus delictis, nulla vera contrition, nullac debita precedenti forma, ut verbis alorum utemer absolvent. Male oblata, certa et incerta, nulla satisfaction previa, quad omnibus seculis absurdissimum est remittent. Castitatis abstinentiae peregrinationis ultramarini, subitorum petri et poli de herb aut Jacobi in Compostella apostolorum, et alia quibus voda, levi compensation commutant. De heresy vel schismate nominatum, aut incidenter condemnados, obscio quad in debita forma abjurant, et quantum possunt debite satisfaciant, non tantum absolvent, sed in integrum restituent. Cum illegitim genitus, ut ad ordines et beneficia promovere possunt, et intra gradis prohibitos copulatis aut copulandis dispensent, et eis qui ad parts infidelium obscedis predicti licentia transfredarunt, vel merces prohibitas dicellurant, et etiam qui Romani aut alhirum ecclesiarum possessions, jura, et bona occuparant, excommunicationis et alias sententias et ponas, et quibus interdicta relaxant. Et indulgentiam quam felicis recordationis urbanus Papa Roman 6 predecessor noster. Christa fidelibus certas basilicas, et ecclesias dicti, urbis instanti, anno visitantibus concessit, et qui in subsidium terri sancti excedentibus concedunter, quibus vis elargiri pro nihilo ducent. Et quistum, quem exind percipient, nomen camera apostolici si perciper assurant, et nullum duello nihilominus rationum vel redir videnter. Horit et merito indignator animus, talia reminiscae. 444. Attendants igiter quad nostra interest, super tot tantisc malis de opportunis, remediis salubriter providir. Fraternitati tui de qua and iis et aliis specialum in domino fiducium obtinemus. per apostolica scripta committimus et mendamus, quatenus religiosus et clericis secularibus hujus modi, ac aerum familiaribus, complicibus, et collegiis, et aliis, vocatis qui furent evocandi, summary simpliciter, et de plano. AC sign strepitu et figura judicia, etiam ex officio super premissus, auctoritate nostra, inquiris diligentius veritatem, etius ad redendum tibi computum de receptis et reliqua consignandum, remota appellation, compellas, et quos per inquisitionem hujus modi excessus, vel non verum aut non sufficiens, su ad id non habuus mandatum inveneris, capius et tandius sub fida custodia tenias carceribus mancipatos, donic id nobis intimaveris. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, continuation by Reinaldus, ed. 1752, volume Roman 7, p. 525. Opinion of the University of Oxford on Partners, A.D. 1414. Articulus tricissimus nonas. Contra falsas predications quistorum. Queer invericundi quistors turpissimos suos quistus ad firmam emunt cum simon, indulgentias vendunt cum giaci, etiquicita consumunt cum filio prodigo inonest, sed quod magis est detestabile, cum non sint in sacris ordinibus constituti, publis predicant, ac false pretendunt quod absolvendi appona, et a culpatam superstites quam defunctos plenum habent potestatem, cum aliis blasphemas. Quibus populum spoliant ac seducant, et verisimiliter ad tartara secum trahunt, prestantes spem frivolam et audacium ad peccandum. Abusus igiter hujus modi secti pestiferi, ob ecclesiae limitibus delinter. Articuli concernens reformationem universalis ecclesiae, editi per Universitatem Oxon. Wilkins, Concilia, volume Roman 3, p. 365. Suppression of Partners by the Council of Trent, A.D. 1562. Cum multua diversus antia conciliis, tam lateranensi ac luxunensi, quam vienensi, adversus pravos elimisinarum quistorum, abusus remedia tuncut hibita, posterioribus temporibus redita furent in utilia, podiusc aerum malicia, ita quadidi magno fidelium omnium scandalo, et querella excrescere deprehendetur. Ut de aerum emendation, nulla spes amplius relicta videtur. Statuit ut post hac in quibuscum Christiani religionis locis aerum nomen ac usus penitus aboletur, nec ad officium hujus modi exercendum. 445 Ulatenus admittanter. Non obstantibus privileges, ecclesiaes monasteries, hospitalibus, pes locis, et quibus viscujus cum gratis, status et dignitatis personas, concessus, aut consudidinibus etiam immemorabilibus. Indulgentias viro aut alias spirituals gratias, quibus non ideo Christofidels deset pravari, dainceps per ordinarios locorum, et habitus duobus de capitulo, debitus temporibus populo publicandas esse discernit. Quibus etiam elimicinas, ac oblata sibi charitatis subsidia, nulla prorsus merced accepta, fideliter colligendi facultas dater, ut tamdem celestes hos ecclesiae thesaurus, non ad quistum sed ad pietatem exercere, omnis vir intelligent. Concilium generalium ecclesiae catholici, Pauli v. Pont, Max, auctoritate editus. Thomas Roman 4, Rome, 1628, second paging, p. 261. 16. p. 344. The first recorded crucifix in England, sculptured from life. Thomas of Burton, abbot of Moe, near Beverley, writes, Dictus autem Hugo Abbas Roman 15us, crucifixum novum in coro conversorum fecit fabricari. Cujus quaedam operarius nullum, ejus formasum, et notabilum proprietatem sculpibet nisae inferia sexta, in qua pain et aquatantum jejunavit. Et hominum nudum coram si stantem prospixit, secundum cujus formasum imaginum crucifixum ipsum aptius decorerit. Per quem etiam crucifixum omnipotens manifesta, miracula fecerat incessanter. Unde tunc etiam putabater quad, si mulieres ad dictum crucifixum excessum haberent, augmentaretur communis devotio, et in quam plurimum commodum nostri monasteri, redundarit. Super quo abbas sistersae a nobis requisitus. Suam licentium nobis imperdivit ut homines et mulieres honesty, excedier passent, ad dictum crucifixum. Dum tamen mulieres per claustrum et dormitorium, su alia, officina intrara non permittanter. Cujus quaedam licentiae predixtu, malo nostro, femini sepius agredienter dictum crucifixum, praecipiu cum in eyes fridscet devotio, dum alluc ut ecclesiam tantum introspicient accessorent, et sumptus nostros augint in hospitation irundum. Chronica Monasterii de Melsa, edited by E. A. Bond, 1866-68, volume Roman 3, p. 35, Rolls series, 446. 17. p. 141, 362. The Pilgrimage of Reynard. Tired of his sins, duly shriven, ordered by the hermit to go to Rome, and there receive absolution, Reynard. Escrep et borden prent, si muet, si est intres en sun kemen, molt resemble bien palerin et bien licist el escrep ocal. He does not care to travel alone, and like most pilgrims, prefers company. Mis de cici tint il por fall quil est muse sans compagnie. Le grant kemen enira, il mai anqua elevoit laciea distre, un senti torna senester. And leads him to a place where he finds Dan Belin Lamatin qui si reposate, and whom he persuades to go with him, thus avoiding, he suggests, being eaten by his owners. A third member, the donkey, is soon added to their party. En lor kemen, en sont intra mes il en orant gerzere, cant trovent Bernard l'archiprester, en unfacé les cardins pester. And he is easily persuaded to follow. They enter the forest. Night comes, where shall they find shelter? Why should we, Reynard remarks, look for any other hostel than the fine grass under this tree? Et nos quail hostel quirian, fors la belle herbe saz cest arbor, muse elim quan pallies de marber. 447. Appealing as must have been the fine grass to him, Belin objects, the wood being so dangerous. So they continue their journey until they reach the hostel Primaut, that is the house of Primaut the wolf, who was away. There they find Char salé formash et os, si I trovent bon service, tant boit Belins que il essenvis, si a commencier a chanter et l'archiprester a orguaner, et dan Renart chant en faucet. Concluding speech of Reynard, after the siege of the house by the wolves, and the miscarriage of the pilgrimage. Segner dist Renart, par mon chef, cest eras est pessent et gref il el cycle mate prodom ca onx in cor ni fu arom teix est revenas decept saints qui est piers quil ni fu eins. Jimmy voil meter en mon retour, et si vivrai de mon labor et gainerai lealment, si ferai bien a pauvre gent, lors ant crier, outre, si ant fate la retourne. Le Roman de Renart, ed. Ernest Martin, Strasbourg and Paris, 1882 ff, 7 vols. IPP, 269 ff. Endnotes. Introduction. Yearbooks 30, 31 Edward I. edited by A. J. Horwood, for the Rolls series, 1863. Part 1, English roads. And possibly in early times of roads also. C. McKechnie, Magna Carta, Glasgow, 1905, p. 353. On the Trinota or Trimota necessitas, see W. H. Stevenson in the English Historical Review, Oct. 1914. History of Rome, translated by W. P. Dixon, London, 1886, Book 8, Chapter V. J. Horsley, Britannia Romana, London, 1732, p. 391. H. M. Scarth, Roman Britain, SBCK London, 1883, p. 121, cf. T. Codrington, Roman Roads in Britain, SBCK, 1903. When Henry Roman VIII gave the lands of the dissolved monastery of Christ Church to Canterbury Cathedral, he declared that he made this donation in order that charity to the poor, the reparation of roads and bridges, and other pious offices of all kinds should multiply and spread afar. Elton, Tenures of Kent, London, 1867, p. 21. The gift is made in liberam puram et perpetuum elimisinam. This pious character was long continued. As late as the period of the Commonwealth land and money devoted to the maintenance of bridges and causeys were definitely included among the charitable uses which were to be unaffected by the sequestration of bishops, land, and other ecclesiastical revenues. C. T. Flower, Public Works in Medieval Law, Selden Society, 1905, IP Roman 21. Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices in England, Oxford, 1866, volume IP 138. See Recherches historiques sur les congrégations hospitalières des friars pontifes by M. Grégoire, late Bishop of Blois. Paris, 1818. This practice was inherited from the Roman builders, whose formularies continued to be transcribed throughout the Middle Ages. See Victor Mortet, Un formulaire du Roman 8e siècle pour les fondations d'édifices et de ponts d'après des sources d'origine antique, in Bulletin Monumental, de la Société Française d'Archéologie, Volume 71, 1907, p. 443. The brief chapter in the Mappi Clavicula, still copied in the 12th century, entitled De Fabrica in Aqua, recommends that si fabricam in aqua nessus furit eriger, facis arcam triangulam, arca meaning caisson. In this we see, Mr. Mortet writes, la disposition venue de l'antiquité transmise et maintenue au Moyen Age de la forme prismatique triangulaire des avant-becs des ponts, p. 461. This characteristic was conspicuous, e.g. in the Avignon and London bridges. See the picture, p. 45, as well as in the famous Roman Pont du Gard. On French medieval bridges still in existence, their dates, modes of construction, crosses and chapels, CC and Lart, Manuel d'Archéologie Francaise, Paris, 1902, ff. Volume Roman II, p. 264. May 17, 1373, original in French. John of Gaunt's Register, ed. S. Armitage Smith, London, 1911, Volume Roman II, p. 179. The work was apparently in progress in 1374, since we find, on the 15th of September of that year, an order to deliver to the same Trois Chastenez Covenables from Oakden Forest. Ibid, p. 240. Ubi frequens habiter populi transitus. Registrum Palatinum Dunelments, ed. Hardy, Roll Series, 1875, Volume IPP, 615, 641 A.D., 1314. This was a quite usual practice. The popes, who had every reason to be interested in the welfare of the Great Bridge at Avignon, published numerous bulls granting indulgences and other spiritual favors to the benefactors of the edifice. See Bullaire des Indulgences concédées avant 1431 à l'œuvre du Pont d'Avignon, published by the Marquis de Ripert-Monclar, Paris, 1912. The work contains the Latin text of papal bulls of 1281, 1290, 1343, 1353, 1366, 1371, 1397, 1430, 1431. The Bull of 1343, issued by Pope Clement Roman VI at Avignon, grants to givers, tres annos et tres quadragenes, and, under certain conditions, a plenary indulgence at the time of death. Siquis viro Catholicus dictis fratribus, secundum quantitatem substantii et qualitatem, de bonis sibi adio collatis dederit vel transmiserit quaquo modo ad reparationem dicti pontis. Si talis infra annum. Vir penitens ac confessus ob, hac lus decesserit, volumus et gratia, specially concedimus quod ob omnibus peccatis, sues remainat absolutus. As for those who should be so bold as to hamper in any way the collections made by the brothers for their bridge, their punishment would be nothing less than excommunication, p. 6. Registrum Palatinum Dunelments, ed. Hardy, Roll Series, 1875, Volume IP 507. Itinerary, ed. L.T. Smith, Volume VP 144. Certificates of chantries, quoted in English guilds, the original ordinances from MSS. Of the 14th and 15th centuries, ed. Talman Smith. EETS 1870, p. 249. Guilds in Rochester, Bristol, Ludlow, and C. did the same. Text of the time of Edward Roman IV, but copied from laws still older. English guilds, as above, pp. 374, 411. Archaeologia, vols, Roman 27, p. 77, Roman 29, p. 380. Carcellarium Abbathii de Whiteby, edited by J.C. Atkinson, Durham, Surtees Society, 1881, Volume Roman II, p. 401. The original of the Rosel's contract is in Latin. Skeats edition text C. Pa, XL 29 et sec. Most of the French ones were dedicated to Saint Nicholas, patron of travelers. Fleet Bridge outside Ludgate, Oldbourne-Holborn Bridge, both of stone. Fleet Bridge had been repaired by the mayor, John Wells, in 1431, for, says Stowe, on the coping is engraven Wells embraced by angels. Survey of London, ed. Kingsford, Oxford, 1908, 2 vols, volume IP 26. The survey had appeared in 1598 and been reprinted with important additions in 1603. The earliest proof is in the record of the drowning of a witch at London Briggs in King Edgar's time. Kingsford, Stowe's Survey, as above, volume Roman 2, p. 273. Stowe's Survey, IP 23. Stowe, who examined the accounts of the bridge wardens for the year 1506, 22 hen, Roman 7, found that the bridge expenses were at that time £815 17s. 2d. King John became personally acquainted with those works only at a later date, viz. June 1206, when he landed at La Rochelle. He visited Saints in July and August, and made again some stay at La Rochelle in October and November before sailing back to England. See his itinerary in a description of the patent rolls in the Tower, by Thomas Duffus Hardy, London, 1835. See Appendix IP 425. Stowe's Survey, ed. Kingsford IP 23. Ibid, same edition, I-25, Roman 2, 274. Chronicles of London Bridge, by an antiquary, London, 1827, pp. 187-193. As to the toll collected there from certain foreign merchants A.D. 1334, see Liber Albus, ed. Riley, Introduction, P.L. Scaligerana, under the word launders. The editions I have seen give mers de navires, the true reading being certainly mats, an enlarged portion of Vischer's panoramic view of London, 1616, showing the bridge gate towards Southwark, with numerous mast-like poles and heads on the top of them, serves as a frontispiece for volume Roman 3. Of my literary history of the English people. Euphues and His England, first ed. 1580, Arbor's reprint, 1868 p. 434. See besides the large colored drawing of about the year 1600, also the sketch above, p. 45, in the third part of Harrison's Description of England, edited by F. J. Furnival for the New Shaxper Society, 1877, and Mr. Wheatley's notes on Norden's Map of London, 1593, in volume IP LXX6 of the same work. Visitors coming to London never failed to notice the bridge as one of the curiosities of the town. Dunbar, the Scottish poet, in his London, written in the early years of the 16th century, compliments the city on its beauties and especially its bridge. Upon thy lusty brig of pilars, white bin merchantes full royal to behold. The Greek Nicander Nucius of Corcyra, who visited England in 1545-6, writes in his notebook, a certain very large bridge is built, affording a passage to those in the city to the opposite inhabited bank, supported by stone-cemented arches, and having also houses and turrets upon it. Travels of Nicander Nucius, Camden Society, 1841 p. 7. F. de Belleforest, L'Ancien at Grande Cité de Paris, ed. Duffer, 1882, p. 274. See woodcuts in Le Livre des Ordonnances de la Ville de Paris, published by Vérard, 1500, reproduced by Claudin, Histoire de l'Imprimerie, 1900, volume Roman 2. pp. 498-499. Staple of News, Roman 2. 4, acted 1626 ed., De Winter, 1905 p. 18. In Works of Ben Jonson, London, 1816, v. 215. Chronicles of London Bridge by an Antiquary, London, 1827. See Appendix Roman 2, p. 426. The Itinerary of John Leland, edited by Miss Lucy Talman Smith, London, 1907, volume Roman 2, pp. 2749. The North Riding Records Society, edited by the Reverend J.C. Atkinson, London, volume Roman 3, part 1, p. 33. Edward Roman III gives the not insignificant sum of £15 for the reparation of the bridge at Newcastle upon Tyne. Roll of Thomas de Brantingham, ed. Devon, p. 392, 44 ed. Roman III. Yarm on the Tees, 44 miles north-northwest of York. The King's Highway in question is the highroad from Scotland, leading to the south, through York and London. The bridge was rebuilt in 1400 by Skirlaw, Bishop of Durham. Rolls of Parliament, volume IP 468. The right of pontage is frequently mentioned in the Liber Customarum, edited by Riley Rolls series. Sietes quad in auxilium pontis London, reparandi et sustentandi concessimus vobis quad, capiatis ibitum de rebus venilibus ultra pontum predictum, et subtis undum transuntibus consududines subscriptas, vide licet. Then follows a very long list of dues. Text inherens, liber niger scacere. Excedunt charti antiqui, London, 1774, volume IP 478. Rolls of Parliament, volume Roman II, p. 88. See Hist, MSS. Commission 9th Report Part 1, p. 284. On the Rochester Bridge, at first a wooden one, later rebuilt in stone, and on its upkeep see Rolls of Parliament, volume Roman III, p. 254, 21 Rick, Roman II, 1397. A view of the bridge appears on several seals, some reproduced into grey birch, seals in the British Museum, London, 1887, 2 vols, number 5336. On this important bridge and its biography, see C.T. Flower, Public Works in Medieval Law, 1905, Selden Society, I.P. 203. Like many others, this very frequented bridge, on the road from London to Canterbury, and which existed long before the Conquest, was first of wood, then of stone, and is now, since 1856, of iron. Rolls of Parliament, volume Roman II, p. 100, year 1338. King Edward kept his feast of Christmas, 1281, at Worcester. From this Christmas till the purification of Our Lady, there was such a frost and snow, as no man living could remember the like, where through 5 arches of London Bridge and all Rochester Bridge were borne down and carried away with the stream, and the like happened to many bridges in England. Stowe's Annals, London, 1631 p. 201. See Appendix Roman III. Rolls of Parliament, volume Roman II, p. 91, 9 Edward Roman III, 1335. Ibid, p. 350. De pontibus et calcetis fractis et communibus transitibus, quis e reparer debit et sustainer. Fleta, end of 13th century, below p. 111, ICH, 20, section 41. i.e. the jury of good and true men. Rolls of Parliament, volume Roman II, p. 111. Several instances will be found in Appendix Roman IV, p. 429. John Scott Berwick upon Tweed, London, 1888, p. 408 et seq. Ormerod, History of Chester, 1819, volume IP 285. Archaeologia, T. Roman 19, p. 310. The date is shown by a will of the 24th of August, 1483, in which a sum is left towards the building of the chapel to be erected on Rotherham Bridge. C. J. Guest, Historic Notices of Rotherham, Worksop, 1879, Fall, pp. 125-6. 2 views of the bridge and chapel are given, pp. 126 and 581. Camden's Britannia, ed. Go, volume Roman III, Lond, 1789, pp. 38-9. T. Kilby, Views in Wakefield, 1843, Fall. J.C. and C.A. Buckler, Remarks upon Wayside Chapels, Oxford, 1843. 20 marks were left towards the rebuilding of this bridge by John Cook, of Newcastle upon Tyne, 2 Rich, Roman II, 1379. E. Mackenzie, View of the County of Northumberland, 1825, volume Roman II, p. 111. Fairy Queen, B.K. Roman IV, Canto 10. Mentioned by Leland. High Bridge hath but one great arch, and over a piece of it is a chapel of St. George. Itinerary, ed. L.T. Smith, I-29, which chapel had been first dedicated to St. Thomas of Canterbury, but had apparently just been rebaptized when Leland saw it, Henry Roman VIII having decided by a proclamation of November 16, 1538, that other saints might be saints, but this one was not. See a sketch of it, above, p. 21. History of Chester, London, 1819, volume IP 285. Dugdale, Warwickshire, 1730, Roman II, 724. J. G. Wood, The Principal Rivers of Wales, London, 1813, volume Roman II, p. 271. The Countess of Norfolk complains to Parliament that, contrary to their franchise, her tenants have been compelled to contribute towards the building of the bridge at Huntingdon. Rolls of Parliament, 1 Rick, Roman II, year 1377. C. F. Stone, Picturesque Views of the Bridges of Norfolk, Norwich, 1830. Rough sketches of more than 30 Old English bridges appear in a curious engraving by Daniel King, 17th century, bearing as a title, an orthographical design of several views Vipon ye road in England and Wales, and as a subscription. This design is to illustrate Camden's Britannia, that where he mentions such places the curious may see them, which is the endeavor, by God's assistance, of Y.S. Daniel King. A copy is bound in the Mizharl, 2073, as fall, 126. Catterick Bridge, Supra P54, is among the bridges there represented. The Itinerary of John Leland, ed. Lucy Talman Smith, London 1907, 5 vols, Roman 4, p. 137. Rolls of Parliament, volume IP 48, 18 Edward I, AD 1289. Ibid, volume IP 424, 18 Edward Roman 2, 1324. Ibid, volume IP 314, 8 Edward Roman 2. Rolls of Parliament, volume Roman 3, p. 598, 7 and 8 Henry Roman 4. In the same way as for bridges, taxes were sometimes levied but misapplied. See in C.T. Flower, Public Works in Medieval Law, 1905, IP 25, how William Caldecott of Aylesbury had been duly authorized to levy a tax of 1 penny or 1 halfpenny on carts of various sorts, and 1 farthing on every horse carrying goods for sale that should pass along Walton Street, which leads from Walton to Aylesbury for the maintenance of the said road, and that whereas the said William so received in 11 rich Roman 2 over and above the sum spent on the repair of the road 24s, which remain in his hands, the road is flooded and dangerous by his default. Grandson and great-grandson of the 2 dispensers, who had been executed in 1326 by order of Queen Isabella, their estates being confiscated. Ed. Simeon Luce, volume IP 257. Royal itineraries show, for instance, that in the 28th year of his reign, Edward I changed 75 times his place of abode, that is about 3 times each fortnight. Liber Quotidianus Garderobi, London, 1787, p. LXV. McKechnie, Magna Carta, 1905, p. 357. Chronica Monasterii de Melsa, ed. E. A. Bond, Rolls Series 1868, London, volume Roman 3. Preface, p. Roman 15. Patent Roll, 27 Edward Roman 3 in Reimer ed. 1708, volume VP 774. See as to the repair of this same road in 1314, 39 years earlier. Rolls of Parliament, volume IP 302b. Riley S. Memorials of London, London, 1868, p. 291. Ordonnance of March 1, 1388, Recule Disembert, volume Roman 6. p. 665. On the state of roads and bridges and on traveling in France, see Davenel, L'Évolution des moyens de transport, Paris, 1919. Rolls of Parliament, Roman 2, p. 107. See frontispiece of this volume, and p. 14. To give shelter, Tigo, I shelter, in the enumeration devised by St. Thomas Aquinas, was one of the 7 works of charity. In the evening prayers at home, in my childhood, part of which had been handed down from remote times, travelers were still remembered, as well as those who had been bitten by venomous beasts. See representations of these carts in the manuscripts of the 14th century, and especially in Ms. Roy, 10 E. Roman 4 in the British Museum, Fall. 63, 94, 110 and c. and in the Lateral Psalter. We give above a facsimile of one of them, and further a representation of a reaper's cart from the Lateral Psalter. See also Bottle. Ms. 264, Foss. 42, 84, 103, 110. Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, IPP, 650-661. Statutes of the Realm, 4 Edward Roman 3 ch, 3 8 bushels make a quarter. The Act 25 Edward Roman 3 Stat, 5 ch. 10 AD 1351 provided that every measure of corn should be striken without heap, and that the royal purveyors should use this measure. Hence the name strike for a bushel. LTS. Statute 36 Edward Roman 3 Stat, 1 ch. 2. See several texts in Appendix, VP 430. A shape in use from the remotest times. Carriages quite similar to those painted in our medieval MSS. are to be seen on the alabaster funeral chests of Etruscan days, for example at the Guanassi Museum, Volterra, in Italy, where there is an abundance of them, showing the dead, in their own round-topped, richly ornamented carriage, on their way to the other world. Representations of carriages of this kind are frequent in manuscripts. Many are to be found, with 2 wheels and an abundance of ornamentation, in the Romance of King Meliadus, Ms. of the 14th century in the British Museum, Add. 12,228 Foss, 198, 243. The celebrated 4-wheeled carriage of the lateral Psalter, also of 14th century, is here reproduced. It is drawn by 5 horses harnessed single file. On the second sits a postilion with a short whip of several thongs. On the 5th, that is, the nearest to the carriage, sits another postilion with a long whip of the shape in use at the present day. La Tour Landry relates a story of a holy hermit who saw in a dream his nephew's wife in purgatory. The demons were pushing burning needles into her eyebrows. An angel told him that it was because she had trimmed her eyebrows and temples and increased her forehead and plucked out her hair, thinking to beautify herself and to please the world. Le Livre du Chevalier de la Tour Landry, ed. Montaiglin, Paris, 1854. An English translation of the 15th century was published by the Early English Text Society in 1868. The King's Sister, Devon's Issues of the Exchequer, 1837, p. 142. As Englished by Devon, the Latin text referred to would mean that the receiver of the money and maker of the carriage was Master Lazouche, but Lazouche was the clerk of the wardrobe, who had the money from the exchequer to give it to John Lecherer, per manus John Lecherer. Per has here the meaning of pro, a use of the word of which several instances may be found in Ducange. This indication of Devon's mistake is due to the late Mr. Bradshaw, of Cambridge. Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, IPP 361-363. Curious representations of such litters are to be found in medieval manuscripts. For instance, the one here reproduced from the Ms. 118 Francais in the Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris, Fall, 285, where 2 persons are to be seen using the litter, a lady and a wounded knight, Romance of Lancelot, 14th century, or in the Ms. Roy, 18 E. Roman II in the British Museum, Fall. 7. Chronicles of Froissart. Paston Letters, 1422-1509, edited by Jass. Gairdner, 1872, Volume I, p. 49, spelling modernized. Roy, 10 E. Roman 4. Fall, 310. A description of the patent rolls, to which is added an itinerary of King John, by T. Duffus Hardy, London, 1835. 1299-1300. Liber Quotidianus Garderabi, Society of Antiquaries, London, 1787, p. 67. Archers, and XIVth archers on foot for guard of the kinge's body, who shall go before the kinge as he travelleth thorough the country. King Edward is. Ordinances, 1323, ed. Furnival, p. 46. Fleta, Seu Commentarius Juris Anglicani, editio secunda, London 1685, Lib Roman 2. Cap. 2, 4. This treatise is believed to have been composed in the Fleet Prison by a lawyer in the time of Edward I. It is later than 1292, for mention is made in it of the submission of Scotland. Lib Roman 2. Cap. 5. The Ordinance of Edward Roman II mentioned further, p. 108, speaks only of the brand by a hot iron on the forehead. King Edward is Household and Wardrobe Ordinances, A.D. 1323, Chaucer Society, ed. Furnival, 1876. Lib Roman 2, Cap. 1415. He sent a mandatum to this effect, and he withdrew it when the king changed his mind as to the place where he wished to go, which happened often enough. Debit autem senescalis nomen capitalis justitiarii cujus vices, gerit mander vice comedi loci ubi dominus rex furit declinturus, quod venere facit ad surdum diem, ubicum tunc rex furit in ballavia sua, omnes assisses comitatus sui et omnes prisons cum sues attachamentis. Fleta, Lib Roman 2. Cap. 3. Section 4. Habet etiam ex virtute officii sui potestatum precedendi adat legations et duela jungendi et singula faciendi qui ad justitiarios itinerants, prout supra dictum est pertinent faciendi. Fleta, Lib Roman 2. Cap. 3. Section 11. Fleta Lib Roman 2, Cap 3, Section 9. Original authority of the King's Council, p. 115. The county is divided into hundreds or into wapentakes or into wards, the term wapentake appearing in Yorkshire, Lincolnshire, Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, the term ward in the northernmost counties. History of English Law before Edward I, by Sir Frederick Pollock and F. W. Maitland, Cambridge, 2 vols. 1895, Volume I, p. 543. At the head of the hundred was the bailiff, appointed by the sheriff, acting under him, and giving also rise to numerous complaints. See, e.g., Rolls of Parliament, Roman 2, 357, a petition of 1,376. The lists which have reached us leave us doubting whether any of them had received a solemn sanction from the central power. Same History of English Law, Roman 2, 508, on the origin, growth, decay, uses, and abuses of the institution, C. W. A. Morris, The Frank Pledge System, London, 1910. In many places, great people, lay or ecclesiastic, had somehow secured for themselves the properly royal privilege of holding the view. It became attached to some manors and was conveyed with them. See the petition of an abbess who claims the view of Frank Pledge attached to the manor of Shorewall, Isle of Wight, which had been given her. Isabella de Forte disputes her this right, the real object of the quarrel between the two ladies being the fines levied when the view was held. Towards the end of the 14th century, the Frank Pledge had fallen into decay. Magna Carta, cap. 42 of the Second Confirmation by Henry Roman 3, 1217. Stubbs, Select Charters, p. 337. Nec licet aliqui vice comiti vel ballivo tenor turnum suum per hundredum nisi bis per annum, Fleta, Lib Roman 2, cap. 52. See Appendix Roman 6, p. 431. The articles for the London heir of 1244 are in Munimenta Guildhilly, I-79, those for the heir of 1321 are in Munim. Guild, Roman 2, 347. The latter are fully 7 times as long as the former and fill 15 octavo pages. Pollock and Maitland, History of English Law, Roman 2, 519, cf. Fleta, I cap. 19 and 20. De processu coram justitiariis itinerantibus, de capitulis coroni et itineraris. Originally, Custos Placitorum Coroni, record keeper of the pleas of the crown. In existence also in France and Germany from the earliest times, thus defined in the Grand Coutumier de Normandie, chapter 54. Il n'y doit erder crier fors pour cause criminelle, si comme pour feu et pour larcen ou pour homicide ou pour otter evident peril, si comme si aucun court sus a un otter lacaudo trait. Car sil qui cry haro sans appert obvious, peril le doit amender au prince. A si cry doivent isser tous su qui elant we. This custom remained in use in Normandy until the French Revolution. Glasson, Origins de la Clameur de Haro, Paris, 1882. In England, the statutes concerning the hue and cry were repealed only in 1827. Fleta Lib. I cap. 1920. See also Local Self-Government and Centralization by Talman Smith, 1848 pp. 220, 232, 298. Mais de clerjour, à la vue de touts, isn't qui gens de pays puissant vir la peine, et la haunt quelles dits attaints out, et partant and soyant les muse chasties. Year probably 33 ed. I. Palgrave, Original Authority of the King's Council, p. 56. Reeves, History of English Law, ed. Finlayson Roman 2, p. 408. Prologue to the Canterbury Tales, The Monk. See Appendix Roman 7, p. 432. Household Expenses of Richard de Swinfield, ed. J. Webb 1854, Camden Society, vols. IP 125 Roman 2. pp. XXX Roman 36. The duels of Thomas de Bruges were not those of the cases of felony and crime which resulted in the death of the vanquished. It was merely the duel with staff and shield, cum fust et scudo, which required, as may be imagined, the replacement of the champion much less frequently. In the 29th year of Edward Roman III, a duel took place by means of champions between the Bishop of Salisbury and the Earl of Salisbury. When the judges, conformably to the laws, came to examine the dress of the combatants, they found that the bishop's champion had several sheets of prayers and incantations sewn in his garments. Yearbooks of Edward I, Rolls Series, 32-33d year, Preface, p. Roman 16, note. This examination of the clothing was always made with the intention of discovering frauds of this kind, which were considered as the most dangerous and disloyal of all. See Riley S. Liber Albus, p. 303, where the case is entered in full. One has only to peruse Froissart to notice the extreme frequency of this custom. Jean de Hainaut arrives at Denain. There he lodged in the abbey that night. Lib. I Part 1. Ch. 14. The Queen disembarks in England with the same Jean de Hainaut, and then they found a great abbey of black monks which is called St. Iman, and they were harbored there and refreshed for 3 days. Ch. 18. There the king stopped and lodged in an abbey. Ch. 292. King Philippe came to the good town of Amiens, and there lodged in the Abbey of Guard, ch. 296, etc. The Knights Hospitallers in England, edited by Larking and Kemble, Camden Society, 1857. It is the text of a manuscript found at Malta entitled Extenta Terrarum et Tenementorum Hospitalis Sancti Johannis, Jerusalem in Anglia, A.D. 1338. Knights Hospitallers, pp. 99, 101, 127. The effect of the Scottish wars on the possessions of the knights is strikingly set forth. Omnes possessions hospitalis in Scotia sunt destructa, combusta per fortum gerum ibidem per multos annos continuatem unde nil his debus potest levari. Solbet tamen, tempor passus, redier per annum, cc marcas, p. 129. See Appendix Roman 8, p. 433. Statute 3 Edward I cap. 1. Statute 9 Edward Roman 2, cap. 11, Articuli Clari, AD 1315-1316. Fleta lib. I cap. 20, section 68-72. Rolls of Parliament, Roman 3, p. 501, AD 1402. Ibid, Roman 3, p. 82, AD 1379-80. The clergy, on the other hand, complain that the sheriffs sometimes come with their wives and other excessive number of people on horseback as well as on foot to stay in monasteries under pretext of collecting monies for the king. Ibid. p. 26, AD 1377. Inventories of St. Mary's Hospital, or Masondia, Dover, by M. E. C. Walcott, Archaeologia Cantiana, London, 1869. Mensi de medio removenter, or in the English version by S. Bateman of 1582, Fall, 81, when they have eaten, board, clothes, and relief be borne away. Description of a dinner in England by Bartholomew the Englishman de Glanville, 13th century. Bartholomew Anglici de Proprietatibus Rerum, Frankfurt, 1609, lib. Roman 6, cap. 32. Smollett in the 18th century notes the existence of similar customs in Scotland. People dine, then sleep in the hall where mattresses are stretched, replacing the tables. Humphrey Clinker. Hall and chamber for litter, 20d. Hall and chamber for rushes, 16d. Hall and sea for litter, 1d. And C extracts from the Rotulus Familiae, 18 ed. I. Archaeologia, volume Roman 15, p. 350. The king was then at Langley Castle, Buckinghamshire. Turner and Parker, Domestic Architecture in England from Edward I to Richard Roman II, Oxford, 1853, p. 75. See also in Archaeologia, Roman 6, p. 366, the illustrated description of the royal hall at Eltham. Eclogue Roman 3 in the edition of the Citizen and Viplandishman, published by the Percy Society, 1847, p. Lee. The Vision Concerning Piers the Plowman, ed. Skeet, text B, passus X line 96. Chaskins ni gist my apart soy, mais du en chamber obscure, ou le plus souvent Troy et Troy, en un seul lita la venture. With fleas as big as those of the monks of Cytox. Oeuvres completes, ed. De Q de Saint Hilaire, vol Roman 7, pp. 79, 117. Works, Skeet Roman 4, 595. Statutes 23 ed. Roman 3 ch. 6 and 27 ed. Roman 3 St. 1 ch. 3 as to the inns of the Middle Ages see Francis Mitchell and ed. Fournier, La Grande Bohème, Histoire de Classes Réprouvées, Volume I, Hôtelleries et Cabarets, Paris, 1851, Davenant, L'Évolution des Moyens de Transport, Paris, 1919. There is in the Vetusta Monumenta, Volume Roman 4, 1815, PL Roman 35, a fine view of the George Inn at Glastonbury, 15th century. The new inn at Gloucester, Northgate Street, is a good specimen of an English inn of the 15th century, below p. 131. Charming sketches of several by Herbert Railton adorn an article on coaching days and coaching ways in the English Illustrated Magazine, July, 1888. See also Turner and Parker, who mention several of the 15th century domestic architecture, volume Roman 3, pp. 46 ff. The Latin text of their account of expenses was published by Thorold Rogers in his History of Agriculture and Prices, Roman 2, p. 638. Liber Albus, ed., Riley, Introduction, PLVI, cf. The Journey from Cambridge to York of a Party of 26 Scholars in 1319. The beds, wherever they sleep, uniformly cost 8d, for the 26. W. W. Rouse Ball, Cambridge Papers, London, 1918, ch. Roman 9. A Christmas Journey in 1319. See Appendix Roman 9. Published by Prof. Paul Mayer in the Review Critique, 1870, volume XP 373. Bon Super Bon Gite, et le Reste La Fontaine. Riley S. Memorials of London, p. 386. Ed. Barak Nuremberg, 1858, fr. Translation by Magnin, Paris, 1845. F. Mitchell and E. Fournier, La Grande Bohème IPP, 200 ff. Furnival, Tale of Burin, Early English Text Society, 1887 p. Roman 8, or Arbor, English Garner, Roman 6, 84. When all this fresh feelship were come to Canterbury, they took here in, and log it hem at midmorrow, I trow a checker of the hope, that many a man doth know. Prologue to the Tale of Burin, ETS 1909 p1. Statutes for the City of London, 13 ed. I. Statutes of the Realm, volume IP 102, AD 1285. Articles of the View of Frankpledge, of probably 18 ed. Roman 2, Statutes, volume IP 246, French text. Hugh the Needle Seller. Piers the Plowman, Skeats edition, text C, passus Roman 7. LL, 364 370, 394. Par ces taverns chacun jour, vous en trouverez a sager, buvens la tout la journée aussi tost, quant fait leur journée, maint y aconvient allier boire, la dispendant, se chose voir, plus quetout jour enant gagner. L'année convient il demander essils escentrabatant quand, sont ivers le prévost, and a plusieurs livers damon tout au long de elan. Et y verriez de ces gallons oisu qui taverns poursuivant gaze et jolies. Le livre de la mutation de fortune, BK, Roman 3 Ms. Fr. 603 Bibliothèque Nationale Paris. Christine de Pisson's Œuvres Poétiques are being published by the Société des Anciens Textes Francais, ed. Maurice Roy, 1886 ff. Eleanor Rummage. Poetical Works of John Skelton, ed. Dice 1843, volume IP 95. Jurors find in 1375 that the bridge in the midst of the Cossey between Brant Broughton and Lincoln was primarily made by a certain hermit after the first pestilence, and consisted in a board placed above the ford, which had to be waded through. Jurati dicunt supra sacramentum suum. Quod pons predictus post primum pestilentium, ibidem primo, perquendum hirmitum factus fuit, ponendo tabulem ultra quadam vadum in medio calceti predicti. Complete text in C.T. Flower, Public Works in Medieval Law, Selden Society, 1915, I 263. Roman de Renart, Branch Roman 8, ed. Martin IP 267. On the outcome of this confession, see further Part 3, Chapter Roman 3. The son of a mayor of York, d. about 1235. Miracles are said to have been worked at the Knaresborough Hermitage, Yorkshire, where he had lived and was buried. English Prose Treatise, ed. Perry, AETS 1866 pp. Roman 15 Roman 16. Roll died in 1349. Ibid, p5. Another example still in existence is the Hermitage at Warkworth, Northumberland, partly of masonry and partly scooped out of the rock. It was apparently enlarged by its successive inhabitants, but seems from the style of the windows and carvings to belong mostly to the 14th century. The Metrical Life of St. Robert of Knaresborough, ed. Hasselwood and Deuce, Roxburgh Club, 1824, p. 36. Cf. Racheli chardarum inturi Londinensi Servati, ed. T. D. Hardy, 1837, p. 158, where King John is seen bestowing on one Robert in 1205, locum in quo hermatorium Sanct Werburg sedit, the famous Saint Werburga, abbess of Ely, 7th century. He does so pro amore deet pro salute anime noster. He grants, in purim et perpetuum eleemosynam, the hermatorium de Godland to the monks of Whitby, Oct. 26, 1205, Ibid, p. 159. Both sorts generally lived by themselves, but the recluse never left his cell while the hermit could roam about. Issue Roll of Thomas de Brantingham, ed. Devon, p. 393, 44 ed. Roman 3, the same king gives also 20s. In aid of her support to Alice de Latimer a recluse anchorite, Ibid, p. Roman 36. Test rege apud Westministerium 1 o die octobris, Reimer's Fodera. See, for an example of a hermit settled at the corner of a bridge, an act of resumption which formally accepts a grant of 14s, yearly to the hermite of the Brig of Loyne and his successors, 4 ed. Roman 4, Rolls of Parliament, VP 546. Another example is to be found in J. Britton on ancient gatehouses, Memoirs illustrative of the history of Norfolk, London, Archaeological Institute, 1851 p. 137, where hermits are mentioned who lived on Bishop's Bridge, Norwich, in the 13th century and after. See before pp. 41 ff. See above as to the part taken by the clergy in the collection of offerings, and in the care and maintenance of bridges, Chapter I. 12 Rich, Roman 2, Chapter Roman 7, Statutes of the Realm. A sample of a hermit's vow, with an analysis of a 14th century text describing the ceremony for the consecration of a hermit, is in E.L. Cuts, Scenes and Characters of the Middle Ages, 1872, pp. 98-99. A list is given, p. 111, of the still subsisting English hermitages. Piers Plowman, Skeats edition, text C, Passus IL 30, Passus XL 195. Ibid, Passus XL 188. Look humbly to gain alms. Piers Plowman, Skeats edition, text C, Passus XLL, 140-152. Text C, Passus XLL, 251-256. Lee Abbas ni fet pa el ermite, Esson's home and hermitage abite et Essil, and Ales draws vestis. G ni prismi deus festus sun, abbot ni sa vestura, Essil ni main vi ossi pure comessun, abbot nous de monster. Mes mains gents font bele monster et mervilu samblant quil valent, il samblant, les arbors qui falent qui furent trop belle au florier. Ledit de Frere Denise. Oeuvres completes de Rudebeuf, ed. Juvenal, Paris, 1874, volume Roman 2, p. 63. Printed in the Archaeological Journal, volume Roman 4, p. 69. E. Sire, les Aventdits William E. Richart, E. Plusers Gents de la Ville de Lichfield, Saint Menacé, des dits Larens E. leur mainteners quills, Innocent nul part allier hors de la Diteville. Richard Roman II had several times to renew and confirm them, but without effect. In his first statute upon this subject, he condemns the superabundance of retainers which many men, though of indifferent means, delight in. He declares that divers people of small revenue of land, rent, or other possessions, do make great retinue of people, as well of esquires as of other, in many parts of the realm. 1 Richard Roman II, cap. 7, A.D. 1377. The third statute of 13 Richard Roman II, that of his 16th year, cap. 4, that of his 20th year, cap. 1 and 2, are likewise directed against the abuse of liveries and the number of retainers of the lords spiritual and temporal. Henry Roman VI renewed these statutes, also without result. 10 ed. Roman 3, year 1336. Those who divided among themselves the prospective profit of a lawsuit maintained in this way were called champerters, campi participes, which was forbidden by numerous statutes. C.e.g. the Ordinatio de Conspiratoribus, 33 ed. I, year 1305. 4 ed. Roman 3, chapter 2, year 1330. 20 ed. Roman 3, chapter 4, 5, 6, year 1346. Leroy Dacer qua commune droit soit fate a touts, auxibian a pauvres comme a riches. 1 ed. Roman 3 stat, Roman 2 ch. 14. In the petition to the Good Parliament, 1376, she is included among Les femmes qui ont précise en les courts du roi diverses busignes et querelles par voie de maintenance et per lower, gain, et par devoir. Statute 2 Richard Roman II Stat, ICAP, 6 AD 1378. The picture in this statute is so complete that there is scarcely need to quote other texts. They are, however, numerous. In the petitions to Parliament will be found many complaints by private people for acts of violence of which they had been victims, for imprisonment by their enemies, robberies, arson, destruction of game or fish in the parks. Examples: Petition of Agnes at Tewode, she and her son beaten and robbed, Ibid. IP 372. Of Agnes of Aldenby, beaten by malefactors, Rolls of Parliament, IP 375. Of the inhabitants of several towns of the county of Hertford, who have been imprisoned and forced to pay ransom by the Knight John of Patmore, IP 389. Of John of Grey, who was attacked by 15 malefactors so resolute as to set fire to a town and storm a castle, IP 397. Of Robert Power, who is robbed and his mansion sacked, his people beaten by men all armed as men of war, IP 410. Of Ralph Le Baudelaire, who has seen his mansion pillaged and burnt by 80 men, who came with arms and baggage, bringing ropes and hatchets on carts, Roman II. P. 88, etc. In France, it is well known, the misdeeds of this kind were still more numerous, but then a continual state of war was raging there. Rolls of Parliament, Roman II, p. 351. One founded with that object by Matthew of Dunstable in 1295, and known as the Chantry of Biddenham Bridge in Bromham Parish. Victoria History of the Counties of England, Bedfordshire, Volume Roman III, p. 49. Statutes of the Realm, year 1285. Chronica Monasteri de Melsa, Rolls Series, Roman II, 275. Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman II, p. 201, 22 E Roman III, 1348. Ibid, Volume Roman II, p. 165. Earliest reference in England, that in the laws of Ethelbert, King of Kent, later part of the 6th century, where it is said that the penalty for violation of church frith is to be twice that exacted for an ordinary breach of peace. Trenholm, The Right of Sanctuary in England, University of Missouri Studies, 1903, p. 11. Trenholm, as above, p. 48. R. W. Billings, Architectural Illustrations, of the Church at Durham, London, 1843, p. 20. Erant Hugus Modi Cathedrarum Multi in Anglia, Beverlas autumn celeberrima, qui prescorum regum benignitate, puta ethylstani vel alterius cugispium, acili nacta privilegium, tali honestabater inscription. Hic seeds lapidia freedstol disider, i.e. passus cathedra, ad quam rus fugindo perveniens, omnimatum habet securitatem. H. Spellman, Glossarium Archaeologicum, 3rd ed. London, 1687, p. 248. Though every consecrated place was a sanctuary, some of them afforded far more safety than others, the penalties for abductors being much greater. A list of the safest of the English sanctuaries is in S. Pegg, A Sketch of the History of the Asylum or Sanctuary, in Archaeologia, 1787, Volume Roman 8, p. 41. Brevis annotatio Ricardi, Prioris Hagestoldensis Ecclesiae de Antiquo et Moderno Statua Justum Ecclesiae, ed. Reign, The Priory of Hexham, Surtees Society, 1864 5, 2 vols. Illustrated I-62. The prior has also a Chapter 5, De Pace Inviolabili per unum miliare circumquac ipsius ecclesiae, p. 19, and a Chapter 14 on the privileges, granted by the king, to the Hexham Sanctuary, p. 61. Reign, as above, Roman II, p. Elziv. Wright's Essay, appeared in 1823. Usually worn by the accused, but the law officer's intrusion would have made him a guilty man. Carcanum, says Ducange, Callistrigum, vinculum quo re colum stringiter, nostris carcan. J. Rain, Sanctuarium Dunelments et Sanctuarium Beverlacents. London, Surtees Society, 1827, p. Roman 25. See Appendix X, p. 434. Sanctuarium Dunelments et Sanctuarium Beverlacents, p. 111. Penance of this kind was not applied only to men. Women of all ranks were obliged to submit to it. In the same Register Palatine of Durham may be seen the case of Isabella of Merley, condemned for adultery with her sister's husband, John Damonville, to receive publicly 6 whippings around the market of Durham. Volume Roman II. p. 695. The case was not one of people of the lower sort. The Amonville family was powerful and old-established in the county. Particulars about them from the 13th century may be found in Surtees, History and Antiquities of the County Palatine of Durham, London, 1823, volume Roman 3, p. 270. Another example is in the Constitutions, Walteri de Cantilupo, Bishop of Worcester, A.D. 1240, Wilkins, Concilia Magni Britanniae at Hiberniae, London, 1757, volume IP 668. Registrum Palatinum Dunelments, ed. Sir T. D. Hardy, London 1875, volume IP 315, AD 1313. Henry Roman IV or Henry V. Reign, Sanctuarium Dunelments, p. Roman 17. Historical notices of the Collegiate Church or Royal Free Chapel and Sanctuary of St. Martin le Grand, London, by A. J. Kemp, London, 1825, p. 136. Chroniques de London, edited by G. J. Ongier, Camden Society, 1844, p. 48, written by a contemporary of the events. Articuli Clari, Statute 9 E Roman 2 Cap. 10. He forbids those on guard to stay in the cemetery unless there is imminent danger of flight. The felon may have the necessaries of life in the sanctuary. Statutes of the Realm, IP 250, text of uncertain date but probably of the reign of Edward Roman II. All this was classified as abuses by the not very trustworthy author of The Mirror for Justices, Andrew Horne, early 14th century, ed. Whitaker and Maitland, Selden Soch, 1895, p. 158. At all events it was the law, according to Fleta, lib. ICAP. Roman 29, at the end of 40 days in sanctuary, if the malefactors have not abjured the kingdom, food must be refused to them, and they will no longer be allowed to emigrate. On the road to the port, according to the same, the felon wore a garb which would cause him to be recognized, being ungirt, unshod, bareheaded in his bare shirt, as if he were to be hanged on the gallows, having received a cross in his hands. Discinctus et discalcitus, capite discuperto in pura tunica, tanquem in patibulo suspendendus, excepta cruce in manibus. Fleta stated that he must try to cross till he got into water not up to the knees but up to the neck. On the Abjuratio Regni, see the capital article, with a complete bibliography of the subject by André Ravel, in the Revue Historique, Sept. 1892. The Sanctuaries and Sanctuary Seekers of Medieval England, by the Reverend J. Charles Cox, quoting a coroner's roll of the time of Edward Roman III. London, 1911, p. 28. Statute 2 Rich. Roman 2 Stat. 2, Chapter 3. These frauds had been already complained of under Edward Roman III. A petition of the Commons in the Parliament of 1376-77, Rolls of Parliament, Roman 2. p. 369, declares that certain people, after having received money or merchandise on loan, and having made a pretended gift of all their property to friends, flee to Westminster, St. Martin's, or other such privileged places, and lie there a long time, so long that the said creditors are only too pleased to take a small part of their debt and release the rest. Then the debtors return home, and their friends give them back their property. See Appendix X, p. 435. A. J. Kemp, Historical Notices of St. Martin le Grand, London, 1825, p. 135. Statute 9 ed., Roman 2 cap. 15. Chroniques de London, Camden Society, 1884, p. 42. See Appendix X. Chroniques de London, Camden Society, 1844, p. 52. The History of King Richard III, unfinished, written by Master Thomas More, then one of the under-sheriffs of London, about the year of our Lord, 1513, Works, London, 1557. Reprinted by S. W. Singer, Chiswick, 1821, p. 55. The History of King Richard III, pp. 44-45. A list of the contents of the same Westminster Sanctuary in 1532 has been printed by the Reverend J. C. Cox, showing that there were then 50 fugitives, including one woman under the protection of the abbey, as life prisoners, one of whom had been there for 20 years. 16 were there for felonies, probably all robberies, 11 for murder or homicide, 18 for debt, and 2 for sacrilege, the church having particular merit in protecting the latter. One was a priest, Sir James Whitaker pressed for murder. Some were there for a matter so small as to inspire pity. John Ap Howell for felony, a poor Maine for stellage of herrings. Sanctuaries, 1911, pp. 72 ff. History of the Reign of King Henry Roman VII, Ellis and Spedding's edition of Bacon's Works, Volume Roman 6, p. 43. Bacon says that Henry was tender in the privilege of sanctuaries, though they wrought him much mischief, p. 238. 21 James I. Cap, 28 Section 7, Statutes, Volume Roman 4, Part 2, p. 1237. Rolls of Parliament, 21 ed., Roman 3, Volume Roman 2, p. 178. See also the Petition of the Commons in 1350-51, 25 ed., Roman 3, Volume Roman 2, p. 229. Our Lord the King, by untrue recommendations, has several times granted his charter of pardon to notorious robbers and to common murderers, when it is given him to understand that they are staying for his wars beyond the sea, whence they suddenly return into their country to persevere in their misdeeds. The king orders that on the charter shall be writ the name of him who made the recommendation to the king. The judges before whom this charter shall be presented by the felon to have his liberty shall have the power to make inquiry, and if they find that the recommendation is not well founded, they shall hold the charter of non-effect. Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 2, p. 253, A.D. 1353. Regulations of 1313. Munimenta Academica, or Documents Illustrative of Academical Life and Studies at Oxford, edited by H. Anstey, London, 1868, Rolls Series, Volume IP 91. The penalty was prison and the loss of the weapons. 5 Edward Roman 3 Cap. 14. A characteristic example of thief-catching, the man being a vagabond, is in Thorold Rogers. William Attell Lane had feloniously bereft Richard of a striped gown, worth 10 shillings. Richard ran after him, cum hutesio at Clamore, and the man was caught by the bailiff of the Liberty of Holywell, Oxford. William pleaded not guilty and asked for a jury ponet si super patrium. The jury found him guilty, ordered that he restitute the gown to Richard, and as he had no goods to make atonement and was a vagabond belonging to no ward, he be hanged, suspendetur, dec. 8 1337, the marginal note sisp, shows that he was actually hanged. Hist. Of Agriculture, Roman 2, 665. Statute of Winchester, 13 ed., I cap. 4. Clamor patrii in the Latin texts. Fleda, for example, Clamor de Harrow in France, where the practice existed even before the time of Childebert, 6th century, and was still in use, in Normandy at least, until the Revolution. See above, p. 114, note 1. This power of running down the first comer was, like many practices of the time, at once a guarantee for public safety and a dangerous arm in the hands of felons. Robbers used it, and it happened sometimes that they imprisoned by this means their own victims. Alisot, wife of Henry of Eupethurl, sets forth to the king that her husband was made prisoner by the Scotch at the Battle of Stirling, remained their captive more than a year, then returned after having paid £40 ransom. In his absence, Thomas of Eupethurl and Robert of Presbury seized on the fields which he possessed at Eupethurl, divided them, pulled down the houses, and acted as the owners, taking to their own homes all the goods they could move. The prisoner's return surprised them. As soon as they knew that he had reappeared on his lands, the said Thomas, by false agreement between him and the said Robert, raised hue and cry on the said Henry, and put upon him that he had robbed him, Thomas, of his chattels to the value of £100. They were believed. The said Henry was taken and imprisoned in Gloucester Castle for a long time, waiting for the coming of the justices, exactly as the statute said. Henry recovered his liberty in the end and obtained a writ against his enemies, but they brought force and came to meet their victim, and beat the said Henry in the town of Gloucester. That is, they bruised his 2 arms, both his thighs, and both his legs, and his head on both sides, and quite wrecked and vilely treated his body, so that he barely escaped death. The king's reply is not satisfactory. If the husband be alive, the plaint is his; if he be dead, the wife's plaint is nothing. Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 2, p. 35, A.D. 1330. Part 2, Les Wayfarers. Dis de l'Herberie. Œuvres completes de Rudebeuf, Juvenal's edition, 1874, Volume Roman 2, p. 58. Isambert, Recul general des Anciens Lois Francases, Volume Roman 3, p. 16 and Roman 4, p. 676. The Play of the Sacrament, Philological Society Transactions, ed. Whiteley Stokes, 1860, p. 127. Let scarlet cloth be taken, and let him who is suffering smallpox be entirely wrapped in it or in some other red cloth. I did thus when the son of the illustrious King of England suffered from smallpox. I took care that all about his bed should be red, and that cure succeeded very well. Original in Latin, Joannis Anglici, Praxis Medica Rosa Anglica Dicta, Augsburg, 1595, lib. Roman 2, p. 1050. To which Gaddesden I now make humble apologies. For since the above lines were written years ago, modern discoveries, those especially of Niels Finsen of Copenhagen, a man of the truest worth whom I saw at work, have justified him. Red light, it has been found, really has an influence on the healing of the scars left by smallpox and even of the disease itself. So, biding the time when his beetle remedy, mentioned next, may prove operative too, I hold Gaddesden justified in turning, from above, the laugh on his deriders. And I submit to the penance in the same contrite spirit as Dr. Johnson once did ad Udexeter. Rosa Anglica, Volume IP 496. A remedy for diseases of the spleen, Rosa Anglica. Memorials of London, documents relating to the 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries, edited by H. Riley, London, 1868, p. 466. L'ordonnance inconter les entremeteurs de physique et de surgery, Rolls of Parliament, 9 Hen, v. Volume Roman 4, p. 130. Their charter of 1461 is given in Report and Appendix of the City Liveries Commission, 1884, Volume Roman 3, p. 74. The 4p London, 1545. Statute 3 Hen, Roman 8 Cap. 11. Statutes 32 Hen, Roman 8 Cap. 42, 34 and 35 Hen, Roman 8 Cap. 8. The Fox Act 2 SC, 1 1605. Coriat's Crudities, reprinted from the edition of 1611, London, 1776, Volume Roman 2, pp. 50-53. Coriat set out from Dover, 14 May 1608. Visited in 1875, not since. Horn and his companions, in the romance of King Horn, disguised themselves as minstrels and ranged themselves at the gate of Rymenhild's castle. High yedden by the gravel toward the castle, high gun Muri singe and maked here glioinge. Rymenhild hit gan I her, and axed what high were, high seed, high waren harpers, and soon were jiggers. He doed Horn in late right at Hollagate, he set him on a bench his harp for to clench. King Horn, ed. J. R. Lumby, Early English Text Society, 1866, L. 1465. Wordsworth, The Solitary Reaper. Cursor Mundi, a Northumbrian poem of the 14th century, edited by R. Morris for the Early English Text Society, Volume VP, 1651, and Volume IP 8. It began to be customary to read aloud verses too, instead of singing them. Chaucer foresees that his poem of Troilus may be indifferently read or sung, and he writes, addressing his book. So pray I to God that none misrate the neathemize meter for default of tonge, and read were so thou be or else songe, that thou be understand God I beseech. Troilus, Book 5, L. 1809. Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, ed. R. Morris, Early English Text Society, 1864 pp. 38 ff. Brilliantly illuminated manuscripts of romances continued, however, to multiply. They were very well paid for. Edward Roman III bought in 1331 of Isabella of Lancaster, nun of Ombersbury, a book of romance for which he paid her £66 13s, 4d, which was an enormous sum. When the king had this book, he kept it in his own room, Devon S. Issues of the Exchequer, 1837, p. 144. Richard Roman II Ibid. 213 bought a Bible in French, a Roman de la Rose and a Roman de Percival for £28. To give an idea of these prices, we must recall, for example, that a few years before Edward bought his book of romance, the inhabitants of London entered in the city accounts 7 tens. For 10 oxen, £4 for 20 pigs, and £6 for 24 swans, which they had given to the king. Year 1328, Riley's Memorials of London, 1868, p. 170. The Thornton Romances, edited by J. O. Halliwell for the Camden Society, pp. 88, 121, 177. The romances in this volume are Percival, Issambres, Eglamour, and de Grevant. The longest scarcely reaches 3,000 lines, Issambres not 1,000. The manuscript, which is in Lincoln Cathedral, is a collection containing many other romances, especially a Life of Alexander, a Mort d'Arthur, an Octavian, and a Diocletian, besides numerous prayers in verse, recipes for curing toothache, prophecies of the weather, etc. From Golia's, the type of the debauched and gluttonous prelate, made famous by Latin poems attributed to Walter Map, 12th century ed. Th. Wright, Camden Society, 1841, cf. The Cambridge Songs, A. Goliard's Song Book of the 11th Century, ed. Carl Bruhl, Cambridge, 1916. Help me God, my wit ease then. He says himself. Poems, ed. T. Hall, Oxford, 1887, p. 21. Issues of the Exchequer, p. 244. Extracts from the Municipal Records of the City of York, by Rob. Davies, London, 1843, p. 230. Wardrobe Accounts, Archaeologia, Volume Roman 26, p. 342. Thomas Wright, Domestic Manners and Sentiments, 1862, p. 181. 40 ed. Roman 3, Devon's Issue Rolls of the Exchequer, p. 188. See 2 examples of like cases in the introduction to the Issue Roll of Thomas de Brantingham, p. Roman 39. Roll of Household Expenses of Richard de Swinfield, Bishop of Hereford, ed. J. Webb, Camden Society, 1854-55, Volume IPP, 152-155. On the Condition of Minstrels, Jugglers, Bearwards, etc. in France, C.E.G., Histoire économique de la propriété, des salaires. Et de tous l'esprit, by Vicomte d'Avenel, Paris, 1914, Volume V. p. 264, and Badier, Les Fabliaux, 1895, p. 389. Ed. P. Mayer in Review Critique, Volume X, 1870, p. 373. Piers Plowman, Text C. Pass, Roman 12, LL, 3539. Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, ed. R. Morris, Early English Text Society, 1864, LL, 484, 1652, 1656, and 1952. In the same manner Arthur, after an exploit by Gawain, sits down to table, wythe a le manner of meat and minstrelsy both. This indenture, made 5 June in the 3rd year of our sovereign Lord King Henry V since the conquest, witnesseth that John Cliff, minstrel, and 17 other minstrels, have received from our said Lord the King, through Thomas, Earl of Arundel and Surrey, Treasurer of England, £40 as their wages, to each of them 12d. A day for a quarter of a year, for serving our said Lord in the parts of Guyenne or elsewhere. Reimer's Foedera, ed. 1700-432, year 1415, volume Roman 9, p. 260. The chief of the minstrels of Beverley was called Alderman. Foedera, year 1387, volume Roman 7, p. 555. In Sir John Hawkins' History of Music, London, 1893, volume IP 193, John of Gaunt's charter to the king of his minstrels in Tutbury, dated 4 Richard Roman II, is given at length. Foedera, year 1464, volume Z, p. 512. Issue roll of those. De Brantingham, ed., Devon, pp. 5457 and 296-298. These pensions were granted for life. La fumes nous en joie et en deport dix jours entiers, attendant levent nort pour nous partir. Maint trompette y pavet en war de jour, de nuit, menestrels retentir. Ms. Harl, 1319 in the British Museum, printed in Archaeologia, volume Roman 20, p. 297. Of which letters, models have come down to us, and judging by the lavish eulogy they employ, the minstrels themselves must have had a hand in drawing them up. E. K. Chambers, The Medieval Stage, Oxford, 1903, 2 vols. IP 53, 3 chapters on minstrels of great interest and importance, beginning with a bibliography of the subject, I 23. Wharton's History of English Poetry, Hazlitt's edition, 1871 Roman 2, p. 98. John of Gaunt orders £16 13s, 4d, to be paid to various minstrels of his very dear cousin the Count of Flanders, and £65 to various heralds, etc., of our most redoubted lord and father the king at Eltham. John of Gaunt's Register, ed. S. A. Smith, 1911 vol. Roman 2, p. 279. Langland notices the good reception given, when they were travelling, to the king's minstrels, in order to please their master, known to be sensible of these marks of goodwill. November 26, 1372. John of Gaunt's Register, ed. S. A. Smith, 1911 Roman 2, 98. Chambers Ibid, I-51. Piers Plowman, text C. Pass, Roman 8, L97. See a drawing of such a gallery in a miniature reproduced by Eccleston. Introduction to English Antiquities. London, 1847, p. 221. To the sound of the minstrels, music, 4 wild men or mummers are dancing with contortions, sticks lie on the ground, no doubt for their exercises, a barking dog is jumping between them. Album de Villard de Haunecourt, edited by Leschuze and Darsel, 1858, Plate I. XIVth de Salaunders, en un praying contre le roi y sa mesne entour, son call pour de sound taber de pint du or y rich azer. Le Roi d'Angleterre et le Jongleur d'Ely, edited with La Riot du Monde, by Francisque Mitchell, Paris, 1834, p. 28. Viola, save thee, friend, and thy music, dost thou live by thy tabor? And the tabor player in Twelfth Night, Roman 3, 1, is the clown. At Exeter Cathedral may be seen many of the musical instruments used in the 14th century, sculptured in the Minstrels' Gallery, where angels are performing, see the plate. The instruments they use have been identified by M. Carl Engel as being the cittern, the bagpipe, the clarion, the rebec, the psaltery, the syrinx, the sackbut, the regals, the gittern, the shalm, the timbrel, the cymbals. Musical instruments. South Kensington Museum Art Handbook, p. 113. The duties of the court minstrels of Edward Roman IV are declared in the Black Book of the Orders of that king's household Harl. Ms. 610, Fall, 23, and their instruments are enumerated. Some VSE trumpets, some shalmes, some small pipes, some are stringemen. L. T.S. Reimer's Fodera, April 24, 1469. See Appendix I on minstrels' guilds in various English cities, the Beverley one being perhaps the most famous, none, however, possessing documentary proofs of its existence so old as the French ones, the Paris Guild, for example, which was reformed in 1321 and lasted till 1776. See Chambers, Medieval Stage, Roman 2. 258. Having known various vicissitudes, the Royal or London Guild still exists as the corporation of the master, wardens, and commonalty of the art and science of the musicians of London. Ibid. Roman 2, 261. Rolls of Parliament, Roman 3, p. 508, AD 1402. See Appendix Roman 12, p. 437. The songs about him were collected by J. Ritson. Robin Hood Ballads, London, 2nd edition, 1832. Most of them are only of the 16th century, but a few are of an earlier date. Robin Hood's popularity was, however, well established in the 14th century, as shown by a line in Piers Plowman, Skeats edition, text B, Passus v. L. 79. On Robin Hood as the hero of popular songs, of many games and of plays, see Chambers, Medieval Stage, I-174. The Whiff of Bath's Tale, 68 lines on the equality of men and on nobility, again in the Parson's Tale, eke for to pride him of his gentry is full great folly. We ben a le of o fader and of o mater, and a le we been of o nature roten and corrupt, both rich and poor. Skeats edition of the Canterbury Tales, volume Roman 4, p. 596. Not less striking, these lines of a French poem of the same century, quoted in the Discourse upon the State of Letters in the 14th century, Histoire littéraire de la France, volume Roman 24, p. 236. News qui bien face en est villains, mes de viloni est tas plains hos home qui laid vi main, nus en est villains esil ni villain. Sicut lex justissima, previta circumspection sacrorum principum stabilita, hortator et statuit ut quod omnes tangit, ab omnibus apropter, sic. Etc. Reimers, Fodera, year 1295, volume Roman 2, p. 689. Foedera, year 1297, volume Roman 2, p. 783. Isambert s. Recueil, volume Roman 3, pp. 102-104. A not at all rare occurrence. See in the Fablio, Le Pauvre Clerk, how the itinerant verse-teller is asked by the peasant who receives him to say, while the supper is cooking, some of those things that are in writing, either a song or a story of adventure. Badier, Les Fablios, 2nd ed., 1895, p. 391. Performing animals or wild ones in cages enjoyed a popularity which proved more constant than that of minstrels, since it has continued unabated from the early Middle Ages to the present time. Urcenarii frequently appear in the accounts of the Shrewsbury Corporation, quoted by Chambers, who gives, e.g. this noteworthy entry. In regardo dato urcenario domini regis pro agitation, bestiarum suarum ultra denarios tunc ibidem collectos. Medieval Stage Roman 2, 251, year 1517. The English kings, as is well known, had their menagerie in the Tower, as the French ones had theirs in Paris. St. Louis sent, as a great gift, in 1255, an elephant to Henry Roman III, and we do not believe any had been seen before in England, wrote Matthew Paris, who, good draftsman as he was, painted the portrait of the wondrous beast. The miniature in Ms. Nero D.I. in the British Museum, Fall. 169, is by him, according to Madden, Historia Anglorum, Rolls, Preface. There saw I playin jugulars, magicians and tregators, and fittinesses, charmeresses, old witches, sorceresses that use exorcisassiounds and eke these fumigasiounds. Chaucer's House of Fame, L. 169. Chambers, Medieval Stage, I. 58, quoting the Summa Theologii, Sicut dictum est, ludus est necessarius ad conservationem vitae humani, etc. on the distinction between the higher and lower minstrelsy, see Ibid. pp. 59 ff. Lib. I. Chapter Roman 8. Historical Papers from the Northern Registers, ed. Rain Rolls Series p. 398. Cf. Bodleian Ms. 264, Foss. 21, 51, 56, 91, etc. Ich can nat taber ni tromp ni tell fair jests, fart ni fithelin at fests, ni harpen, japen ni jojlin ni gentilich pipe, nother sailin ni sautrian ni singe with the geitern. Piers Plowman, ed. Skeet text C. Passus Romans 16. L. 205. Loci Libro Veritatum, passages selected from Gascoigne's Theological Dictionary, 1403-48, ed. Thorold Rogers, Oxford, 1881, p. 144. For instance, Ms. Add, 29,704, Fall, 11. This particular illumination seems to be of the 14th century. Devon S. Issues of the Exchequer, p. 212. Philip Stubbs, Anatomy of Abuses, ed. F. J. Furnival, New Shaxper Society, 1877-79, pp. 171-172. Stubbs' opinion was shared by all the religious writers or moralists of the 16th century. All the extracts here are from the House of Fame, Book 3. Complete Works, ed. Skeet, Oxford, 1894, Volume Roman 3, pp. 33 ff. A suit respecting civil matter was commenced in this reign, ed. I, as in earlier or subsequent reigns, by the purchase of a writ and sometimes by bill. The writs were committed to messengers who had to travel into the different parts of the kingdom and deliver them to the sheriffs or other proper officers to be served on the defendants. Horwood, Yearbooks of Edward I, years 30-31, p. Roman 25. Against the purchase of the writs the Commons protested, claiming 35 ed. Roman 3, year 1351-2, that this was contrary to Magna Charta, according to which the king ni vendra ni delaera droit annulli. The king refused to give up what he considered as a legitimate profit, but promised that the tariff would be lowered. Rolls of Parliament, Roman 2, 241. See the representation of lords and ladies dictating their letters to scribes, and of messengers carrying them to their destinations in the MSS. At the British Museum, Royal 10 ed. Roman 4, Fall, 305, 306, etc. and add. 12,228 Fall, 238. King Edward II's Household and Wardrobe Ordinances, 1323, ed. Furnival, 1876, p. 46. The French kings had a much larger number. Les riches personnages entretenant des messagers de pied et des chevaucheurs, de ces derniers le roi de France en avait une centaine. De moindres seigneurs si contentient de deux ou trois. Les chevaucheurs étaient payés à forfait. Au Roman 14e siècle, 18 francs par jour, present value, pour un parkers de 55 km environ, les messagers de pied, par journée de 30 km en moyenne touchant 9 francs chez le roi, 1380. À la solde des particuliers ou des villes leur salaire variait de 5 à 10 francs. Un voyage de nuit valait le double, 20 francs, de même les courses périhleuses. Davenant, L'évolution des moyens de transport, Paris, 1919, p. 142, cf. Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, I 665, Roman 4, 712. Anne of Bohemia, first wife of Richard Roman II, born at Prague in 1366, granddaughter of blind King John of Bohemia killed at Crécy, herself dying of the plague at Sheen, 1394, leaving her husband almost crazy with grief. Issue Roll of Thomas de Brantingham, ed. F. Devon, London, 1835, pp. Roman 32, Roman 37, Roman 44, 408. Issues of the Exchequer, 1837, pp. 220, 255. Whole pages of Thomas de Brantingham's Roll, e.g. pp. 154-155, are filled with payments received by messengers, which show the frequent use made of their services. 32 ed. Roman 3, Issues of the Exchequer, p. 169. Too Rich, Roman 2, year 1378, Rolls of Parliament, volume Roman 3, p. 36. Reimer's Foedera, April 3, 1396, 19 Rich, Roman 2. Issues of the Exchequer, p. 202. Rolls of Parliament, IP 48, 18 ed. I. Wardrobe Accounts of Edward Roman II, Archaeologia, Roman 26, 321, 336. Extract from a letter to the author. Yesterday I was reading your Vi Nomade, and that portion of it which speaks of the rewards given in 14th and 15th centuries to messengers who brought good tidings to the king. It may interest you to know that a remnant of this custom still survives. The officer sent by a general after a victory to convey the dispatch to the queen receives, besides a promotion in rank or a decoration, a pecuniary reward. The officer who brought the news of the fall of Sebastopol to the queen received the rank of colonel, and a present of 500 guineas. My brother ADC, Major Anson, who carried home from China the dispatch announcing the fall of Pekin, was promoted colonel and received a present of 500 guineas. St. James, Club, May 30, 1890. F. Grant. What happened in our less ceremonious days, when the news was brought of the Marne, of Ypres, of Messins? Doubtless it was not brought, it came. Item, be it prohibited everywhere that any alien send letters beyond the sea, or receive letters which come thence, unless he show them to the Chancellor or to some other lord of the Privy Council, or at least to the chief wardens of the ports or their lieutenants, who shall further show them to the said council. Rolls of Parliament, volume Roman 2, p. 163, 20 FD, Roman 3. Text C. Pa Roman 14, LL 3359. 5 and 6 ed. Roman 6 ch. 21. Statutes volume Roman 4, part 1, p. 155. 14 Eliz. ch. v. Statutes volume Roman 4, part 1, pp. 590 ff. 8 and 9 Will. Roman 3 ch. 25. Cf. the contents of the pack of a French port-bal of the 18th century. Unde ces merciers ambulants quanapel port balls et qui cry. Monsieur le Chevalier Gerardiers, Cinchers, Cordons de Monter, Tabadiers du Dernier Gaut, Vreas Jabec, Bags, Cachets de Monter, Diderot, Jacques Lafay de Liszt. Ed. Aceline, p. 30. Text B. Pa, VL 257. The English coaling trade had greatly increased in the 14th century. Large quantities of coal were brought by water from Newcastle and other places to London and partly consumed on the spot, partly exported. The importance of coal mines did not escape the notice of the Commons, who stated in the year 1376-7 that, En diverses parties dans le royaume d'Ingleterre sont diverses minors de carbons, dont les communes du dit party ont leur sustenance en grand party. 51 ed. Roman 3, Rolls of Parliament, Roman 2, 370. Cf. Saltzman, English Industries of the Middle Ages, 1913, ch. I and H. Hall, A Select Bibliography for the Study, Sources and Literature of English Political Economy, London, 1914. The trade in wines was enormous, especially with Gascony, and subjected to the most minute regulations. Not only the importation of it was the occasion of ceaseless interfering, but the retail sale in towns was perpetually regulated anew by local ordinances. Woe to the vintner who was detected meddling in any unfair way with his liquor. He might experience the chastisement inflicted upon John Penrose, who for such an offense was sent to the pillory in 1364, was made to drink publicly there his own stuff, had what he could not drink poured over his head, and was besides sentenced to renounce his trade forever. Riley, Memorials of London, 1868, p. 318. Same rules in France. Quenol billen, vaisselement, joaux doret d'argent ni soit traits hors dudit royaume par person quel quasi soit, si estoit vaisselement de prelats ou de nobles ou daughters gens d'église pour leur service. Ordinance of Jean Lebon, dated from London, 1358. Isambert, volume VP 39. Rolls of Parliament, 45 ed. Roman 3, year 1371, volume Roman 2. p. 306. While this legislation was strictly enforced in England, the royal government, according to petitions of the Commons and with remarkable naivete, often wrote to princes on the continent, recommending them to allow their own subjects to bring to England money, bullion, and plate. Statute 5 Rich, Roman 2 St. Ich, 3 and 6 Rich, Roman 2, year 1381-2. Rolls of Parliament, 46 ed. Roman 3, year 1372, volume Roman 2, p. 311. Ibid, 11 Rich Roman 2, AD 1387, volume Roman 3, p. 253. The penalties are removed for the hands merchants, but not for the Prussians. Et en lamine temps soyant letter du privé s'il envoyé al mester de prise de repair, et du redress faire as merchants inglés des arrests, et otters torts, et damages a you fate daints la seigneurie de prise, cum res en demand. Statute 27 ed. Roman 3 St. Roman 2, ch. 2. 25 ed. Roman 3 Stat. Roman 3, ch. 2. See for particulars about the Guildhall de Teutonicum in Dowgate Ward, Thames Street, and afterwards in the Steel House, Herbert S. Livery Companies, London, 1837, volume IPP. 1016. The importance of Italian settlements of money changers and money lenders, whence the Lombard streets, or Rues des Lombards, surviving in many towns, are well known. These and many other particulars about English trade with Venice are to be found in Rawdon Brown's Calendars of State Papers. In the Archives of Venice, London, 1864 Rolls. See also J. de Laval-Leraux, La France en Orient au Roman 14 e-cycle, Paris, 1886, volume IP 199. For the first time in 1397-98. He was a liberal lender of money to Kings Henry Roman IV and Henry V. Th. Wright, Political Poems, Rolls Series Roman II, 202, also edited by Herzberg and Pauli Leipzig, 1878. BK, Roman 20, Chapter 7, Esprit de l'Angleterre sur le commerce. Rolls of Parliament, 25 ed. Roman 3, year 1350 and ed. I or Roman 2 Anno Inserto, volume Roman 2, p. 232 and vol. IP 475. Text B. Pa, VL 232. Statute 2 of 27 ed. Roman 3, AD 1353. Canterbury was made a staple town, en l'honneur de St. Thomas. Rolls of Parliament, volume Roman 2, p. 253 same year. As an example of the changes affecting the staple system, see the Statute 2 ed. Roman 3, Chapter 9 AD 1328, by which all staples were abolished for a time. Pedis pulverizati curia. Est qui in nundinis constituiter ad nundinalium rixis laetesque celerium componendas. Dictum praecipiutum mercatoribus vagabundis, qui nundinas pegatum insectantes omnes discurrent provincias, nec sistendi locum agnoscunt, sed to his etiam qui ex omni part ad nundinas confluent. H. Spellman, Glossarium Archaeologicum, ed. Tertia Lindini, 1687, p. 455. These and other particulars about the way in which fairs were managed at Westminster and Winchester are to be found in a petition with an inquest of the year 1302, 30 ed. I. in the Rolls of Parliament, volume IP 150. The Winchester Fair on St. Giles Hill, Montum Sancti Egidii, was one of the most famous English fairs. Langland mentions it and gives a graphic account of the cheating that went on among unscrupulous merchants. Visions, text C. Pa. Roman 7, L. 211. See Charter of Edward Roman 3 St. Giles Fair, Winchester, ed. G. W. Kitchen, London, 1886. This fair, immortalized by Ben Jonson, disappeared only in 1855. See H. Morley's Memoirs of Bartholomew Fair, 2nd ed. 1874. Mentioned as Y, text C. Passus Roman 7, L. 211, Wayhill Fair near Andover, Hampshire, is a famous one to this day and lasts 8 days. The fair for horses and sheep is on October 10th, that for cheese, hops, and general wares on October 11th and the 6 days following. W. W. Skeet, Vision Concerning Piers the Plowman, Roman 283. See a list of English fairs in Mr. Elton's report, Market Rights Commission, 1889, Volume I5. There were fairs established especially for herrings and other fishing produce at Yarmouth, Scarborough, and other towns on the sea-coast. The rigors of Lent and the number of fasting days throughout the year gave particular importance to these articles of consumption. Hence, too, the attention paid to fisheries and the regulations to prevent the catching of small fish, the destruction of spawn and bait, etc. Great complaints are made against the use of the net called wundiachown, which drags from the bottom of the sea all the bait that used to be the food of great fish. Through means of this instrument, fishermen catch such great plenty of small fish that they do not know what to do with them, but fatten their pigs with them. Rolls of Parliament, 1376-7, Volume Roman 2, p. 369. As to salmon fishing in the Thames, see Ibid, Volume Roman 2, p. 331, A.D. 1376. Harrison's Description of England, ed. Furnival, 1877, first published 1577, Part 1, Book 2, Chap Roman 18, pp. 295-302. History of Agriculture and Prices in England, Volume Roman 4, Chapter Roman 4, p. 155. As to Stourbridge Fair, Ibid, Volume I, Chapter Roman 7, p. 141. Winter's Tale, Roman 4, 3, cf. The 4 P.S. by John Heywood, London, 1545. One of the P.S. is a pedlar, whose wares are enumerated in full. Wordsworth, The Excursion, B.K., Roman 8. The Nut Brown Maid, in Skeet S. Specimens of English Literature, Clarendon Press, 1887, p. 96. Statute of Winchester, 13 Edward I, Chapter Roman 4, confirmed by Edward Roman 3. See before p. 156. Item viter nulla esse ut legaria si factum, pro quo interrogatus est, civil sit et non criminale. Bracton, Rolls Series, Volume Roman 2, p. 330. Yearbooks of Edward I, Rolls Series, Years 30-31, p. 533. Yearbooks of Edward I, Rolls Series, Years 30-31, pp. 537-538. In the case of this woman, freedom was granted propter parvitatem delicti, and because she had been 1 year in prison, and no confiscation took place because her husband was absent in Paris, and it would have been inappropriate to, maybe, wrong that man who was, like every husband, the owner of his wife's chattels. Et nota, beautifully adds the judge, or the reporter, quod melius est nocentem relinquer impunitum quam innocentem punire. But the court, at the same time, finds an innocent, known to it as such, for fear of displeasing the king, a circumstance that the recorder is bold enough to note down. Et nota quod fecerunt hoc justitiarii magis ad appriamentum profit, for the king got the money, regis faciendum quam ad legem manutenendum, quia hoc dixerunt in terrorum. Ibid, pp. 503-507. Fleda, lib. I, Chapter Roman 27. Bracton, Volume Roman II, pp. 340-342. Yearbooks of Edward I, Year 3031, p. 515. Sometimes a man would profit by the absence of an enemy on the continent and affirm to a magistrate that he was in flight, and cause him to be declared an outlaw. Thus the priest, John Crotchell, complains to Parliament of having been unjustly outlawed during a journey which he had made to the court of Rome in 1347, Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman II. p. 178. The priest, Robert of Thresk, is also declared outlaw during his absence from the kingdom, by the malice of his accusers, Ibid, 1347, Volume Roman II, p. 183. John of Gaunt orders the restitution of his goods to Noster tenant Neef, Johann Piers, whose belongings had been seized, a cause quil deuced ester et legay, SCQS dit, et or il news es certifié par record, quil en est pas et legay. Oct. 12, 1374. John of Gaunt's Register, ed. S. Armitage Smith, document 1544. Cessidit in fovem quam fecit. Psalm Roman 7, 16. Cessidit should be incidit. Yearbooks, Edward I, Year 2122, p. 447. In another case, counsel, delighted at a statement of the judge, exclaims in his joy, Beatus venter qui te portavit. Ibid, p. 437. Judges sometimes indulged in familiar speech, bets, and witticisms. I will wager a cask of wine on it. If you find it, I will give you my hood. Yearbooks of Edward Roman II, ed. G. J. Turner, Selden Society, 1914, years 1310-1311, pp. 44-168. Late 13th century in Maddox, Formulaire Anglicanum, London, 1702, fall, p. 416. Scient presens et futuri quod, ego Johans filius tome, vendidiet quidem clamavidemi, et heredibus mes domino Hugoni abati sancti Edmundi, et successoribus sues, imprimum servulum filium Williami de Wortham cum tota sequela, sua et omnibus catali sues, et cum toto tenimento quod demi tenuit, in Wortham sine allo retenimento pro sextus solidis argenti quos, idem abas mice dedit. Et hec me vendicio. Firma sit. Presentum cartem meme feci, temp, ed. I. mis addit. 14,850 in the British Museum Fall, 59. The existing evidence, says Vinogradov, entitles one to maintain that a villain could be lawfully sold with all his family, his sequela, but that in practice such transactions were uncommon. Villainage in England, Oxford, 1892, p. 151. Chronica Monasterii de Melsa, Rolls, Roman II, 97 ff., the case being of the second half of the 13th century. The duel was, of course, one cum fust et scudo, the fighters clubbing each other to their best, as in the case of the before-mentioned Thomas de Bruges, above, p. 117. The yearbooks of Edward I show a marked tendency in the judge to interpret the laws and customs in a sense favorable to the freeing of the villain. One of the harsh theories of former days is declared by him, pejus quam falsum per si qui si est heresy. Yearbooks of Ed. I, years 3031, AD 1302, ed. Horwood Rolls p. 167. See also, in the volume for the years 34-35, the suit p13. But the judge could act thus only in doubtful cases. A man having acknowledged in the presence of his master that he was a villain, the judge says to the master, Prenez le par le coup, comme vater villain, lui et sa descendants à taugers. Volume for the years 30-31, p. 201. See an example of such commutation with a tariff established, ex antiqua et usitata consudidine, for various services according to the season, for oats to be supplied to the Lord, the Abbot of Bury, etc. in mis addit. 14,850, British Museum, Fall. 143, year 1438. This was a last resort, more and more frequently adopted, however, especially after the plague. As Mr. Oman has justly observed, by natural disposition the villains were reluctant to abscond and throw up their share of the manorial acres, for only in extremity will the peasant, who has once got a grip on the soil, consent to let it go. The Great Revolt of 1381, Oxford 1906, p. 9. NSR le Royet Seigneurs de Parlement monstrant, les chevaliers des counties, enicist present parlement, quecum les seigneurs parmi le royaume d'Ingleterre ayant plusieurs villains, QSN fuant de leurs seigneurs, de terres en diverses sites et bergs en franchaises, de jour en otter, et la demurant tout leur vise. Par cause disque franchises les dits seigneurs, ni pount aprocher leur dits fillings. They want to be enabled to forcibly take them back. Their petition is rejected. Le roi s advisera. 15 Rich, Roman 2, Rolls of Parliament, Roman 3, p. 296. Ad similitudinem servorum domesticorum. Henrici de Bracton, de legibus et consuetudinibus Angliae Libri v. ed. Travers Twiss, London, 1878, IP 48. According to Seebohm, The Black Death and Its Place in English History, 2 articles in the Fortnightly Review in 1865, more than half of the population died during the epidemic which had begun in July 1348 and lasted till the end of 1349. 3 archbishops of Canterbury died in 1 year. Nitton, a contemporary, gives a striking picture of the plague at Leicester. There were scarcely any who took heed of riches or cared for anything. And sheep and oxen wandered through the fields and among the crops. There was no one to go after and collect them, but there perished an untold number in out-of-the-way ditches and under hedges. In the autumn, the price of labor was so exorbitant that a large part of the crops were left on the ground, Twiston, S. Decem Scripters. Call 2599. Through this pestilence, say the Commons in Parliament, cities, boroughs, and other towns and hamlets throughout the land have decayed, and from day to day are decaying, and several are entirely depopulated. 25 ed. Roman 3, AD 1351, Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 2. p. 227. See a concrete example of such reports being brought from the north to the south by pilgrims. Further, p. 279. As shown by the surnames of the members at that period, in numerous cases, a mere indication of profession. Johannes le Baker, Galfredus le Fischer, Johannes le Carpenter, Robertus Chaundeler, Ricardus Orfever, Radulfus le Taverner, etc. Return of the names of every member returned to serve in every parliament. London, 1878, A Blue Book, pp. 1831, 146 and Passim. On p. 229 duly appears, as a knight of the shire, for Kent, Galfredus Chauciers. Both documents, the first in Latin, the second in French, in Statutes of the Realm. A text, revised on the originals, is in the appendix to Miss Bertha H. Putnam's Enforcement of the Statutes of Laborers during the first decade after the Black Death, New York, 1908, pp. 8 asterisk and 12 asterisk. The taking of money out of the realm was especially feared. Quamplers adjustum rigni nostri, cum pecunia quam in eadem rigno haber potrent, ad parts exturas in dies si transferent et transfera proponent. Dec. 1, 1349, Reimer's Fodera, Volume VP 668. Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 2. p. 233. Compare the French ordinances, that of John the Good, January 30, 1350, Isembert, Recule General des Anciens Lois Francases, Roman 4. p. 576, orders the idle people of Paris, picturesquely described as gens oisu ujowers de des o enchanteurs, singers, is ruse o truand and zumandians, de quelc estet o condition quils soyant, ians mestier unan, soyant homs o femmes, to either work or go away, which was less radical and still less to the point than the English rules. Another order of the same king, Nav. 1354 Ibid. p. 700, was directed against the workmen who since the plague were exacting exorbitant wages, and in addition to that, wine, meat, and other unwanted things. If denied, they preferred to do nothing but would go to taverns, and there had been heard to say that, owing to the great price they are accustomed to take, they will work only 2 days a week. A kind of difficulty which, dating back 6 centuries, is not entirely of the past. Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 2. p. 261, Parliament of 1354. Statute 34 ed. Roman 3, Chapter 10, AD, 1361. Rolls of Parliament, Roman 2, p. 312. Rolls of Parliament, Roman 2. p. 340, AD 1376. To have them outlawed brings no relief to their masters, for they manage not to be caught and carefully avoid the places where they are known. Et si les dit servants corors soyant at leges a la suite de la party, il en est profit al sudor, ni damage ni chastiment al servant fudif. par cause qu'ils ni punt ester troves, ni geni pensent reparir, en pays la qu'ils ont ainsi servi. Same petition. Langland shows in the same way the shameless beggar who goes, bag on shoulder, asking from door to door, who may very well, if he pleases, gain his bread and beer by work. He knows a trade, but he prefers not to exercise it. And can so manner craft in cas he wold hit use, thorg witchcraft he couth, come to bread and to ale. Piers Plowman, text C pass, XL 155 see also ibid, pass IL 40. Par color de certains exemplifications fates hors deliver de doomsday des manoirs, et vils daints qu'ils sont demurants, et par virtue dicelles exemplifications, et leur male interpretation dicelles. Ils essayferment, affirm, dester quites et outriment discharges de tout manner de servage du Sibian de leur, cor cum de leur tenures. Et qui plus est, ils si coilient ensembles a grants roots et escentralient partile confederacy qui chescun adra otter a contester leurs saners a Fort Maine. Rich, Roman 2, chap 6, year 1377, Rolls of Parliament, volume Roman 3, pp. 1746-65. Statute 7 Rich, Roman 2 cap 5. Statute 12 Rich, Roman 2 cap 3. Gleanings from the Public Records, by Mr. H. Hewlett, in the Antiquary, March 1882, volume VP 99. Concerning ill treatment inflicted on prisoners, see a petition of the Commons 1 ed. Roman 3 AD, 1326-7, Rolls of Parliament, volume Roman 2. pp. 9-12. See, besides the plates here, representations of these instruments of punishment in, e.g. foxes, axe, and monuments. London, 1563, Fall, pp. 390, 1272, etc., and in Butler's Hudibras, adorned with cuts designed and engraved by Mr. Hogarth, London 1761. At p. 140, the knight and his squire, check by jowl, says the poet, in the stocks. 12 Rich, Roman 2 cap, 7. 12 Rich, Roman 2 cap, 7 cf, above p. 236. On which see, e.g. André Ravel and ch. Petit Dutilis, Le Soulèvement des Travailleurs d'Angleterre en 1381, Paris, 1898, G. M. Trevelyan, England in the Age of Wycliffe, chapters Romans 6 and Romans 7. The Peasants, Rising, and the Lollards, a collection of unpublished documents, edited by E. Powell and G. M. Trevelyan, London, 1899, with data not only on the Great Rising, but on some later troubles, 1392, 1398, of lesser magnitude, but important as signs. C. Oman, The Great Revolt of 1381, Oxford, 1906. Statute 3 ed. I Stat. 1 cap. 34 AD 1275. Statute 2 Rich, Roman 2 chapter 5. Document published, but only in an English translation by W. E. Flaherty. Sequel to the Great Rebellion in Kent of 1381, Archaeologia Cantiana, volume Roman 4. pp. 67 ff. The author interprets peregriny at one place by strangers, at another by pilgrims. The latter is the real meaning. Some traces of kindness to his tenants, on the part of John of Gaunt, are found in his registers. He orders wood and charcoal to be carried to the castle of Tutbury, where his wife was to spend the winter, and insists that the work be done in summer, so that his tenants and bondmen be not grieved by the carrying thereof in the bad season. Si valens et vos mandans que vos faces, ferat carrier anoster dit chastel ccc quarters de carbons, et osint vos faces carrier tout la boisabatas parvent que vos beaument pores and noster dit chastel per fuel, et que si soit fate tout vois incest saison diste. Isint quenas tenants et bonds ni soyant pataris ni greves ov la carriage dsl in temps de iver. John of Gaunt's Register, ed. S. A. Smith, 1911, volume Roman 2. p. 203, year 1373. And they said it in the most peremptory language, highly approving of the king's breaking his word and revoking the sweeping manumissions. Manumissimus universos liges et singulos subditos nostros. Walsingham, Roman 2. 467, rolls he had granted out of fear, the lords and the commons answer. A un voice qui seal repel fewest ben fate, a joustant quetile manumission o franchise des nefs ni post ester fate, sans leur assent, quant le grainder interesse. Aquoi ils en ascentrant unques de leur bon gré, en autrement, ni jamais ni feriant per vivre et mourir tous en un jour. Rolls of Parliament, Roman 3, p. 100, year 1381. So they would rather die, all of them in a day, than assent to a freedom granted without the assent of those most interested. And it never occurred to them that those most interested could possibly be the villains themselves and not the villains' masters. Part 3. Religious Wayfarers. Item priant les communes, de ordinaire et commander quenul nif au violin met ses en fans de sai en avant à escoles per u avancer par clergy, et si en maintenance et salvation de el honor de touts, francs du royaume. Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 3, p. 294, 15 Rich, Roman 2, 1391. Beginning at an uncertain date, before the Papal Schism, i.e. 1378, according to Shirley, Introduction to Fasciculi Zizanirum, 1858, Rolls series. Several months before the revolt of 1381 broke out, according to Oman, the Great Revolt, 1906, p. 19. Their activity as wandering preachers is well shown by the tenor of the complaint made to the King and his council against John Fox, mayor of Northampton, and others exhibited in French by Richard Sturmersworth, a Wallman, year 1392-3. According to the deponent, the mayor who welcomes every errant Lollard has caused the whole town in manner to become Lollards. All ribauds infected with Lollardry that come to the said town are all courteously received and maintained as if they were prophets before all others. The day after Christmas, the mayor brought with him an errant Lollard to preach within All Saints' Church. He did the same later, bringing the parson of the Church of Winkle, an errant Lollard, to preach. Powell and Trevelyan, The Peasants' Risings and the Lollards, London, 1899 pp. 45 ff. G. M. Trevelyan, England in the Age of Wycliffe, 1899, p. 199. Statute 5 Rich, Roman 2 cap 5. He has often been considered as an adherent of Wycliffe, for no reason save that both, at the same time, wanted radical reforms, not a few however of a different kind. Ball had some religious ideas peculiar to himself. Thus, according to him, natural children could not go to heaven. Chronican Angliae, 1328-1388, ed. Emon Thompson, 1874, Rolls Series, p. 321. Lord Berners, Froissart, cap. CCCLXXXI. Chronican Angliae, 1328-1388, Thompson's edition, 1874, p. 322. English Prose Treatises of Richard Rolle of Hample, edited by Rev. George Perry, 1866, Early English Text Society, Preface, pp. Roman 9, Roman 15, Roman 19. See before, p. 141. The Dominicans in 1221, the Franciscans in 1224. See Dr. Jessop, The Coming of the Friars, London, 1888 pp. 3234, a work in which shine the ample knowledge and wide sympathies of the late rector of East Derryham, the Arcady for better for worse, where he spent so many years. When Taine made his last visit to England, I wanted, if I may be permitted to recall a personal souvenir, to give him a lunch where each of those invited would be a representative Englishman. Robert Browning represented poetry, Augustus Jessop, who deeply impressed the chief guest, the country clergy. Vision, Text Sepa, Zyl 14. Prologue to Canterbury Tales. Jack Straw, according to the confession which his contemporary the monk Thomas Walsingham relates of him, would have liked to keep no other ecclesiastics on earth but the mendicant friars. Soli mendicantes vixissent super terram qui sufficissent pro sacris celebrandis aut conferendis universitari. Historia Anglicana, Volume Roman 2. p. 10, Rolls Series. Piers Plowman, Skeats edition, Text C. Pass, Roman 23, L. 274. AC it is fair ago, in St. Francis' time. Text B. Pass, Roman 15, L. 226. The Rule and Life of the Friars Minors, in Dugdale's Monastic and Anglicanum, London, 1817, Volume Roman 6, p. 1504. Liber de Adventum Minorum in Angliam, in Monumenta Franciscana, ed. Brewer, Rolls Series, 1858, p. 28. The author, Thomas of Eccleston, himself a Franciscan, saw the most flourishing period of the mendicant orders. His book of extreme naivete abounds in visions and tales of wonders. Matthew Paris, Historia Anglorum, London, 1866, Volume Roman 3, p. 145, Rolls Series. Monumenta Franciscana, Rolls, p. Roman 29. Speculum vidi b Francisi et Socierum Igius, Opera Fratris Gil. Spolberch, Antwerp, 1620, Part 1, Cap. 4. 32 years after the friars had appeared in England, they already possessed 49 convents. Monumenta Franciscana, ed. Brewer, 1858, p. 10. In Matthew Paris will be found a good description of the behavior of the friars minor in England on their arrival, of the poor, humble, and useful life that they first led. Historia Anglorum, ed. Madden, 1866, Volume Roman 2, p. 109. See Defensionum Curatorum contra ius qui privilegiados si dicunt. 4-2, undated. A speech made in 1357 by Richard Fitzralph, Archbishop of Armagh, in which are denounced the successive encroachments of the mendicant friars to the detriment of the secular clergy. Monumenta Franciscana, ut supra, pp. 514, etc. This library had been founded by the celebrated Richard Whittington, who was mayor of London in 1397-98, 1406-07, and 1419-20. More canum cadaveribus assistentium, ubi quisque suum particulam avid consumendum expectat. Rolls Series, Volume I-38, sub anno 1291-92. Wycliffe's Select English Works, ed. Those, Arnold, 1869, Volume Roman 3, pp. 348-380. Monumenta Franciscana, p. 541, hence the reproaches the satirists. Of these from minors methinks mock wonder, that waxen are thus haughting, that some time wear an under. Thomas Wright's Political Poems and Songs, 1859, Volume IP 268, Rolls Series. Pierce the Ploughman's Creed, ed. Skeat, 1867, Early English Text Society, pp. 7-9, written about 1394, author unknown, the same possibly who composed The Ploughman's Tale, e.g. in Wright's Political Poems, both works strongly influenced by Langland's visions. Liber Adventum Minorum, in Monumenta Franciscana, p. 52. Grammar, Logic, Rhetoric, Arithmetic, Geometry, Music, Astronomy. Select English Works, Volume Roman 3, p. 382. A satire of the 14th century states in the same way. Isti fraters predicant per villas et forum quod si mortem gustet, quis in habitu minorum non intribit postea locum tormentorum, sed statum perjuciter ad rignacilorum. But if burial is requested for a pauper in one of their privileged churches, the keeper is absent, is the answer, and admittance is refused. Guardianus absens est, statum respondetur, et sixates breviter pauper excludetur. Wright's Political Poems, Rolls Series, Volume IPP, 256-57. The complaints of the University of Oxford against the friars, stating how they wrongfully attracted with fruit and drink mere children, and taught them how to beg and to ingratiate themselves with the great, were among the severest. Nam pomis et patu, ut populus fabulator, purulos ad religionum attrahent et instigant, quos professos non instrunt sicut exigit edas illa, sed mendicationis discursibus permittent intendir. Ac tempus quo passant ad assir, captandis favoribus amicorum, dominarum et dominorum, sinunt consumir, in offensum parentium, purorum periculum et ordinis detrimentum. Year 1358, Munimenta Academica, Rolls Series, IP 207. Hic est frater ergo mendax. Historia Anglicana, 1867-69, Volume Roman 2, p. 13, Rolls Series. Brit, Muse, Misroy, 10 E Roman 4 Fall, 100 FF, see also in Ms. 17c, Roman 15. In the British Museum, a satirical picture of a F. Friar. Wright's Political Poems, Volume IP 263. 20 ed., Roman 2, Chroniques de London ed., Angier, Camden Society, p. 54. Proclamation of Richard Roman II, year 1385. Reimers, Fodera, ed., 1704, Volume Roman 7, p. 458. Rolls of Parliament, 20e Roman 3, volume Roman 2, p. 162, AD 1346. Lab. Sacrosancta Concilia, Florence, volume Roman 26, call 729. Select English Works, volume Roman 3, p. 396. The English Works of Wycliffe, hitherto unprinted, edited by F. D. Matthew, Early English Text Society, 1880, p. 13. Most of the pieces in this collection are only attributed to Wycliffe, this one among them. See also Gower, S. Vox Clamantis, Roxburgh Club, 1850 p. 228. English Works of Wycliffe hitherto unprinted, p. 12. So also in Chaucer's Prologue. His typed was I farsad full of knives and pins, for to yive fair wifes. Writes political poems and songs, 1859, volume IPP, 264 and 268. Select English Works, volume IP 381. See also Writes political poems and songs, 1859, volume IP 257. Eulogium Historiarum, ed. Haydon, Roll Series, London, 1858, volume Roman 3, p. 392. What the condemned friars were accused of was thus explained to them. Similiter vos in hypocrisy, adulation et falsa vita audivistes, falsas confessions in quibus injunxistes, populo pro ponitentia, ut quererent regem recardum in valia. Vos etiam in hypocrisy, adulation et falsa vita collegistes, magnum summum pecuni mendicando, et missistes ad audianum, owen glender proditorum, ut veniat et destruet totem linguam Anglicanum. A language which Henry prided himself in speaking, and which he had used in Parliament to claim the crown. Rolls of Parliament, Roman 3, 422. Year 1533, Holinshed, Chronicles, London, 1587, volume Roman 3, p. 945. Friar Forrest had refused the oath of supremacy. Libellus vir aureus, do optimo republici statu decnoa insula vitopia, cura p egide, nunc primum, editus, Louvain, 1516, lib. I. Hardy, Registrum Palatinum Dunelments, volume Roman 3, p. XIVth. Theodori Archiepiscopi Cantuariensis Ponitential, in Means, Patrologia, volume X6, call 938 and 940. Halletgariae Episcopi Camercensis Liber Ponitentialis, in Means, Patrologia, volume CV, call 706. See Appendix Roman 13, p. 438. The two words were used as interchangeable. Ducange quotes a text of 1389, reading, Cum il fust venu en la ville de Nessiprise, phalles, unquestor oportur de pardons. Sub verbo, perdonantia. In England, as elsewhere, forgers were busy. One is captured at great expense in the year 51 ed. Roman 3, to John Compton, one of the king's archers of his crown, in money paid to him for the expenses of himself and other archers in his retinue, coming from Gloucester to London, to conduct and deliver up Thomas Pardoner and Reginald Clerk, forgers of the seal of the Lord the Pope. Also for hire of horses for the same Thomas and Reginald, and for divers other costs incurred in their safe conduct, £6. Devon, Issues of the Exchequer, 1837, p. 203. Archaeologia, volume Roman 20. p. 53, John Webb's translation. See Appendix Roman 14, p. 439. Prologue to the Canterbury Tales, and Prologue to the Pardoner's Tale. The Decameron of Giovanni Boccaccio, done into English, by John Payne, London, 1886, volume Roman 2, p. 278, 10th tale, 6th day. See Appendix, Roman 15, p. 440. Same Appendix. Excommunicatis gratiam absolutionis impendit. Vota peregrinationis ad apostolorum limina, ad terram sanctum, ad sanctum Jacobum non prius remissit quam tantum pecuniam recepisset, quantam, juxta verum estimationum, in aestum peregrinationibus expendir debuissent, et at cuncta concludum brevibus, nihil omnino petendum erat, quod non sensut, intercedent pecunia concedendum. Historia Anglicana, Roll Series, volume IP 452. See Appendix Roman 15, p. 444. Lindsay, Ain Satire of the Thry Estates, performed at Linlithgow, 1540. Early English Text Society, 1869. John Haywood, the Pardoner and the Friar, the Curate and Neighbour Pratt, 1533, The Four Ps. 1545. Payne's Boccaccio, Volume Roman II, pp. 280-287. The Leofric Missal, 1050-1072, edited by F. E. Warren, 1883, Clarendon Press, pp. LXI 3-4. Historia Anglorum, Historia Minor, ed., Sir F. Madden, London, 1866, Volume Roman III, p. 60, Rolls Series. Devon S. Issues of the Exchequer, 1837, p. 176. Le Livre des Filles et Bons Mowers du Sageroy Charles, by Christine de Pisson, Chapter Roman 33. Volume IP 633, Nouvelle Collection de Mémoires, ed., Michaud and Paugelat, Paris, 1836. Pantagruel, Book 2, Chapter Roman 17, Comment Panurge Gagnat les Pardons. Farce d'un pardonneur d'un triaclure et d'une tavernière, Violet Leduc, Ancient Theatre Franchise, Paris, 1854-57, Volume Roman II, p. 50. The Pleasant History of Lazarillo de Tormes, drawn out of Spanish by David Ruland of Anglesey, London, 1586, Sig. G. 3. A favorite subject among miniaturists, and to be found in several manuscripts, 2b Roman 7, 10e Roman 4, in the British Museum. See the headpiece of the present chapter. Lab Sacrosancta Concilia, Florence edition, Volume Roman 25, Call 1177 and Volume Roman 26, Call 462. In 1419, Henry Chichele, Archbishop of Canterbury, ordered public prayers, litanies, and processions to protect the King of England and his army against the wicked operations of magicians. Wilkins, Concilia Magni Britanniae, Volume Roman 3, p. 392. Si viro masculus quisquam valerit, ut est moris, ejustum defuncti vel defunct nocturnis vigilies interesse, hoc feri permitteter, dum tamen nec monstra larvarum inducere, nec corporis vel fame su ludibria, nec ludos alios inanistos, presumet aliquiliter attempter. Talman Smith, English Guilds, p. 194. Arenis et aliis vermibus nigris ad modum scorpionum, cum quadam herba qui dissiter millifolium, et aliis herbis et vermibus detestabilibus. Those. Right. Proceedings against Dame Alice Keiteler, 1324, Camden Society, 1843, p. 32. The Canon's Yeoman's Tale. The whole of Book 7 of his Confessio Amantes is devoted to the exposition of a system of the world and to the description of the inner nature of beings and substances. The Roman de la Rose is not less explicit on these matters, Confession of Nature to Genius. De Proprietatibus Rerum, lib. Roman 16, a work of immense repute, translated into English by Trevisa in 1398, into French, Spanish, Dutch. Les Amants Magnifiques. Concilium Generalium Ecclesiae Catholici, Volume Roman 4, p. 261, Pauli v. Pont. Max Auctoritate Editus, Rome, 1623. See Appendix Roman 15, p. 444. Winter of 1435, he was coming on a mission to James I of Scotland. Romance of a King's Life, pp. 52-97. First cousin to Edward Roman II, executed in 1322. Froissart had no doubt as to the authenticity of his miracles. Thomas Earl of Lancaster, who was a noble and a wise holy knit, and hath done sith many fair miracles in Pomfret, where he was beheated, Volume I Chapter Roman 6, in Lord Berners' translation. The body of Charles de Blois, killed at the Battle of Auray in 1364, but this one an undoubtedly pious warrior, also worked miracles, and Froissart imagined that Urban V had canonized him. His body after sanctified by the grace of God and called St. Charles, and canonized by Pope Urban the V, for he died, and yet doth many fair miracles daily. Volume I Cap. 226 of Lord Berners' translation. Non ups comicidiis alius glidolibus verberibus, et de majoribus periculis verisimiliter immanentibus multipliciter formidater. AD 1323, Historical Papers from the Northern Registers, ed. Reign, 1873, p. 324, Rolls Series. The Archbishop did write to this effect to the Pope, John Roman 22 on February 24, 1327, asking him to make inquiry with a view to canonization. Historical Papers from the Northern Registers, p. 340. Petition to Parliament, 1 ed., Roman 3, 1326-7, Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 2, p. 7. Memorials of London, Riley, 1868, p. 203. The miracles worked by the same are also noted in the contemporary Chroniques de London, Camden Society, ed., G. J. Angier, p. 46, and by many others. J. Nichols, Wills of the Kings and Queens of England, 1780, p. 54. A chapel had been built on the hill where the Earl had been beheaded. The offerings brought there by the pilgrims were, in 1334, the subject of a curious debate between the prior and the convent of Pontefract on the one hand, and the Lord of Wake on the other. This lord had taken possession of the said chapel and the offerings brought there, and had taken the keys with him. The prior and the convent in a petition to Parliament requested to have the administration of these offerings, as spiritual things within their parish and belonging to their church. Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 2, p. 84. Ni pro sancto vel justo reputator, cum in excommunication sit defunctus, sicut sancta tenet ecclesia. Dictum de Kenilworth, Section Roman 8, in Select Charters, ed., Stubbs, 1870, p. 410. Salve Simon Montes Fortis Totius Flos Militi, Duras Penas Passus Mortis, Protector Gentes Angliae. Ora pro nobis, beat Simon, ut digni officiamur promissionibus Christi. Hymn composed shortly after the death of Simon. Wharton, History of English Poetry, ed., Hazlitt, 1871, Volume Roman 2, p. 48. Reimer's Foedera, edit., 1704, Volume Roman 4, p. 20. Ibid, Volume Roman 3, p. 1033. See Appendix Roman 16, p. 445. On the advertising of certain pilgrimages by means, sometimes of the most famous of medieval romances, see the capital work of Joseph Badier. Les Légendes épiques, Recherches sur la formation des chansons de geste, Paris, 1908, 4 vols. On the especial veneration of saints who had been road and bridge builders, see Roman 3, p. 72, where, speaking of the immense popularity of the pilgrimage to St. James of Compostela in the 11th century, Badier says, "Si fut l'époque héroïque du pèlerinage. C'est alors que la route romaine commence et si populaire deciles pour les voyageurs. C'est alors qu'exercent leur activité les saints que l'église venir parce qu'ils furent de bons ingénieurs, réparant les chaussées, dissachant les marécages, jettant des ponts sur les rivières et les torrents, Saint Dominique de la Calzada, et si franchise, Saint Alome de Burgos, ancient moyen de la Chaise. Se nuper ad horas nostras pervenit quod ad quandam imaginum bidi, virginis in ecclesia parochiali de fausten noviter colloquetum magnus simplicium est concursus, ACSI in idem plus quam in aliis similibus imaginibus aliquid numinis apparuit. Year 1313, Wilkins, Concilia, Volume Roman 2, p. 423. CEG Ms. 2b Roman 7. In the British Museum, Fall, 211 and 10e Roman 4, Fall, 209. The story of this miracle has been told by numberless authors in the Middle Ages. The text of one version of the tale, with references to the others, will be found in G. F. Warner, Miracles de Notre Dame, Roxburgh Club, 1885 pp. Roman 34 and 63. Los ie Libro Veritatum, passages selected from Gascogne's Theological Dictionary, 1403-1458, edit. Thorold Rogers, Oxford, 1881, p. 206. This Fuller is known to have come to England, where he saw Gascogne. Eugene Roman IV was pope during the second quarter of the 15th century. No fewer than 38 of these pilgrims, Meccas in the county of Norfolk alone. Sidney Heath, Pilgrim Life in the Middle Ages, London, 1911, p. 30. To Edwa, Raven Jan, 1551. Whole Works, Giles, 1865, p. 252. Henry Roman III, Edward I, Edward Roman III, David Bruce, Q. Catherine after Flodden, Henry Roman VII and Henry Roman VIII visited the famous shrine. Walcott, English Minsters, 1879, Roman II, 229. The image of Darvel Gathern, greatly venerated by the Welsh, was burnt with him. Ellis, Original Letters, First Series, Roman 2, 82 ff. Ellis Ibid, pp. 7980, sept. 1537. Patent of 19 Richard Roman 2 in the Appendix to Mr. Carkeek's essay, Chaucer's Skipman and His Barge. The Modelaine, Chaucer Society Essays, 1884. Becket or Becket, of Norman blood, both on his father's side, who was from Thiersville, as on his mother, who was from Caen. Desses le Front le Bullet la Cervelle. A real Turpin, but who long survived the event, was Archbishop of Rheims at the time of the Roncesvalles disaster. Moved in July, 1220 to Trinity Chapel, behind the high altar. A beautifully illustrated fragment of a life of the saint in French verse of the 13th century has been published with facsimiles by Paul Mayer. Fragments d'une vie de Saint Thomas de Canterbury, Paris, 1885. A remarkable 13th century picture of the murder, with obvious attention to historical exactitude, is in one of the MSS. Of the Yates-Thompson collection, reproduced in the catalogue of the sale, March 23, 1920, lot Roman 34. Something yet remains of the bas-relief, representing his life, above the portal of the southern transept of the cathedral at Bayeux. Historical Memorials of Canterbury, chapter Roman 4. Felix Locus, Felix Ecclesia in qua Tommi vivit memoria, Felix terra qui dedit praesulum, Felix illa qui favit exulum. La vie de Saint Thomas le Martyr, par Garnier de Pont Saint Maxence, poet du Roman 12 e cycle, ed. C. Hippo, Paris, 1859. Epilogue, p. 205. On which see, e.g., The Old Road, by H. Belloc, London, 1904, Sidney Heath, Pilgrim Life in the Middle Ages, London, 1911, chapter Roman 8. A characteristic decree of the Venetian Senate, showing the popularity of this pilgrimage abroad, authorizes on Aug. 3, 1402, Lorenzo Contarini, captain of the Venetian galleys setting sail for Flanders, to visit St. Thomas's shrine, in accomplishment of a vow, to go thither and return in one day while the galleys would be at Sandwich, but not to sleep away from his vessel. Calendar of Venetian State Papers relating to English Affairs, ed. Rawdon Brown Rolls Series, 1864, I. 42. Garnier Ibid, pp. 210 ff. The original charter of Louis Roman VII has disappeared, but the confirmation by his son still exists. It reads, Noverant Igiter Universi, presents Parator et Futuri, quod intuitu bidi martyris quandam centuariensis archiepiscopi, ad cujus tumulum pro salute anime et sanitate corporis impetranda. Pater noster in multa devotion furet proftis, conventui monacorum sanct Trinitatis ibidem Dio servientium centum modios vini, ad mensuram parisiensum, singulis annis tempor vendemirum, in cacellaria piscias accipiendos, in elemosinam concessit. Quod factum patris nostri ni aliqua possit oblivioni deluri et aliqua malignantium invidia violari, manu noster confirmationis apposita, precipimus immutabiliter custodieri. Given at Nantes, year 1180. Text, facsimile and comment in Archaeologia Cantiana, volume Roman 4, 1861, p. 127. Muids, modii were of a different sort, according to places. Those of the Paris measurement contained 270 of our liters and were therefore quite goodly casks. Berners Froissart ed. Cur. I. p. 393. On the extraordinary voyage of the Basilius and Otto Crater, and his stay of 4 years away from his besieged capital, see Schlumberger, Un Empereur de Byzance à Paris et à Londres. Revue des Deux Mondes, Dec. 15, 1915. Wilkins, Concilia Magni Britanniae, volume Roman 3, 1737, p. 847, on the discovery in 1888 of bones supposed to be those of the Archbishop, see Canon A. J. Mason's What Became of the Bones of St. Thomas. A contribution to his 15th Jubilee, London, 1920. 2 ed. Roman 6, Miscellaneous Writings of Thomas Cranmer, Parker Society, Cambridge, 1846, p. 147. Piers Plowman, ed., Skeet Text C. Pass, 1 L51. Printed in the Academy, Nov. 17, 1883, p. 331. The Examination of Master William Thorpe, 1407, Arbors Engel, Garner, Roman 6, 84, cf. Anecdotes, Thérèse, d'Étienne de Bourbon, Roman 13e cycle, ed. L'Écho de la Marque, Sextus Titulus, de Peregrination. See Appendix Roman 17, p. 446. On Reynard, the date, composition, and sources of this work, see Léon Fallet, Le Roman de Renard, Paris, 1914. A dialogue or communication of two persons, duicid and set forth in the latent tongue, by the noble and famous clerk Desiderius Erasmus, intituled Ye Pilgrimage of Pure Duidian, newly translated into English. London, 1540, 1600. A dialogue of Sir Thomas More Knit, wherein be treated duers maters, as of the veneration and worship of images and relics, praying to sainties, and going on pilgrimage, with many other thingies touching the pestilent sect of Luther and Tyndale. London, 1529, 40. The sermon made to the convocation of the clergy, 28 Henry Roman 8, in fruitful sermons preached by the Right Reverend Father and constant martyr of Jesus Christ, M. Hugh Latimer. London, 1571, p. 10. Ordinance for the State of the Wardrobe and the Account of the Household, June, 1323. King Edward II's Household and Wardrobe Ordinances, ed. Furnival, Chaucer Society, 1876, p. 62. In the continuation of Chaucer's tales, the knight is represented interpreting to his son the strong and weak points in the continuous wall at Canterbury, and discussing whether it was proof against gunshot. And A pointed to his son the peril and the doubt, F4 shot of arbalast and of bow, and eke for shot of gun. The Tale of Burin, ed. Furnival and Stone, ets. 1909, p. 9. C. Roach Smith has described a number of them in his Collectanea Antiqua, London, 1848, volume IP 81 and volume Roman 2, p. 43. He has given drawings of many which had been discovered chiefly in the bed of the Thames and in making the approaches to New London Bridge. See also Guide to Medieval Room, British Museum, 1907, p. 69 Heath, Pilgrim Life, 1911, ch. Roman 6. A specimen is given below, p. 418. Tale of Burin, Ibid, p. 7. Among the ornaments worn by Chaucer's pardoner was a vernicle on his cap, as may be seen above in the plate, p. 336. Sir Thomas More, in his dialogue, describes as follows the vernicle represented on pilgrims' medals. How, says he, can it be maintained that Christ blames images? Where he liked to leave the holy vernicle, the express image also of his blessed visage, as a token to remain in honor among such as loved him from ye time of his biter passion hitherto, which, as it was by the miracle of his blessed holy hand, expressed and left in ye sudari. So hath it been by like miracle in that thin corruptible cloth kept, and preserved uncorrupted thys Roman 15, c. You're fresh and well perceived, to ye inward comforte, spiritual reising and great increase of fervor and devotion in the hearts of good Christian people. Sig. B. Roman 3. Most of them mentioned by Garnier in his Vie de St. Thomas, where, after stating that men of all sorts flocked to Canterbury, he adds, ed. Hippo, p. 205. Et ampules rapportant, en scene del voyage mes de Jerusalem, en est la croix portée, et de racamadur Murray, en plumgete de Saint James la Scale, qui en plun est moe, or a Deus Saint Thomas seal ampule dene, qui est partout le monde chéri et honoré. Guide du pèlerin à Rocamadur, by M. Lechanin Laporte Rocamadur, 1862, chapter Roman 8. Les Louanges du Roi Louis Zigi. De si nom, nouvellement composés par Maître Claude de Seyssel, Doctoren tous droits. Paris, 1508, sign, F. Roman 3. Skeats edition, text C. Pass, IL 47. See the drawing of this ring in volume Roman 8. Of the Archaeological Journal, p. 360. The long stick or pilgrim's staff and the bag or scrip were the characteristic signs of pilgrims. In the Romance of King Horn, the hero meets on his road a palmer, and to disguise himself changes clothes with him. In this transformation, the author only points out the chief particulars, that is to say, the staff and the bag. Horn took burden and scrip. King Horn with fragments of Floris and Blanchefleur, ed. by J. H. Lumby, Early English Text Society, 1866. We have seen above, p. 362, that Reynard on his way to Rome took just the same implements. Statute 12 Rich, Roman 2 Cap 7. Statute 5 Rich, Roman II, Saint 1, see 2 restrictions on pilgrimage making existed also in France. See an ordinance of Charles Roman VI, February 27, 1399, prohibiting pilgrimages to Rome. Recueil d'Isambert, Volume Roman 6. p. 843. Rolls of Parliament, 13 Rich. Roman II, Volume Roman 3, p. 275 and Statute 1 cap. 20 of 13 Rich. Roman II. As to the number of pilgrimages, their origin and history, see the Dictionnaire géographique, historique, descriptif, archéologique des pèlerinages anciens et modernes, by L. de Civry and M. de Champignac, Paris, 1850, 2 vols. 8 vo forming vols. Roman 43, and Roman 44 of Means Encyclopédie Théologique. Ripert Moncler, Belair du Pont d'Avignon, 1912. Statute 4 ed., Roman 3 c8. Petition of the Calais Burgesses, Rolls of Parliament, Volume Roman 3, p. 500, 4 Henry Roman 4, AD 1402. In Dover too, on the opposite shore, there was such a house, the inventory of which has been printed. Walcott, Inventories of St. Mary's Hospital or Masondia, Dover, London, 1869. In the diary of his travels, during the 16th century, the Greek Nicander Nucius observes that the town of Dover seemed to be made almost entirely of inns and hotels. The Travels of Nicander Nucius of Corcyra, Camden Society, 1841. See Prof. J. W. Hales, Letter to the Academy of April 22, 1882, p. 287. A view of the old church, of which very little now remains, could be seen, Mr. and Lart writes me, in a picture by Van der Meulen, but it was destroyed by the Germans in one of their air raids during the late Great War, when they shelled the museum. This relic so greatly attracted the English that they had founded in the cathedral a chapel of Notre Dame Ingolsk, Sancta Maria Anglica, and the leopards of England, writes Prof. and Lart, are still to be seen in the stained glass. Halliwell's edition, 1866, p. 108. See the remarkable articles by Émile Mail on Elart du Moyen Age et les Pèlerinages, in the Revue de Paris, 1920, in the number of Feb. 15, an article on Les Routes de France et d'Espagne. Text B. P. Roman 12, L. 37. A. B. Calo, Histoire critique et religieuse de Notre Dame de Rocamader, Paris, 1834, pp. 73 ff. Berners Froissart, Volume ICH, CCLVI. William Way in the 15th century notices the large number of English ships at Grwne, Corunna, the usual port of landing for Compostela. In Porto Grwne erant de Anglicis, Wallicis, Hibernicis Normannis, Francis, Britanibus et aliis elexexexta, naves cum topcasellis et quatuor sine topcasellis, numerus navium Anglicarum erat exexexige. He notes the words and music of a song sung by little Spanish boys, dancing before pilgrims and offering good wishes, in exchange for which they hope to get some small coin. Itineraries, Roxburgh Club, 1857, pp. 154-156. Fodera, ed., 1704, Volume Roman 7, p. 468-17 Rich, Roman 2. Fodera, 12 Hen, Roman 6, 1434, Volume XPP, 567-569. The Stations of Rome and the Pilgrim's Sea Voyage, ed., Furnival, Early English Text Society, 1867, p. 47. This complaint on the Compostela pilgrimage is of the 15th century. On the Compostela sanctuary and on the propagation of certain artistic notions through the influx of pilgrims, see the before-quoted article by email, Revue de Paris, Feb. 1920. The Paston Letters, ed., Jas. Gairdner, Volume IP 48. Letter of Margaret Paston of September 28, 1443. Especially noteworthy in this respect at the present day is the church of Santa Maria del Grazie, near Mantua, in which the famous author of the Cortigiano, Baldassare Castiglione, is buried, where life-size, realistic wax figures, wearing real garments or armor, form a continuous series above the arches on both sides of the nave. Each scene commemorates a miraculous intervention of the Virgin. Innocents saved at the moment of their execution, the halter breaking, the axe stopped, etc. The custod also directs attention to a stuffed animal, dangling from the roof, and which he describes as a crocodillo which used to desolate the country. The Book of the Knight of La Tour Landry, translated from the French ed. Thomas Wright, Early English Text Society, 1868, p. 70. The original French is of the 14th century. Miracles de Nostre Dame, collected by Jean Maillot, ed. G.F. Warner, Roxburgh Club, 1885, p. 58. This version of the tale is of the 15th century, but the story itself is much older. i.e. St. Catherine of Mount Sinai. William Way in the 15th century thus mentions the catacombs. Item ibi est una spelunca nuncupata sancti calixti cimiterium, et qui pertransit cum devotion, illi indulgenter omnia sua peccata. Et ibi multa corpora sanctorum sunt, que nullus hominum numerare nequit nisi solus Deus. The Itineraries of William Way, Roxburgh Club, 1857, p. 146. Way, like the author of the poem, sometimes mentions prodigious numbers of bodies of martyrs. At the church called Scala Coeli, sunt ossa sanctorum decem millia militum. In one single part of St. Peter's at Rome are Petronella et Roman 13 millia sanctorum martyrum. William Way said of the Church of the Holy Cross, Item, ibi sunt duocifi, unius plenus sanguinae Jesu Christi, and alter plenus lacti beat Marie Virginis. Itineraries, p. 146. Those who drink at the 3 fountains which gushed out at the death of St. Paul are cured of all maladies. Those who visit the Church of St. Mary of the Annunciation will never be struck by lightning. At the Church of St. Vivian there is herba crescens quam ipsa planavit et valle contra cagicum morbum. At the Church of St. Sebastian is shown a footprint of Jesus, and it is in fact still to be seen there at the present day. Ibid. pp. 143-148. In the Borghese Chapel. The Stations of Rome, 14th century, ed. F.J. Furnival, Early English Text Society, 1867. Another version of the Stations, with variants, was printed by the same in Political, Religious, and Love Poems, Early English Text Society, 1866, p. 113. See in this last volume notes by W. M. Rossetti on the Stations, pp. Roman 21, Roman 48. Paralleling the information furnished by the English author with that given by the Italian Francino, who wrote on the same subject in 1600, and whose numbers are much less exaggerated. Mr. Rossetti states also what is still shown at Rome of the relics named in the Stations. The St. Luke legend appears in a somewhat different form in William Way, according to whom the saint was about to paint when he fell asleep, and the angels made the picture for him. Itineraries, p. 143. A similar legend is attached to the great wooden crucifix of Byzantine workmanship, called in the Middle Ages the Saint Vu, the Holy Face, Vultus, at Lucca, begun by Nicodemus after the Ascension, and miraculously finished during his sleep. Badier Legenza Peaks, 1908 Roman II, 210. Ye Solace of Pilgrims, a description of Rome circa A.D. 1450 by John Capgrave, ed. Mills and Bannister, Oxford, 1911, 40. As well as that of the author of the poem. This immensely popular work of unknown date was in existence anyhow in the XIVth century. See Mirabilia Urbis Rami, The Marvels of Rome, with notes by F. M. Nichols, London, 1889. Le Saint Voyage de Jérusalem du Seigneur d'Angler, ed. Bonnardot and Longnon, Société des Anciens Textes Francais, 1878 pp. 3-4. On the normal cost of such journeys, from Rouen to St. James of Compostela, in 1377, 343 fr. Of our present money, see Davenel, Histoire économique, Roman 6, 621. Talman Smith, English Guilds, pp. 157, 177, 180, 182, 231. Devon S. Issues of the Exchequer, 1837, p. 159. Mandate from the Archbishop of York, Feb. 1, 1351-2, in Reign, Historical Papers from the Northern Registers, p. 402. Chronica Monasterii de Melsa, ed. E. A. Bond, 1868, volume Roman 3, p. 88 Rolls Series. The abbot declares that Clement Roman VI replied to the reproaches of his confessor as to his bad life. Quod facimus modo facimus concilio medicorum. About his theory of the treasury, see Supra, p. 314. The pontiff, Pierre Rogier, a Frenchman, of great learning and extraordinary memory, of knightly manners, fond of festivities and amusements, had been an opponent of Edward Roman III in the matter of benefices, which may have still increased the abbot's animosity. His decision as to the angels was inserted in his bull on jubilees, which were to recur every 50 years instead of every century. It concerns pilgrims coming to the jubilee. In which year, 1350, there came into England certain penitents, noblemen and foreigners, who beat their bare bodies very sharply, to the effusion of blood, now weeping, now singing. Yet, as was said, they did this too unadvisedly, being without license from the Apostolic See. Walsingham, Historia Anglicana, Rolls Series, Volume 1, p. 275. See also Robert de Avesbury, Hist. Edwardi Turdii, ed. Hearn, Oxford, 1720, p. 179. The flagellants whipped themselves with knotted cords furnished with nails. They prostrated themselves to the ground singing, with their arms extended crosswise. The flagellants were condemned by Clement Roman VI in 1349. He ordered the archbishops, bishops, and see to have them imprisoned. Lab, Sacrosancta Concilia, Florence ed., Volume Roman 25. Call 1153. Letter of the Archbishop of York to his official, Historical Papers from the Northern Registers, ed. Reign, pp. 397-399. The guilty were not worthless vagabonds. One has the title of magister, another is professor of civil law. Nam quidem allorum credibint, ut asseritor, nullum diem esse, nihil esse sacramentum altaris, nullum post mortem resurrectionem, sed ut jumentum moritor, ita et hominum finere. Historia Anglicana, Volume Roman 2, p. 12. Langland also complains of the skepticism of the nobles, who question the mysteries and make these grave matters the subject of light conversation after meals. Piers Plowman, Text C. Pass, Roman 12, L. 35. Les Louanges du Roi Louis Zige, by Claude de Seyssel, Paris, 1508. A collection of the wills of the kings and queens of England and C. Printed by J. Nichols, London, 1780. Will of Humphrey Bohun, Earl of Hereford and Essex, who died 1361, p. 54. She died November 4, 1360. Nichols Ibid, p. 29. From Bethlehem, last quarter of the 4th century. Mean, Patrologiae Latini Tomus Roman 22, call 582. Epistola Roman 46 Polly et Eustache, one of her daughters ad Marcellam de Sanctis Locis. Mean, Ibid, call 483 ff. From Bethlehem, same period. From Bethlehem, same period. Mean, Ibid, to Paulinus call 580 ff. To Desiderius call 493 ff. He and numerous companions had received the cross at the hands of the Patriarch of Jerusalem in 1316, and the plan seemed for a time so near realization that nobles and villeins sold their lands and houses to take part in the crusade. A plan thereof and a draft of the contract with the Marseille shipowners has been published with excellent notes by A. de Boislisle, Annuaire Bulletin de la Société de l'Histoire de France, 1872, pp. 230 and 246. The latest date suitable for the start is stated to be the middle of April. Full details are given as to the supplies of every sort to be provided for the galleys, food, and the rest. Panis by Scoctus, i.e. biscuit. Robert of Avesbury, Historia Edwardi Turdii, ed. Here in Oxford, 1720 pp. 63, 115. The single and last attempt on a grand scale was the ill-starred campaign against Sultan Bajazet, which ended in the disaster and massacre of Nicopolis, September 1396. On which and on all those latter-day attempts, see de Lavaux le Raux, La France en Orient au Roman 14e cycle, Paris, 1886, 2 vols. Built on Cape Africa, hence her name in the chronicles of the time. Berners Froissart, Cur, v. 361, where, however, the following passage does not appear. Et otters maenestrels faire leur mestier de pipes et de chelmels et de nequaires, tant que du sun et de la voix qui en uscient la mer en retentissoit tout. Berners Froissart, ed. Cur 1902, Volume V, Chapter 165, 167, 170. Cf. De Lavaux le Raux, La France en Orient au Roman 14e cycle, Paris, 1886, chapter Roman 4. At p14, volume Roman 2, a list of all the chief participants in this crusade. Langland speaks of the Saracens without cursing them. They might be saved, but for Mahomet, who deceived them in anger at not being made pope, Christians ought to convert them. The pope makes indeed bishops of Nazareth, Nineveh, etc., but they take care never to visit their indocile flocks. Let us not forget that Jews, Gentiles, and Saracens are sincere in their beliefs. Piers Plowman, Text C. Pass. Roman 18, LL. 123 ff. In his book is written in French. And know you that I would have put this little book into Latin for brevity, but because many understand romance better than Latin, I have put it into Romance, that it be understood, and that the lords and knights and other noblemen who do not know Latin, or but little, and who have been beyond seas, may know and understand whether I speak truth or not. Sloane, Ms. 1464, Fall. 3, at the British Museum, a French Ms. of the beginning of the 15th century. In his translation of Ralph Higdon's Polychronicon, ed. C. Babington, Volume Roman 2, p. 161, Rolls Series. La Manière de Langage, ed. Paul Mayer, Revue Critique, Volume X, 1870 pp. 373-382, dedication dated May 29, 1396. Confessio Amentes, Complete Works, ed. G. C. Macaulay, Oxford, 1899 ff. 4 vols, Volume Roman 3, p. 253. According to him, the English who, as history shows, have certainly improved, are wanting in perseverance, et hinc secundum astronomos lunam habent planetam proprium, qui in modo et lumine est magis instabilis. Fasciculi Zizanirum, ed. Shirley, p. 270, Roll Series. Caxton later also considers the moon as par excellence the planet of the English. For we English men ben born under the domination of the moon, which is never steadfast but ever wavering. Prologue to his Boke of Enidos compiled by Viagile, 1490. Polychronicon Ranulphi Higdon, edited by C. Babington, 1869, Volume Roman 2, pp. 166-168, Roll Series. He appears in John of Gaunt's accounts. Item a Esmond de Witt Esquire a Monsieur Johan de Hawkwood, de Noster Down, LXVJ Esviage. John of Gaunt's Register, ed. Armitage Smith, 1911, Volume Roman 2. p. 299, no date but of 1372 or shortly after. Rawdon Brown, Calendar of State Papers Relating to English Affairs, at Venice, London, 1864, Volume IPP. 24-29, original in Latin. Reimer's Foedera, Volume VP 777, in Latin. As to Boucicaut and his more famous son, both marshals of France, C. de Laval-Laraux, La France and Orient au Roman 14e Cycle, Paris, 1886, Volume I, pp. 160 ff. Such letters being delivered pretty frequently were drawn up after a common form like our passports. See the one given by Reimer in Volume Roman 7. p. 337, AD 1381. In November 1392, the Earl of Derby, future Henry Roman IV, was at Venice, and set out thence to go to the Holy Land. He had letters for the Republic from Albert Roman IV, Duke of Austria, and the Great Council lent him a galley for his voyage. Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk, also set out from Venice for Palestine, in February 1398-9. He was the bearer of a letter from Richard Roman II to the Venetian Senate. Calendar of State Papers, at Venice, ed. Rawdon Brown, P. LXXXI. Historical Papers from the Northern Registers, ed. Rain, Roll Series, p. 425. Ensel Malfortune Purdy Noster Naf Elundeses Timons, don't L Estoit Gouverner and Party, et fut renverse Noster Voilpar Plusieurs Fois en la Marine, malgré tous les mariniers. The darkness was complete and they thought their end had come, but they were saved, reaching Cyprus where they had not intended to go. Le Saint Voyage de Jérusalem du Seigneur d'Angler, ed. Bonardat and Longnon, Société des Anciens Textes Francais, Paris, 1878. Chronique de Monstrelet, BK, I chapter Roman 8. The voyages called Mandeville's Voyage and Travail were assuredly written in the 14th century in French, then were translated e.g. into Latin and English. Only the portion relating to Egypt, Palestine, and Syria may have been founded on a real journey. The article Manville, by Mr. E.B. Nicholson and Colonel Yule in the Encyclopaedia Britannica. A paper, Untersuchungen über Johann von Mandeville und die Quell seiner Reiseschreibung, Berlin 1888, printed in Zeitschrift der Gesellschaft für Erdkunde, BD, Roman 23. p. 177, and Mr. G. F. Warner's The Buke of John Mandeville, being the Travels of Sir John Mandeville, K.T. 1322-56, Roxb. Club 1889, Fall, with the French and English texts, the notice by the same on Mandeville in the Dictionary of National Biography, notices by H. Cordier in his Bibliotheca Sinica, and in Review Critique, Oct. 26, 1891, represent the actual state of the question. English text in modern spelling, ed., Pollard, London, 1900. Earliest dated MS. A French one in the National Library, Paris, AD 1371, the identification of Mandeville with Jean de Bourgogne, alias à la Barbe, or ad Barbem, a physician of Liege, who died there in 1372, seems certain. A survey of Egypt and Syria undertaken in the year 1422 by Sir Gilbert de Lanne, K.T., translated from a Ms. in the Bodleian Library, Archaeologia, Volume Roman 21. pp. 281, 319, giving also the French original. Born in 1386, employed by the Duke of Burgundy, then by the King of England, Lanne died in 1462. Sloane, Ms. 1464, Faux. 3, British Museum. And a very large quantity, beginning as early as the 4th century, to which century belongs the Itinerarium Burdigala Hierosolymanum, had preceded those. See, among others, Itinera Hierosolimatana et Descriptions Terrae Sancta, ed. Tobler and Molyneux, 1879 ff. Itineraires à Jerusalem, Rediges and Francais Ox Roman 11e, Roman 12e et Roman 13e cycles, ed. Michelant and Reynaud, 1882, both works forming part of the publications of the Société de l'Orient Latin. One of the best among the older guidebooks was due to the French monk Bernard in the year 870. The monk, who went by way of Egypt, is brief, accurate, matter-of-fact, as little emotional as possible, discards all wonders, and is often careful to add. Esseritor, Dissiter. Le Saint Voyage de Jérusalem du Seigneur d'Angler, ed. Bonnardot and Longnon, 1878, p. 99. The Itineraries of William Way, Fellow of Eton College, to Jerusalem, AD 1458 and AD 1462, and to St. James of Compostela AD 1456. London, 1857, Roxburgh Club, pp. 5, 6. In his first journey to Palestine, duly consecratus ad modum peregrinorum, Way started from Venice with a band of 197 pilgrims embarked on 2 galleys. Born about 1407, a graduate of Oxford, Way became after the last of his journeys an Augustinian monk at Eddington, Wiltshire, and died there in 1476. He wrote his itineraries, Rogetis a Devotis Viris, p. 56, the text in Latin, the Provision for travelers in English. Pages 100-116. Such a map is exhibited in one of the glass cases of the Bodleian Library at Oxford. It is probable, but not quite sure, that this is really the map of William Way, the one he calls Map o' Me in his book. It has been reproduced in facsimile, Map of the Holy Land, illustrating the itineraries of W. Way, Roxburgh Club, 1867. It is 7 feet in length and 16.5 inches in breadth. See also, De Passages in Terram Sanctam, edit, G. M. Thomas, Venice, 1879, folio, Société de l'Orient Latin. This work contains extracts from a Chronologia Magna, compiled in the 13th and 14th centuries, with maps and plans, one especially of Jerusalem and adjoining places. p. 95. A Good Praeicion, Itineraries, p. 4. A Good Praeicion, Itineraries, pp. 5, 6. Ibid, the same scramble for asses is going on even now in Palestine and Egypt, and modern Saracens are careful to ingratiate themselves with the traveler by addressing to him a few words in the language of his supposed nationality. One such at the foot of the pyramids some years ago would keep repeating to us, as a sesame for our purses, these 3 magic words: Bonaparte, Quarante cycles. We had not, however, to deplore the disappearance of any knives and other small thinges. William Way and his companions pay to the Saracen lords 15 ducats. Et sic in terra sancta fuimus ziage debis, pro quibus solvimus pro conductu nostro dominis Saracens Roman 15 Jucatus. But there were two rival sultans at war with each other, each claiming the Holy Land. And just as the pilgrims were about to leave, the one of those potentates whom they had not paid got the upper hand, and they had to give 50 ducats to his new governor of Jerusalem. Itineraries, p. 99. The second Bausacout going around the holy places for the second time within a few months in 1389 is made by the Saracens to pay again. De Laval Le Raux, La France and Orient, I 165. Aguirre Roman VIII, Lord of Angler, part of whose castle on the Aube River still remains, died about 1402. One of his companions held the pen for the troop during the journey and wrote the account of it entitled, in the Mise at the National Library, Paris. Si après essensut le contenu du Saint Voyage de Jérusalem, et le chemin pour aller à Sainte Catherine du Mont Sin, et ainsi à Saint Anthony et Saint Paul's Lointains Déserts de Egypte, 1395. Best ed. The above quoted one by Bonnardat and Longnan. Voyage and Travail of Sir John Mondeville, ed. Halliwell, 1866, p. 52. Appendix. The famous Hubert Walter, or Walter Hubert, who had accompanied King Richard to Palestine and crowned King John, Archbishop from 1193 to 1205. For a number of years, as much the ruler of England as those kings themselves. His tomb in Canterbury Cathedral has been identified in our days. Cretin increase rising flood, in French crew. A movable part just for the passage of masts. 449. Index. Aaron's rod, 386. Aberystwyth, 77.